2025 Fate Grad Order Servant tier lists continue. We're back once again, and first of all, I just want to say, hey, thank you so much for the great reception last week's tier list, the first one, Saber tier list got. Very glad to see you guys still appreciate the tier lists. So hey, the more people enjoy these, the more motivation we have to keep doing these every single year after all these years. And today, we're gonna mix it up a little bit in the sense that I still do have two co-hosts today, and both are of the snobby kind, but this time we have a change in one of them, so I'm just gonna let them do their intros, and yeah, here we go. Here's our co-host for today.
Hey everybody, Plushie here. It is still me. Very glad to be on the Archer list as well. I do have a maxed out Archer class score, so I am quite interested in a couple of the members here.
And hello, I am Rio Emerald. Also a big fan of archers. I have a couple grailed and a couple I really like. Happy to be here.
So yeah, we have another regular of this Bobcast, Rio Emerald, taking place of Otto this week, because apparently Otto does not like archers. So hey, at least we have someone else to fill in the shoes, which is nice, because the more discussion, the better. I'm not really going to yap too much in this intro, but again, to reiterate, the main difference from last week is that in these tier lists now, we don't have low stars at all, so it's only going to be gold servants. It's because these are getting so long that, you know, we had to cut some time somewhere, otherwise we're going to be here for like 8 hours or something. So while a lot of you guys might like that, considering we're doing these in one take, it is a bit fatigue heavy, especially if we do these weekly, which we try to. So hope you understand, but don't worry, we will possibly do all the low stars still after, you know, all these normal lists are done after the extra classes, so you'll still hopefully see them anyway. Also, one thing I forgot to mention the last time during the intro was that we don't really evaluate servants like hard locking them to MP1 anymore. Let's be real, most people roll more copies of their favorites to begin with, so it was kind of making sub servants look a bit worse than what they could be in reality. And this time again, I am not putting a whole lot of emphasis into sheets, because you know, resources are hard to come by and data is sometimes a bit hard to objectify when it comes to numbers, but I am using a AoE looping sheet. Shout out to Opal, JR, and Tamula for this one in particular. Very solid numbers here. Nice to refer to it with even detailed ones. Detailed breakdowns for every servant with multiple different comp options. Always cool to see. Also, shout out to Mr. Copyright Suck for making this beautiful template, of course. He's still doing them after all these years. Couldn't be more grateful. Yay. And of course, shout out to my awesome co-hosts, you know, helping me, because I don't have to yap alone for like so many hours. I would probably go insane if I did that. And of course, if you're watching this later on YouTube, there's going to be a whole lot of timestamps in the description as well, in case you just want to listen to us talk about a servant or two instead of listening to the whole thing. You can use those, just jump around the list. So the links to all the resources I'm using, the sheets, my co-host channel, this tier list template, the timestamps, it's all in the description. So click open that and it should be pretty easy to navigate. So do check everything out. So there you go. That should be a fairly brief intro. So hey, grab your drinks and snacks and presumably just put this on the background while doing something else. Or I guess some of you guys even sleep to these, which I guess is I'll take as a compliment. Cool. If you somehow find our voices and arguing soothing, then hey, by all means, do that. And of course, most importantly, smash that freaking like button, okay? Show that appreciation for the tier lists. Keep the motivation up. +1 like equals +1 motivation. Yes, you can calculate motivation. Don't ask how, it's a thing, okay? So, with that, I think we're just gonna go. So we got 38 archers. Well, 39 since we have you can probably spot the special case in this list. But yeah, 38 actual archer class servants. Of which only one is actually new compared to last year's tier list. So not a very big year for archers at all. I think there's been some buffs though. But yeah, in terms of new servants, not a whole lot has changed. So we'll just do a rundown anyway, starting with the 4 stars, of course. And of course, not only are we going from lower rarity to higher rarity, we're also doing release order from oldest to newest inside the rarities. So same as usual. So day 1, we got a couple of 4 stars to talk about first. Gonna be talking about Mr. Red himself. There he is. Faker. Mr. EMIYA. Very popular character, of course, but let's see how he fares in 2025 in terms of gameplay. So, a AoE art slash buster damaging dealer and a kind of a farmer as well. He's certainly got subdue tools over the years. So rocking a 9.3k attack puts him just below average among 4-star archers, unfortunately. So attack doesn't favor him too well. And he has the really unusual deck of triple arts card. He's full on rocking a caster deck as an archer. He won't be the only one, but for day one that is actually pretty substantial. Unfortunately, his arts cards are still not very impressive, but the fact that there's 3 of them, you know, overall his gains are not too bad, I want to say, even if the cards themselves individually are not super great for gains. Now, skill-wise, first skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets a dodge for 1 turn, he gets 30% attack for 3 turns, 30% defense for 3 turns, and a 40 star bomb. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure this is a new buff compared to last year's tier list, right? I want to say?
Yes.
Yeah, so now
Yes,
he is one of the rare servants that has every single thing in his kit at least buff 1 time. There's still not that many servants like that, but he is now one of those too. And I'm a huge fan of this skill now. It's a great one. The Star Bomb is basically guaranteed crits, especially if you get a Mighty Chain, then you're just flat out guaranteed. And otherwise you get a nice chunk of attack and defense. Obviously, sometimes you might want to save the evade for the protection, but otherwise, hey, it's now an actually super solid skill. Cool. Second skill, on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 100% star gen for 3 turns and 100% crit damage for 3 turns. This was always my favorite of his buffs before the new one, because it's just, I mean, you get 100% crit damage for 3 turns, which is why the new buff also looks better, because you get that star bomb and the attack up as well. Pretty cool combo with these two. Don't even have to MP before you can get started with your crits. Then on the third skill, the interesting one. So on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets a 50% rainbow for 1 turn. And then when you use the skill, you can choose to have either an arts or the normal buster MP for 1 turn. So obviously, if you swap to arts, his MP being a insanely multi-hitter, it's just going to auto-refund no matter what. But by default, it is buster, which I guess just offers more star generation in comparison. And depends on who you're picking for support, you might get more damage as well. So it's an interesting thing. Obviously, the awkward side, if he was to be like the best farmer ever, he would need a 3-turn arts MP. But because it's only 1 turn, it's a bit finicky. But we'll talk about that in a second, I'm sure. So there's the full skill set. Honestly, considering he's day 1, is actually not bad at all. Now with the new buff, I quite like it. It just works. It's totally fine for a 4-star. Passives, 12.5% debuff rest on the first one. It's just alright, could be more, but it's just nice to have. And then we get to see the Archer passive. Most servants in this list will definitely have this. Independent action equaling 8% crit damage, which also for him in particular is good. It's good for any Archer that's a DPS really, because Archers have a very solid star absorb on base. It's not the highest, Riders have the highest, but it's tied with like Foreigner, I believe, for the second highest, so it is still a very solid base absorb, so crit is always just nice on DPS archers. His third dependence against casters, which I think is fairly pointless, just a neutral case, no niches, no nothing, so unless you're a big fan, forget about it. MP has also been buffed, but it's kind of a boring buff because he only buffed damage, so he only does AoE damage, but the damage does ignore defense, which is always a cool bonus, and then on overcharge, base 10%, all enemies get a minus that 10% attack down for 3 turns, scaling up to 30%. So it's kind of a ramp up for, you know, defensive utility, I guess, when you're fighting bosses. It could be a worse OC, but it could be better too. And then obviously the arts version has the exact same effects, but they just changed the damage modifier to match the card type. But the hit count remains the same, meaning again, it's just gonna, a 10 hit AoE, I mean, come on, it's just gonna auto refund no matter what. Is by far the highest refunding arts AoE MP in the entire game. So yeah, that's just what happens. So there's EMIYA's kit. Pretty unique, honestly, because he's this, you know, he has this weird MP switch. In fact, we're gonna see another servant later like that too, and actually 2, maybe even more that I'm forgetting about, that have very similar mechanics but executed slightly differently. But I almost want to say I don't like him as a farmer because of the way the third skill works. But I think as a DPS he's not bad at all, especially now with the addition of the new buff to the first skill. How do you guys feel about EMIYA?
Traditionally, oh sorry, you want to go first?
Yeah,
Okay.
I actually despise him as a farmer because you need to have like one of like the weakest wave ones for you to kill with no buffs. Because if you want to have good damage on turn 3, you got to take, Buster supports, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because otherwise you got nothing. And I just think it's awkward. If it was 3 turns, I think he'd be amazing as an art servant. But
Yeah, it would
It's
just
like
be
how
broken.
Ishtar does it sometimes back in the day, right? Before Castoria, they would do like Arts MP on 1 and then quick MP on 2 and 3. Kind of similar.
yeah, which neither are very fun ways to play, to be honest. I think like for bosses, he's fine. But I do think that he's good at farming is a massive cope opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've been really mean to him. I think like my buff review on him is like, just stop trying, bro. It's over. Because it's like his 5th buff. It's really funny. I think he's the most buffed servant in the game. But like, I think his kit like standalone, if you just look at it, just like you said, is solid. Like, I mean, he's gotten 5 buffs. It's kind of difficult to not be solid. Like, good like all 3 types of buffs he has, and he has a big crit mod. And his game plan is very simple: generate stars with MP and then crit with them. But I think like right now in the game, with such a support centric gameplay style, like people usually overload their teams with supports and only one DPS. I think his problem is he doesn't fit with a lot of the supports very well. He'd probably prefer to be mixed because of his deck and his like MP. I think Buster MP with triple R's deck is one of the worst like decks you can have. Just because like Buster focuses so hard on doing Buster damage and Buster crit damage, like Buster supports like Koyan Light really doesn't help your other cards at all. So it kind of fits better into like I shouldn't say old school because like Merlin just got a buff as well, but like he fits better with like Merlin and maybe Castoria, like a hybrid support team, but he can't really run like a standard support team easily. He also doesn't have a battery, so it's not that easy to get his MP up immediately. So I would say like once again, like standalone, his performance is fine. But when you try to throw him in a team, it becomes very awkward. So I'm not the biggest fan of him, unfortunately, for normal play. But yeah, at least he's unique as like a Fate OG. Yeah.
And even then, he doesn't have any multi-core utility either, really. So it's
No.
I mean, having no battery just hurts
really
farming
hurts
in
him.
general.
So,
Yeah.
So it's really like you can take him to kill bosses, and I'm sure you'll be fine. But aside from that, a little limited in scope.
Yeah, and in bosses you want his Buster card a lot, and he just doesn't have it. I feel like he would want to crit hard, but he just doesn't have the card to do it. So yeah, it's a bit weird.
I agree with you in the fact that his deck is a big problem. The triple arts doesn't really fit that hyper aggressive crit playstyle as well, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Even just having double
I-
Buster would have been a big difference.
Yeah, that's what I think. Especially considering like just look at his kit; it's all about crits, right? Generate stars, crit damage up. But it's just
Yeah, for sure.
not the hardest, not enough hardest hitting cards in his deck, unfortunately.
So where are we looking for the placement? I think last year we had him on like a flat B, and that was before the first skill was even buffed. Which is a nice buff though, but he still does have the awkwardness that sadly probably never will be fixed because you would need to like kind of rework his deck and whatnot, which is a thing they never do. So
yeah, or like brute force change his MP3 turns, which I think would kind of hurt. His
so they would have to buff
like,
the same skill 3 times.
Yeah, and then also people would just treat him at like an AOE arts that expires after 3 turns. So I don't know if that's really that fun. Oh, sorry, you can say something.
Oh, I was just gonna say, yeah, I think he's still, like below average overall as a character, like as far as archers go.
I think we might still go with like a B.
Yeah.
Like it's the same as last year, but yeah, he is objectively obviously better, but I don't think the way at least we perceive him is any different too much. So. Yeah. He can do stuff, but awkward.
the numbers to carry him because like once again he had gotten so many buffs, so his like if you look at individual damage cards and whatnot, it's not gonna be bad, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll start with a B and then we'll see if we want to change something later.
Yeah.
So, on the other day 1 4-star archer, we got Nyanta. Not as popular, but still another day 1 4-star. So, she's a pretty straightforward case. AoE quick farmer. I don't think I would ever use her as a DPS. And even then farming, well, we'll get to that in a second. But yeah, she's one of the OG quick loopers because of a single buff that she got that made it all possible. She's rocking 8.6k attack, which sadly is not very high among 4-star archers. In fact, it is hella below average among them, so that's not a great start. She's got a double arts, double quick deck, so they went with the Gainsey deck without giving her the triple arts. But I think now in retrospect it kind of hurts her, because if you would like to DPS with her, you probably prefer double buster, double quick. So the deck is kind of not great for DPSing. Also, her gains cards are terrible. They're so bad. They are absolutely ridiculously bad. They are just atrociously bad. I mean, again, the skill buff we're going to get to in a second helps quite a bit. That's probably why they gave it to her, because they realized the base numbers are way too low. But without that skill active, yeah, good luck getting any gains. So, first skill, believe it or not, has been buffed. I would not be able to explain how, but yeah. So on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets a 50% quick up for 1 turn. That's it. So they just made it like party-wide with the buff, and that's it. It's a party-wide quick mana burst. Maybe like the tiniest amount of multi-core, but man, it's quite a tragedy of a skill, really. That's way too little. Second skill, on a 4-turn cooldown, she gets 1k absorb for 1 turn, and that's it. It really has to do more. Like, again, absorb can be nice for archers too, even if they have a good base already, just because that means they would like guarantee stars. But if that's the only thing it does for 1 turn on a 4-turn cooldown, it's nothing really. It's just nothing. And especially because considering how many stars she generates, you don't even need absorb on her. It's just a whole lot of nothing. And then the third skill that is the only reason she can farm. So on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a 1-turn evasion and 50% MP gain for 3 turns. That is the reason, and the MP can kind of do it. It's still not super pretty, but it can be done. So wow, honestly, this skill set is pretty trash. It's just straight up trash. There's nothing. It's like most 3-stars have more going on than she does. I'm not sure why she hasn't been buffed more, but your guess is as good as mine. So passives, same with EMIYA, 12.5% debuff res is just alright. For farming wise, doesn't do much. For bosses, you know, it's something. 10% crit damage is great considering how many stars she generates, so that's at least very nice to have. She's anti-berserker in the append, so at least she has a good anti-append. That's pretty cool. Although I'm not sure how well she loops berserkers, so we'll see. But at least the class affinity itself is good for damaging. The MP has been buffed. It was more than a damage buff. It only does damage on the normal effect to all enemies, and then on overcharge on base you get 15 stars on a bomb and maximum 35 on max OC. It's a weird OZ. Like, it's not a bad OZ, but on an MP like this that already generates a lot of stars, it's like, do you really need more stars? Like, yeah, I'll take it over like instant kill or a dot or something boring, but like, come on, dude. It's like putting all your eggs into this one basket. Like if they ever make a change where, you know, if you get like more crit damage or something, if you go above 50 stars, then maybe she'll get a small resurgence, like something to do with extra stars. It's just extra stars. It doesn't do anything. After 50, it's completely useless. They don't do anything. Unless you have skills that pay for stuff, I guess, but even then, she's like, yeah, she's a farmer, but I don't remember her numbers being all that great either nowadays, because she can't do Black Rail, right? There's no way. It's just, yeah, it's not pretty. Man, kind of a tragic servant, really. She was the most relevant she was when Scotty was released, when you could do, like, there wasn't many servants you could quick farm with. She was one of the rare ones, but that was like, and then shortly after, we just got more and more options, and every year she just looks more, you know, unappealing for farming, I would say. And that's all she has. Kit is terrible for DPSing. So that's like my consensus of Nyanta. I don't know how you guys feel.
I would say the second Scotty got introduced, her overcharge became pointless because maybe she didn't get 50 stars before Scotty came out. But the second you're running 2 Scotties or something like that, she's generating 99 stars and another 15 does nothing, right?
Yeah.
It's like a worse version of the Ryder Mordred problem, where it's like, oh man, the moment Kestar came out, the gains were too much.
Yeah.
But this is even worse. I think like too much gains is never really useless, but this is actually useless.
Yeah, I'm shocked she hasn't had any buff to her second or third skill because like her kit is bad. It's so
There's nothing. It's like the most nothing, one of the most nothing burger 4-star kits we have these days.
All the upgrade did was add 14% to the quick up, by the way, on the first one.
Oh wait, it was already AoE to begin with. Yeah, they just increased the number. Oh no.
So
yeah, this is
a tragedy.
I don't understand. I actually don't see a point of this character.
Like if they ever, the only way they redeem her is they do stuff with surplus stars. That's the only thing that could help her, or they give her better buffs because she still needs a lot of buffs.
Yeah. I mean, even then, I think like they wouldn't do something too crazy with surplus stars because you know you got Charlie, so yeah. So it's just I don't see a purpose of this character almost. It's just not very usable at all in any context. I think she's very low. She should be ranked pretty low.
Yeah,
but.
So last year we had her on C+, which I feel like was a bit generous on hindsight.
That's way too generous.
Yeah.
I don't think E is too harsh because she can still do stuff, but D or D+?
Yeah, because I think like she's so much worse than EMIYA, despite me just crapping on EMIYA earlier. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, even they would have a big difference still.
Yeah,
I think there's worse archers than her. Well,
like really?
I think there's one worse archer than her. So
I don't even think the funny one that everybody made fun of is worse than her. So yeah, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess D is fair.
I might just go with a flat D, not even a plus for now. It's a bit harsh, but yeah, I mean, again, who uses Nyanta anymore? If you don't have a big Reld copy, you would probably never use her anymore. I know I haven't used her in like a billion years. Hyperbole, of course, but yeah, yeah.
She has an MP not MP upgrade, animation update at least, which is interesting. They have their animation early, so that's cool. And then.
Well, there you go. So that was day 1 servants. Now, still year 1. First Gura event. Also, first welfare in the list. We got OG Nobbu. Nobunaga. There she is. I forgot if her latest buff was already last year. I want to say it was. I think it was. So there shouldn't be any new buffs now. So
it was during one of the evocations. So probably. I think it was during the
evocation 2.
Yeah, I think it was last year's tier list.
In like 3 months.
Okay, then definitely. But yeah, Nobbu, AoE Buster, DPS. I don't think she really farms at all, so I would just call her a DPS.
No.
But 9.4k attack is around average, if not slightly. It's ever so slightly under average among 4-star archers. So it's like the best we have so far, I guess. She's got double Buster, double Arts, which is probably going to be the most common archer deck, which I like the deck. It's good. Offers a good mix of gains and damage. And her gains cards are actually not terrible. Her arts are, they're okay. They're not amazing, but they're just okay. So, yeah. Also, dude, I didn't want to comment on chat. Can we not have the most troll songs ever? Again, if you're watching this on YouTube, I apologize a lot. I cannot focus if I hear someone just screaming into the microphone like on purpose sounding bad. Like, mods, can we just have like regular songs, please? I can't think at all when I hear that stuff, okay? Please, just keep the list clean. Okay, thank you. Anyway. First skill. So on a 6-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% buster after 3 turns. 20% MP damage for 3 turns, and 30% MP generation for 3 turns. Really good skill, actually. Like, this is basically almost a top tier skill. Like, this was on any other server, and this could be like so much better. The skill itself is amazing. The only problem is it's on Nobbu. But yeah, this was the new buff I was talking about. We should already have this last year's tier list as well, but super solid skill. Great multi-core stuff, just good. All AoE good buffs. Second skill. She gets 100% anti-divine damage for 1 turn, a 5-turn cooldown. So while it is, you know, a big downtime, at least divine is semi-common, and the MP, well, I guess the MP doesn't have anti-divine, it has a different niche, but yeah, divine is fairly common, so I don't really hate it, but it's just, like, if you're not finding divine, it's a dead skill, so that's the reason why I really don't like it. We'll see another servant later on as well who has the exact same scenario, so if you're not hitting that niche, having a dead skill just feels absolutely terrible. So I feel like they could buff this as well, and at least add some other lines, so I have mixed feelings of this skill. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown gets 600% absorb for 3 turns and 50% crit damage for 3 turns. So it's basically self-modification, just a different name, exactly the same skill with the same numbers, or an A rank, I believe. It's a basic okay crit skill. You know, it gives you both the absorb and the damage is fine. Nobbu herself doesn't generate the most stars, but you know, you get some stars going, and then if you bring some buster supports, the usual suspects, then yeah, it can be okay. Because she kind of wants to be a DPS over farmer anyway. As you can see, there's 0 battery, so that's kind of a no-go for any buster AoE. But the skill set overall is just passable, I would say. It's not good, it's not bad, passable maybe. The first skill buff is the real reason why I say that, because this is a nice skill now. Passive 17.5% debuff res is nice for bosses, and then 8% crit damage also nice, so both are basic, but they're nice. Anti-Rider on the append is actually an interesting one, considering the MP itself. So it's maybe not the most worthless append ever. So, could be a thing you could consider. So yeah, the MP then. So on normal effect, it only does damage. Kind of boring, just AoE damage. And then on overcharge, it does super effective damage, the basic 150 to 200 range on overcharge against riding trait enemies. So again, this is not like the rider class or anything, it is riding trait, although most rider class servants happen to have the riding trait. Shocking, I know, right? But luckily for Nobbu, a lot of sabers happen to have the riding trait as well. So it's not the worst super effective you could have. In fact, if you look at this list, that is like most sabers in the game, or at least half of them. So it's pretty good, pretty good. That's the only reason why I don't hate the MP, really, because it only has 1 effect. So Nobbu does not farm, but how does she fare as a DPS now with the buff? I guess it's the only buff as well on her. That's kind of sad. I still feel like she could do more. Like, if you're not fighting divine, even if you're hitting this riding, I don't know, am I being too bashful, or do you guys agree?
I think she's like 1 buff away from being like if they buffed her NP or something, or if on that second skill they gave like attack up at the same time, I think she'd be fine. As it is now, if you are fighting divine or you know, riding sabers, she's perfectly fine to use. Append 5 didn't really change much for her, because if you use her skills turn 1, and then they would have already been up by turn 3 again with Vich, but yeah, so it didn't really do much for her there.
Yeah,
I just think the kid is a bit like, she's all about offense, right? Like, she doesn't have battery, so she forego the farming. She doesn't have any defense. She is all about just doing big damage. I think skill 2 buff, like a really strong skill 2 buff, can definitely do something. Give her the Skahawk treatment, make it 3 turns and add another thing, then she'd be like, really, she'd be right back. But as of now, even against divine, it's kind of difficult to justify. Like, I feel like these type of servants are mostly gonna be like maybe for raids, because like in a boss fight, she doesn't really have any sustain either. And then she doesn't have long-term damage for like after the break bar or whatnot. So I think like you could improve the how do I put this? You can improve her niche to be even better. Because like, yeah, let's just at least make this 3 turns. I know it's kind of crazy, 3 turn 100% against Divine, which is fairly common, but like
They've done worse.
if that
Yeah.
if that's all she has, I think it's fine. Plus, the other 2 Nobus are both really good. Like the other 2 Nobus are both, I would say, really, really high tier. So this Nobbu being a little bit underwhelming, I guess it makes sense because she's the first welfare and all. Is she the first welfare, or is Caster Liz the first?
Caster Liz was before her. Well, theoretically, Saber Saber Lily was the first one because she was given as a launch campaign reward. You only got MP1 though, and then Saber Wars gave you the rest of the copies later. But yeah, I think Caster Liz was first.
Yeah, I just think like with so many recent like really, really big buffs as well, like they haven't been really pulling their punches when they're buffing servants nowadays.
Yeah.
So I think it's definitely fine to extend this to 3 turn, throw in a little bonus effect. But as of now, I don't know. I don't necessarily even like her more than EMIYA, just because like she's got strong niche, but
yeah,
she's got strong niche. That's it.
Like you say, I actually, yeah, it's true. The one thing I'm also not a huge fan of, that there's zero defense. There's zero defense. You're either gonna speed run the boss or raid or whatever, or you're in for a bad time. There's no way to, and again, Buster is not, it's not a given for, defensive tools. It's mostly just arts that has so easy ways of protecting yourself. Buster still might struggle a bit with that, so it would always be nice to have a Buster DPS that actually can kind of, pull some punches as well.
Yeah.
So that's another
Depends
thing.
on how you want to build your team, but if you want to go with the Vitch route, then it's kind of difficult. You have to go with like Merlin plus Constantine or Osakabehime actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's yeah. Oh, good. 2 characters who have problems getting their NP back now instead of 1.
Oh, Constantine. I mean, it's either Constantine or Osakabehime.
No,
the other one has to
Osakabehime.
be a ninja.
Like,
Yeah, the other one has to be Merlin or Tomoe. I mean, Merlin for
Yeah.
Buster, but yeah. Anyways, beyond the point. I put her C plus, I guess.
Yeah, I was considering
She is free
possibly a
MP5.
C tier as well, or one of the C's.
she's an
How do you feel?
anti-trait that's free to everyone, and you can get her early on when you're new. I don't know if there's that much divine early game, but
Yeah, so they're kind of everywhere.
there's a lot later game. Like the second you get to the Lost Belts, every other fight's divine. So
Yeah, even normal enemies have a lot of divine traits, not just bosses.
Here's the thing, though. I'm just not sure if you need anything early game because of the follow system. Like I played a new JP account up until like Lost Belt 7, and I just borrowed a singular 120.
Yeah.
It's just like it just beat everything. So I'm not sure if like the early game argument is necessarily well, unless it's for farming. But then she doesn't farm, so
true.
like even if you're lacking in kit, I'm not sure if you will ever use her that much. Unfortunately.
I'm kind of vibing a C plus. Like she still will have decent uses for sure. But maybe like Rio was saying, like just maybe one solid buff away from actually being a fairly legit DPS pick. Now still has some, lacking in some areas. Oh, okay. But not too bad considering how old she is compared to a lot of other old welfares. So next up, I'm not sure if this is still year 1 or 2. It's around, was Camelot before the anniversary? I think it was maybe like just like before Camelot. Anyway, Tristan. Single target quick DPS, so the first single target right off the list, yeah, because we don't have low stars. So he's rocking 9.7k attack, which puts him above average versus his peers in the 4-star archers. That's pretty cool. He has the same double arch, double quick deck that the Yanta has. His gains are a bit better. They're still not amazing, but they're definitely better than the Yanta's. Having a 6-hit extra is also pretty cool. So I don't really hate the deck. I kind of still wish it was double Buster, of course, and again, in hindsight for Summer Scotty, but, at least the gains are not the worst they could be, even if they're not impressive either. The quicks are okay. They're not 2-hitters, thank God. Right, first skill on a 6-turn cooldown. The full party gets 30% quick for 3 turns. The full party gets all of their debuffs that can be cleansed away. The full party gets a 1-hit evasion and then a 1k heal. This is a nice buff.
Itself.
Yeah. This is true. The quick is self only. But yeah, I do like this a lot, this skill. It's really solid. Like, there's the flexibility of evasion being like flat one attack instead of having any duration. Yeah, you're probably gonna lose it off the like fast anyway, but you could also time with an AoE MP, which is nice. The heal can be helpful for Quick, because again, Quick, like Buster, doesn't have the best defensive tools. The full cleanse is nice, although if you're gonna pop it turn 1, chances are you're not gonna do much. And the Quick Up obviously is main card type, so it's pretty nice. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets a 50% battery and then MP seals himself for 1 turn. So obviously you could pop this first and then the first skill, and then that's one way to deal with the MP seal, I guess, if you want to MP turn 1, and you probably do, chances are. So there are ways of dealing with this now better, since this didn't used to remove MP seal before the buff. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, single target buff strip from the enemy. So every buff that can be removed will be removed from the target. And then the target also gets a minus 20% crit chance down for 3 turns. I like this skill. Honestly, it's basic, but it's good utility. The crit chance down is always nice to have. You know, potentially mitigates damage, and then buff strip on command. I mean, it's not AoE, but still. I mean, you would probably not bring him on AoE fights anyway, let's be real. So it's probably good enough for the fight you're going to bring him on as is. So while there's not the most effects when it comes to his skill set, it has offense, it has defense, it has utility. I think he's alright. I think his kit is just, it's fine. Passive 17.5% debuff res, pretty good, and then 8% crit damage, also good, so those are nice and basic. Anti-caster and append is pretty relevant, doesn't really have any big bonuses there going on, just neutral case. MP has been buffed, which is great. So before damage, he gets a sure hit for 1 turn, good utility, and more utility, he ignores defense on the damage of the MP, and then the target you shoot gets a minus 30% debuff res down for 3 turns, scaling up to 70% of max overcharge. For him, it doesn't do much. It helps in landing the third skill a little bit, because, you know, it is a base 100% chance to land the crit chance down, so if the enemy has resistance, I guess this could help with that. Because it's basically, you know, just eliminating the resistance, but maybe it could help your allies as well, depending on your comp. But otherwise, it's all about the normal effects with the utility and the upgraded damage, really. But the MP hits fairly hard, honestly. It's a good one. So, well, like, there's nothing insane about Tristan, but I think it's just a full package that's still pretty good. I think he's good. What do you guys think about him?
I think he's aggressively okay. So like because like I wish his third skill had a buff or something. I think he's a good single target quick archer. Like I think he's better than EMIYA.
To
start off with.
I
don't think he's like crazy good, but he's good. Right?
In the past, I actually valued him more than, you know, his Tristan counterpart because of the upgraded MP. That was my main argument, but yeah, we'll get to the other one later. That's gonna be a fun one.
That's definitely like coloring it, because like Tristram here is like, it was like, oh yeah, the other one's better now. No. So.
Well, yeah. I mean, I quite like the separate direction. I mean, I don't know if I want to say separate direction, but like this Tristan is very much like a supportive. I think having both full debuff cleanse and full buff removal is very good.
Yeah, this one is just full on. Like, this one has so much utility, both for the team and then against enemies.
Yeah, it's a very good mix of. I think like Martha Ryder had this. And then people were saying, oh, Martha Ryder actually is nice just because it's a combination of a full debuff cleanse and then buff removal. But Tristan is in general, a better servant outside of that, right? Big battery and all that. I mean, still, like, you ignore defense MP as well. It's a good package. Not necessarily always you'll find useful, because, like, you know, he has so many utility effects that usually you would probably only hit one. And then when you only get to solve like one problem with his kit, he kind of feels just okay. But when you get to solve like 2 problems with his kit, he suddenly starts to feel really good, right? That's just how these utility servants work, in my opinion. Like, it just depends on how many different situations in one boss fight that he's able to solve. And yeah, overall, I think he's a great pick. The only like unfortunate thing is he's story locked. I think he would be a great servant for like you know, everyone to kind of have a copy, or like at least people who doesn't have the biggest roster to have a copy, because he can handle a lot of different stuff. So yeah, I quite like it.
Buff removal on a skill is so valuable. Like full buff removal. Like there's you know welfares that have like one buff removal or something like that, but like a full buff strip is on a 4-star is pretty useful.
Yeah.
For the ranking, we had him on A tier last year. I'm still vibing either an A or a B plus. I still think he's good. Like he's not bad at all.
At least B plus.
Yeah, that's a minimum for me.
I definitely have more use of him than EMIYA. I mean, depending on how you want to put it, I do think we have a couple of very strong contenders in single target archer, but we also have a lot of tiers above A. So I don't know. I could see either.
I see.
How about
B
you?
Plus. That's my opinion.
We might start with that. We'll see. Yeah, he's the highest so far. Wow. There he is. All right, next up, first Summer. Gonna talk about Summer and Mary. Probably one of the rarer Summer 4-stars, I want to say. They don't get a ton of rate ups, even if they're one of the oldest.
No, I actually didn't have them till their rate up like a week ago.
I actually got my first copy on JP like that too. So yeah, I can relate.
Did they get a buff?
They did get a buff, but I think it was last year already. I'm not sure. I want to say it was last year.
Yeah, it was. I think it was relatively early. Never mind.
But yeah, Summer and Mary, we got single target buster DPS, 9.4k attack is just around average among 4-star archers, double buster, double arch deck, there we go, the standard deck this time again. Gains are not very impressive though, sadly. They're just okay at best, maybe below average as well, just doesn't look too pretty. First skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, full party gets basically 20% attack, minus 0.5% I guess, for 3 turns. And then male allies get 41% star gen for 3 turns. Good old game design with these goofy ass numbers, but yeah. I don't love this skill. It's obviously just a better charisma because it's the same cooldown, but it has the allied male star gen as a bonus. But I don't think it's still good. It's like just passable at best. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown. They get a 600% absorb for 1 turn, 30% self battery, and 15 stars on use. This was the buffed one, so it's alright. I mean, it's not amazing. Still a lot of downtime, but, you know, now it does more than what it used to, which was it just absorb or something? Okay, well, the star bomb was there too, so they just added the battery. Yeah, it's alright, but there's a lot of downtime, though. Not the biggest thing ever. And then the third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, they get 25.5% attack for themselves for 3 turns. They get a one-time guts with 1 HP revive, which is permanent. So it's one of those where it has no expiration date. So you can just pop it turn 1 and just have it there for the whole fight if you want to, if you don't get knocked down. And then they do a minus 50% debuff res down on themselves for 3 turns as a demerit, which can be a bad thing sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't matter, sometimes it does. It really depends. So yeah, it's all depending on the fight. And it's like, again, it's just a kit that's full of offense minus the guts. It is nice that the guts is permanent though. But even the offense side, it's not the most thing ever. There's a good amount of attack up though, which I assume is going to make them look a bit better on like calculations, because attack up, especially for busters, is nice to have on their own kit. But I'm still not super impressed by the skill set in general, personally. Passives, 12.5% to debuff res. Just alright. Nice to have though. Helps mitigate the demerit on the third skill, I guess, a bit. 10% crit damage is great on any DPS archer. Anti-rider on the append doesn't really do anything. No rider incentives for them, just a neutral case. The MP is one of those interesting ones where it does damage, but then it does more damage based on how much HP you're missing. So it's like a weird super effective like that. So the lower you are, the more damage you do. And then the overcharge is a minus 10% defense down on the target for 3 turns, scaling up to 30% after damage, unfortunately. But if you're fighting a boss, it's a form of ramp up though, I still suppose. So yeah, it could be a lot worse. I just wish that if it's after damage, I feel like they could have made it 20% on base, but oh well. So that's Summer and Mary. I think some people like them a bit. Maybe I'm being a bit too harsh with them because they probably can do decent damage, but I'm not a big fan of their gameplay, honestly.
Well, there's another archer that has the same gimmick that I think is way better. But this is like early FGO weirdness. You can see because they have 19.5% attack up and then 25.5, which are weird numbers, but those add up to 45%, which is also a weird number. So it's very weird early FGO design. But I'm not a fan of them. There's a reason I never went out of my way to get them until I just got lucky on them with a daily.
I think that's how I got them too, because I definitely didn't spend multis on that banner.
Yeah.
I mean, a couple of saving graces, I'd say, is Buster if you're running Koyan. They do lack attack ups a lot because like they don't have any form of attack up, but the game plan is understandable. It's just not enough payoff on these characters, in my opinion. It can work, but I would just rather take someone else with a better kit. I do think them having their own guts is at the very least serviceable. Like I don't have to give them guts manually, or I don't have to, you know, I don't have to how do I put this? I don't have to use a gut CE or whatnot. But yeah, outside of that, I'm not 100% sure. This also doesn't like they also don't scale with overcharge. So the big like Chengong into whatever into combo isn't that hard hitting. I think I know Asvatthaman's skill with overcharge. I think Hijikata should also skill with overcharge.
Hijikata is also so like enmity abilities are always weird, but Asvatthaman and Hijikata it is their overcharge effect.
Yeah.
And theirs are not.
Yeah, it's just a flat normal one.
Effects are always rough to use because like you either like so someone's got to take hits, and like how are you going to make them take hits to get their HP low, right?
Yeah. I think like sorry, go.
It means you're like abandoning defenses to get hits. But what if your support gets nuked instead, right? You know, it's
sorry. I was just gonna say I think Hijikata and Asvatthaman is like in different situations where Asvatthaman has a very solid kit that he can kind of ignore the effect. He can kind of just like
for them it's just a bonus, right?
Yeah, and for Hijikata, he has a built-in guts. So if you want to, you can do like Chengong shenanigans, but because his thing scales with overcharge, he hits really hard, and he's a 5-star, and he's a berserker. So like when he pulls the whole Chengong combo, that is literally like if I don't kill them, I die next turn. Well, you're not gonna not kill them, you know. But I think for Anne Marie, they're just they're just kind of stuck in a weird middle ground where they're not good enough to kind of have this as a bonus, but they're also not like it's not worth throwing everything away just to activate this gimmick. And I ended up not enjoying their gameplay either. So yeah. Ku has it, but to a way lesser extent though. Ku has his own skill, and it's like an attack up. So yeah.
Very true. Yeah, not too hard on them. I was gonna say something, but I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, I remember I remember now. I thought they should have given them a similar buff that they did to the Rider counterpart, where they get a taunt. That would be nice. Like the Rider version got a taunt with a buff because they have the same missing HP gimmick. They should do the same thing with Archer, especially because they have a guts.
I mean, taunted guts is weird interaction though, because taunted guts don't.
Yeah, it doesn't stop the attacks, though. True.
Yeah, it just reduces one action, which I mean,
they could still if it starts with an NP, they're gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's I don't know. I think they're a C plus.
Are they better than Nobbu?
I think they can hold. They can kind of hold their ground. I would say there.
I think they're equal to Nobbu.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Because I don't like Nobbu that much either.
I wouldn't say better or worse. I think C plus makes sense.
Yeah.
All right.
Ooh.
First summer
Actually,
servant. Oh.
Speaking of controversial.
Oh, the next one, you mean? Oh, okay. I thought you still have more to say about that and Mary. Okay. But yeah, anyway, I guess we'll get to it then. So we got another welfare. We got Kuro next. So single target arts DPS. First of all, 9.8k attack. Pretty good. It's probably the highest we've had so far. So definitely above average when it comes to 4-star archers. She's rocking a, unlike, EMIYA, she has double arts, double quick on her deck. Which, honestly, I feel like she would like to have a double or triple arts deck as well. But, yeah, those quicks are kind of awkward. But, like, on base, the funny thing is the arts cards are not the most impressive things ever. But they can go absolutely ape with some buffs on them, though, because of their 6 hitters, which is pretty lucrative. So, on base, maybe not the best, but they can kind of pop off. So first skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets an evasion for 1 turn and then 36% crit damage for 3 turns. Now normally this would be like, oh, a crit damage on an art servant that doesn't even have a star bomb or anything like that. You'd be like, oh, that's unreliable. But the funny part is she can actually star generate. We'll get to that in a second. But yeah, it's actually not the worst effect she could have. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets a 35% rainbow for 1 turn. That's a yikes. Okay, this skill is definitely the worst part about her. Just why? I'd rather have 50% arts for 1 turn, even then it would not be good. Like, this is no good. This is just a bad skill. Third skill, though, on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a 50% battery and then 100% star gen for 3 turns. And then I guess the meme of giving Illya allies 30% buff success rate for 3 turns, which is funny. Like, it was meant to be like this big lore thing. Oh, you're supposed to pair Kuro with all the Illya faces because of Prisma Illya, but then now they're like just undoing all the Illya face RNGs anyways. Like, yeah, what's the point then? Like, come on, if you wanted to do this, but then you don't because you realize it's a bad idea. Okay. Anyway, the battery is great. The star chain is actually surprisingly good because, believe it or not, even these arts cards can generate stars when there's 6 hitters, when you have 100% star gen up. So when you have this up, she actually pumps out a good amount of stars. You'd be surprised. So I don't really hate the skill set. I think it's fine. I just don't like the second skill. The second skill is terrible. Otherwise, the other 2 skills are totally fine, even if they're basic. Now, passives, 15% debuff versus nice for bosses and 8% crit damage. Again, she generates some stars, so it's also nice to have. Anti-caster on the append is pretty useless on her, sadly. And then the MP. So before damage, she gets a sure hit for 1 turn, cool utility. And then overcharge is minus 20% crit chance on the target for 3 turns on base, scaling up to 60% on max. So if you get even like 1 step of overcharge on her, that basically eliminates crits on all basic chances on classes pretty much, so that's pretty cool. At least I do like me some crit chance down. Again, before you guys even say anything, I still think she's solid. I think she's great. I've still never hated her gameplay or anything like that, but I'm sure you guys are less impressed by her than I am, so yeah, fair enough.
Well, I'm gonna preface this with I do have her grailed. So I speak this as kindly as possible. She's absolute garbage. She is so bad. After she has 1 turn burst, and it's not even great burst. And even after that, it's just, you're going nowhere. Like, it's just done.
But isn't like her gameplay, you just slap a black rail on her, she MP spams fairly easily. And that's a lot of damage for the MP spam.
1 NP does decent damage. After that, it just falls off.
Are you saying that because the second skill doesn't make a big difference though? It's just 35%.
It does actually. Surprisingly, it makes a difference.
But aren't you gonna bring 2 supports with 50%ers anyway, so you get 100%?
Yeah, but there's no also buff ride. She has no attack up or NP damage up in her kit. It's like it. Yeah,
but the MP is spammable. It's a free MP5. So Black Rail is a good option for her. So that's a lot of damage. Though I would say most of the single targets here can't utilize Black Rail consistently. She can actually.
But there's another 4-star welfare archer that I think is outstanding and heads and above her.
I think I know who you're talking about, but yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
I mean, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I mean, okay. She's one of those servants where the reason why people feel like she's bad is like because she was put on such a pedestal when she first came out. And yeah, I mean her game plan is still just 50 battery charger, spam MP. Her damage is just not great. Like even with Black Grill, I understand that. But at the same time, her damage at like MP5, like she's a welfare, right? Like what welfares are supposed to pride themselves at being MP5. Her MP5 damage is like, especially with a lot of modern single target characters, like if you have like a 4-star that has an MP upgrade, like by MP2 she's already losing, right? Like there are even 4-stars that doesn't have MP upgrades that beat her at MP2, right? It's just it's very easy to beat her damage with other 4-stars, which I don't think it's necessarily that big of a problem because like you said, her Black Grill spamming is easy, but it's certainly a lot less how do I put it? It's a lot less desirable than it used to be because sometimes I just want to kill something very quickly. Like I can't spam my MP as much as possible, but I don't have to use as many MPs, right? So I just think her problem is the damage. I don't think her damage is that great.
I guess the real problem is the lack of damage in the skill set.
Yeah. It's mainly a skill set. She is very reliant on other characters. Like if you start doing like MP5 Castor MPs, then I mean that anyone would do damage in that case. But just it's kind of difficult to fit her because like traditionally if you have like a 50 battery, you would like to splash her into like a farming comm sometimes so she could kill something easily. You don't have to give her too much battery. She just doesn't kill anything. I think like despite the big battery and the decent refund, I don't see her in farming a lot. And in challenge quests, I understand, but the single target arts is a very competitive group, in general.
I'm also going to say her refund is deceptive because like her MP gain is 0.38. Like her NP itself doesn't get much at all. It's only when you start getting like the critting arts cards. So if you don't get like an arts card, like her quick cards aren't going to generate anything. You're not getting your MP, and I'm overly critical of a character. Anytime you grail a character, I think you instantly become overly critical. But so I'm like, she's not actually like garbage, as I said. That was more hyperbole, but I just think she's as Pleasure said, they put her on a pedestal because everyone got to Camelot when the game was new, and they're like, oh, this archer really helps. But
it's kind of it's like people have really good memories of her because she is a 50 battery welfare, which is I don't know why they made so many of them actually. But yeah, I mean I'd still put her like considering the free MP5. I don't know. Do I even?
I would still put her in B minimum, but maybe even a B plus. B minimum though. I would never put her below B. That would be a crime.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. I think I was thinking B or B plus, but I think she's I actually
better than EMIYA, but not as good as Tristan.
Yeah, I don't even necessarily like. She's easy. She fits into the team way better. She's like a team player, but yeah, I don't know.
Okay, we'll go with B for now. We'll round it down and then see how these tiers fill up later. We get more comparisons and whatnot.
It's comparing to EMIYA. Well, he's the first one. Usually,
yeah. It's gonna fill up more later. So again, we'll do the final shuffle, or even during some of the placements, we can also swap. But mostly
the other EMIYA.
At the end. Yeah. Then we're gonna cover all the EMIYAs. Even Kuro kind of counts with her getup.
True.
So yeah, EMIYA Alter is next. Single target arts DPS. Very similar to Kuro, surprisingly. Or maybe not. So the one unfortunate thing to start with is the attack. Just, basically flat 9k. Under average among 4 stars. Could be higher for sure. Has the same double arts, double quick deck as Kuro as well. Although his gains are not as good though, sadly. They're even worse, at least the arts cards. They're just a bit unfortunate. So could do better on that front. Or just make him triple arts as well like EMIYA, like base. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown. He gets 50% defense up for 3 attacks, 5 turns. And then a 500 damage cut for 3 attacks. So when you have this active, you're not really going to take any damage. Unless it's an MP, you're pretty safe. The combination of those two for the 3 attacks, yeah, it's going to mitigate a lot. But it's the only thing the skill does, and it's only for 3 attacks, and he's an art servant, so you know, I feel like it could still do something else as well. But it's an okay defensive skill. Second skill, not sure if this buff is new or not to last year. I want to say no, but again, I'm not sure at all. I want to say no.
This comes in like
old.
3 weeks to NA.
Okay, so it's definitely in last year's tier list then. Okay. Anyway, on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets a 30% rainbow for 3 attacks, 3 turns, and then a 30% battery. So it's obviously just a better version of the Kuro skill. I mean, the rainbow itself is ever so slightly smaller, it's like 5% smaller, but you get it for 3 attacks, so it could potentially last for other turns as well, because you would never use 3 of any card type in 1 turn anyway in his case. And then the 30% battery is a cool boost, because his MP is actually probably his best thing about him. It actually hits fairly hard, so getting the MP more is cool, because his gains are certainly not the best. So it's just alright. Third skill, we're back to the hit stuffs. Because again, when Shinjuku was released, they were like, oh dude, let's make every servant have hit-based stuffs. Because yeah, why not? I don't like it though. So the 5-turn cooldown, he gets 40% attack for 3 attacks, 3 turns. I don't like it. I don't like it at all, because if you get a Brave Chain, it doesn't even benefit the extra card. Like, imagine if you get an MP Arts. You're missing out on so much, because that extra would be huge. That doesn't get the 40% attack. Like, come on, bro. That feels bad. What is this skill? Also the only effect.
5 turns, but... You said it's 3 turns, it's 5 turns, but the funny thing is true. It never lasts for 5 turns.
Yeah, if you... maybe you AFK'd or he was perma-stunned if that happens. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Overall, his skill set is average at best, I would say. I would probably put it below average, even on 4 stars. I'm not a huge fan. Passives, 12.5% debuff res, cool, could be higher though, 10% crit damage. Pretty irrelevant for him, I want to say. I don't think he has really much to do with crits at all. He doesn't generate any stars. So, unless you're going to bring a support that helps with stars. But then again, you would probably just bring a support that helps you spam your MP first and foremost. Crits would be just a bonus on him, so that's a bit unfortunate. He's anti-archer, which is pretty irrelevant on the append. No thanks. The MP has been buffed, which is, again, why he's still semi-relevant, because you can hit kind of hard with this. So the MP ignores defense zone damage, which is always cool utility, and then the overcharge. So on base overcharge, you have an 80% chance to take down the target by 1, and then only if you max overcharge is it 100%. I even like that they buffed this with the thing. Like, if this buff was done nowadays, it would be 100%. It would be 100%. It would be moved to a normal effect, and he would have a new overcharge. That would be a modern buff. But they were like, oh, let's just buff the number. But it's not 100% until max overcharge anyway. So you can't rely on it. I hate it. Like, that's a big... That can be a big difference, getting a tick down or not. It can absolutely be a big difference in a boss fight.
Yep.
EMIYA Alter.
I want to mention, like, because, like, it's worse than you think, because you mentioned, what if you get an arts chain, right? Well, if you do an arts chain, you've now consumed all your arts buffs. So your next MP that you just...
Oh, yeah, because the rainbow is hit-based too. Yeah.
So you've eaten all your attack ups. You've eaten all your arts up. The only one that's going to last 3 turns is the bus. Yeah. His hit is unfortunate.
He has a very deceptive damage when you look at, like, damage comparison.
It's based on what Rio said, right? Because it's only for like 1 or 2 MPs at most.
Yeah, and it's not just normal deceptive. Like, both the attack up, which is 40%, which is huge, the attack up and the rainbow both runs out. So he loses all his offensive buffs after just a couple of attacks.
Yeah, so then he's Kuro, who refunds less at that point.
Yeah, and you have to, like, oh, do I pick this card, or do I want to save the card do I want to save it for another MP? So it's very awkward when you want to.
But you also might have to pick the card to get another MP to begin with. It might not even be a choice. You might have to use to get enough gains to get a new MP.
Yeah. So it's just his kit is just kind of a mess. I am not a big fan of it at all. And it's just I don't know what to say. It's it's weird, and he does have one of the highest damages when he has all his buffs up, but once again, you know, I guess you can use him for, I don't know what, raids. I wouldn't use him for raids either. I would use a buster because of Oberon. So he's I don't know. I don't know. Deceptively.
He's chaotic evil, so you know you can use Domin with him. So.
Yeah, like
Deceptively
0
bad,
crit
I should
synergy.
say. Just like not as good as it on paper, you know. But at least his upgrade MP, you know, like the damage is still okay.
Oh man, I think last year we had him on, was it B or B plus? He was B tier last year, and I think that was including all the buffs as well that we saw just now.
I think the Kuro comparison's actually, you know, nice. I like, there are situations where he does more damage than Kuro. I think, well, at MP5, even without all the buffs, he probably still does more than Kuro. Because Kuro just doesn't have any attack on her kit at all. But at the same time, he's story locked. So I mean,
we're not assuming MP1, but he in his case in
True.
particular, he doesn't get a lot of raid ups, and he can spook, so it is a bit tougher in this case in particular.
I mean, if you take into comparison that they're both just one turn burst, because realistically that's what he is, then he is about, what is it, like 50% more damage than her for that one turn.
Kuro can do crits though as well, though he can't.
Yeah,
it's not amazing, but she can do them. He has 0 crits.
He's I'd put him in B. I don't know. He's
either B or C plus, depending on. I still like Kuro a bit more, but maybe not enough for like to a half tier.
I don't think he's C plus because of MP upgrade. I genuinely don't think he's C plus. I think like he's still usable. And that's just how I feel though. I mean, I think if you both of you think she's C plus, then sure.
I'll put him in B for now. It's like the, you know, again, I kind of prefer Kuro a little bit, but maybe it's a very, you know, negligible difference, I guess. But yeah, we'll again compare later as well. Better. All right. Summer 2 is here. Another archer. This one though. So we got Summer, Helena next. AoE arts DPS. People will try and make her farm, but even with all the buff, I'm pretty sure it's not very nice looking. So on 9.4k attack, it's around average when it comes to 4-star archer, so that's fine. She's got the double arts, double quick tick as well, which doesn't really help too much with her damage, and her gains are not, the quick cards are terrible. The arts cards are okay, but they're not amazing either, so that's not great. First skill, 8 turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% gauge, and then 5%, 5 stars per turn for 5 turns. I mean, this was around the time it was like, oh dude, we can't give a 4-star 20% you know, party wide. It has to be, so that's why it's like 8 turn cooldown. Like, come on, the stars are so negligible as well at 5 per turn. This should be like a 6 turn cooldown. Why is this an 8 turn cooldown? It doesn't make any sense, really. Second skill, I hate it. Kinda. At least the first effect. There is one good effect in it. 6 turn cooldown. It's a guaranteed tick down on the enemy. But just one though, which is kind of weird because she's AoE. But tick down is always nice to have. But then she gets 2k bonus damage for 5 attacks, 5 turns. This is still in the... I think this was around the time when they still thought... I'm almost convinced the developers didn't know how flat damage works. Because remember, Saber Wars also printed that gotcha 5-star C, which was only stacking flat damage. They must have thought it worked differently. Because it's not good. Like this is also... This is even hit-based. It really makes me think the developers did not know how flat damage works. Because it's flat damage. It doesn't scale. This skill gives her 10,000 more damage. That's it. You get 10,000 more damage. Like, great, yeah, awesome. This is like, that's nothing in the grand scheme of things. Oh my god, yeah, okay.
But she's good against the Hermit Creme though.
Yeah, true, of course.
I think that's like the one thing people keep bringing up, and she's not even that good against the hermit crabs because like Dot is just better.
Right. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 40% arch for 1 turn, and then debuff immune for 1 time, 5 turns. Man, that arch should definitely be 3 turns. Yeah, it's 40%, but come on, she's kind of gimped to begin with. What is that 1 turn arch up, dude? Man, this skill set is not the prettiest. It has some okay effects in there, but sometimes like cooldowns are way too high, or some effects are just either way too little or just don't do really anything. So yeah, unfortunate. Passives, 15% debuff for us is fine for bosses, 6% crit damage, not really relevant for her. Even with the 5 stars per turn, she's still arts based, and her quick cards are pretty not good at all, so stars will not be easy to come by. She's anti-archer on the append, which no, don't neutral her, just don't. The MP, the buff, I think this was last year as well, so she did get a little bit of something. MP buffs are always cool, especially if they're modern ones. So the normal effect only does damage, which, you know, it's kind of sad to see. But overcharge, on base, she does a minus 10% defense down, debuff res down on all enemies for 3 turns. They are after damage both, sadly, scaling up to 30% on max overcharge. And then now she also does a 10% party-wide battery on base overcharge after the MP, scaling up to 20% on max. Helps with the own refund, and then if you're doing bosses, it can charge your supports most likely, or if you're doing multi-DPS, you know, your other DPS as well. It's a cute little bonus, but I'm still not a huge fan of the effects. All things considered, it's stuff, but it's not a whole lot of stuff in terms of the numbers. Can she? How is her farming? I assume she has listed here. No, so apparently she can do Black Grail, but the numbers are. I don't know, man. Yeah. And also, she needs a pen too as well with that. And she needs to use her 3rd skill on wave 1 for refund.
Oof.
So you don't get the 40% arts on wave 2 or 3 at all for farming.
Not to tangent here, but I think for attack plus, maybe they thought it was like per hit, like a 5-hit arts card. It was 2,000 damage extra per hit is what they might have thought when they designed it. You know.
Yeah, because the MP has a lot of hits, right?
Damage
actually
plus,
no, it doesn't.
That might be, well, no, but like her arts card has like a 5 hits. Maybe that's how they thought attack plus worked.
Maybe
for a year and a half or 2 years, but like no, it's almost an insulting skill.
Like the fact that it's hit based as well, they must have thought that it worked differently. Why is it hit based? It doesn't make any sense. Man, so I guess farming wise, it's a bit clunky. You can do it, but it's definitely clunky. The MP being upgrade does give her decent damage on it, but I would still probably rank her more as a DPS, and even then it's just not very pretty. Some good effects, like I said, but a lot of just really underwhelming stuff in this kit. I don't really see her that highly. Let's see, last year, what did we place her? She was D+, and I think that was with the MP buff.
I think she can stay B+. She's probably slightly better than Atalanta.
I think so too, yeah. I think she's better than Nianta. Now with the upgraded MP.
Upgraded MP.
Yeah.
So it's a D+ or C, probably.
I don't think it's a C, bro. This is not.
Yeah, we might just keep her in D+.
Yeah, I agree.
Unfortunate. Right, moving on. Back to a permanent servant. Next up is Tomoe Gozen, single target buster DPS. Just around 10k attack is very solid for a 4-star archer in average. Double buster, double arch deck, not too shabby, good mix. Gains are not amazing though, sadly. They're just okay at best. Quick card in particular. Actually, no, the quick card is actually alright. The arts cards could be better. First skill at a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets, well, 19% attack for 3 turns and then 28% MP damage. She herself gets that for 3 turns. For herself, it helps quite a bit with the MP damage, actually. And, if you bring some other DPSs, I guess it's nice having party one attack. This would be, like, better on, like, farming, but she doesn't farm, so otherwise you'd probably prefer, like, self-attack as well. So it's just okay at best. You can have some decent MP turns. The uptimes are at least good, so there's that. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 600% absorb for 3 turns, and the full party gets 50% star gen for 3 turns. It's kind of cutesy, but it's just, I wish it did a little bit more, maybe. Something more still. Maybe like stars per turn, or something else. Or maybe an instant star bomb. Something that could match well with the rest of her stuffs. I don't hate it, but it's just not a whole lot of stuff. And then third skill on a 7-turn cooldown, she gets a guts for 1 time 5 turns with a 2k revive on the guts, and then 3k max HP for herself for 5 turns. I mean, uptime wise the guts is decent, better than, a lot of them. And the max HP being on a fairly high uptime is not bad either, but again, this could do more as well. I do like the fact that they're both like flexible defensive, buffs, so that's cool. You're gonna just pop it and not really worry about it. You're not gonna really waste it too much, so you can maximize the cooldown a bit better, but I just wish it did more. Like, it's just, is 1 guts and max HP for a bit. So for a lot of her kit, there's good building blocks here, but I feel like there should be more on almost every single skill. Especially considering her cooldowns are 5, 6, 7. It's just, she could use more. It's not the worst kit we've seen by far, not even close, but I think it needs more for sure. Skills, 17.5% debuff res is pretty cool for bosses, fairly high. 10% crit damage is very nice considering she has that 3-turn absorb as well. Sadly, no crit damage in her kit, so this is nice. 2% Buster Up is great. Sadly, not a high amount though, because Buster is her main card type, but it's a bonus passive that most archers don't have. Appendage against Berserkers, which is great. It's a good affinity offensive-wise. MP has been buffed, which is nice. So on base, normal effect, it does damage, then minus 20% flat crit chance down for the target for 5 turns. Does a 2k burn on them for 5 turns, and then overcharge is a on base 100% burn amplifier for 5 turns with a 300% amplifier on max overcharge. I do like the crit chance down, especially because it's 5 turns. You can easily stack that to the point that the enemy will hardly crit at all, if you can apply it, that is. And then I feel like she actually, if you can spam her MP and maybe even get some overcharge, you could maybe get a small bonus of the burns as well, because the amplifier is the one that scales in the base. It's already 2k, but it's still mostly just for like, it's not that big of a deal. So it's mostly just the MP doing the damage of the upgrade, and then, the crit chance down mitigating some damage potentially. It's also a one-hitter, so it doesn't really generate any stars either. I think Tomoe is just a decent basic DPS. There's 0 niches, so sadly there's going to be a lot of competition, but she's just a decent basic DPS. She's got building blocks. What do you guys think about Tomoe?
Well, do we give her a bonus for having a really funny MP animation sometimes?
Yeah, the yeet. Not really for this tier list, but yeah, it's funny.
Oh, yeah. But actually on the critical chance reduction, I believe most enemies at 20% are not going to be able to crit you anymore, right?
I think it's like assassins are 30%. I forgot if any other class was, but yeah, it's already a big bump down for most classes.
Yeah, they have to have crit buffs to crit you after, unless they're assassin at 20%. So 2 hits on an assassin and they can't crit you anymore.
And you would not bring her against assassins anyway.
No. But I think she's okay. She fits into like burn stack, or she's used in burn stacking teams. I don't know if like we have enough of those now where she's not used as much as she used to be. But I mean
that you mean like level 1? Because like okay, well, the level 1, because like
level 1, but
because like if you're because like Dot, you need to be very, very aggressive with Dot if you want to build a team around it, and like Burn is just Yang Guifei. It's literally just Yang Guifei. So I'm not 100% sure. And also, like, how do I put this? I remember when she first got her MP upgrade, the greatest argument for her is, oh, she's got great damage, and she's still got great damage, but like other people's got still pretty good damage and other stuff, and she just has great damage, which I do think kind of hurts her in the long run as time goes on, and I think just still solid, I guess, but also no battery. It's just not very easy to use, not easy to splash in, which is a shame.
Yeah, she doesn't have any gains on her skills either, and her base gain, those arts cards are not very strong.
Yeah, her first skill is actually a pretty good party buff, but it's just like she doesn't have anything to support multicore. I don't know. I also think she is not a character you'd use over a welfare in general. Especially the
latest one.
We got a new one as well and all that, so I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean, if you like her, she's not bad, but yeah,
I don't know, man.
I feel like she's the same as last year, which is like a flat B. She's just okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
It helps that she's permanent, so even if most people are not most people, a lot of people might not be big fans of her, you probably still have a lot of MP levels if you play the game a lot. So we'll just go with a flat B, I think. You can work with her. Right, speaking of welfares, we have another one. Sadly, this one also maybe not the best one. Kind of has fallen off.
Too. Barely a buff.
Was it a new one compared to last year's tier list?
Quotation marks.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It was anniversary, right? No, it was Christmas.
Is Christmas.
Oh, that was just like 2 months ago. Wow.
Oh, is that new? Oh, wow.
And it's horrible.
I forgot about it already. Yeah, it must not be great because I forgot about it. Anyway, Altera Santa. So single target quick DPS, 9.7k attack is above average. So at least that's cool. She has the same double arts, double quick deck, and in her case in particular, she really would benefit a lot from having 2 busters considering how many stars she generates as a single target DPS. So that is pretty unfortunate. And her gains, even with the double arts, are not very good. Just average at best, so double buster would be so much better. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, so I guess this was the buff, yeah. So it's a single target skill, the target gets 30% battery, they also get overcharged by 1 step for 1 time, 3 turns, and then they also get 30% star gen for 3 turns. I mean, it's just okay, you know, it's not the greatest buff ever. Like the star gen, chances are it won't do too much for the target. The overcharge can do stuff, but again, that depends on who you're targeting. And then battery just works for anyone. That's the one guaranteed, but to say it's nice. You get a target at 30, so. But yeah, the 5-turn cooldown is not bad. It's not. It's all right. You know, it's all right. It's all right. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown. Another targeted skill. The target gets 30% MP damage for 1 turn, and then 30% crit damage for 1 turn. Like, why? Why is it not 3 turns both? I mean, like, even then it would be just like, oh, it's just fine, you know, it's not amazing, it's just okay. Now it's like, huh? 30% for 1 turn each? Really? We're really like lowballing this bad? Ouch. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown. This is for herself only. She gets Invul Pierce for 3 turns. She gets 600% absorb for 3 turns. 30% defense for 3 turns. And then this delayed debuff for 3 turns. So after 3 turns, she stuns herself for 1 turn. So it's basically like, you know, the Summer Tomoe one. Although this one, unlike the Tomoe one, is considered a demerit, like the clock debuff, it's by itself, like a debuff. So you can actually cleanse this one before the stun happens. So it's a bit easier to deal with, I guess. And even then, it's honestly not that bad of a demerit nowadays, which, you know, stun CC, immunity CCs, and you can just cleanse the stun too. You can cleanse either. There are ways to deal with it. So at least this skill, I kind of like. It has good tools. The defense up is good uptime. Same with the absorb. Invul Pierce is nice. So this is at least a cool utility skill. Even if the rest of her skills, at least the second skill, is just not good at all. So it's like, I kind of wish if this was targeted too, she might actually have some uses, right? Because you could give Invul Pierce with all this other shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
They should be targeted too. Just make her a support at this point. Oh well. Now she's kind of in this weird position, like between a single target DPS and a support. Anyway, passives. We got 4. First servant to have 4 passives here. 15% debuff res. Cool for bosses. 12% quick. Actually very good on her. Because it's her main card type. And there's a lot of quick. It's mostly, in her case, it's mostly for damage. But, you know, gets a little bit of gains from it too. 10% crit damage is great considering how many stars she generates even as a single target. And Divinity B for flat damage is just not gonna do anything. She's anti-foreigner on the append, which is pretty weird. So that doesn't really do anything for her. The MP has never been buffed that it's such a basic MP. It only does damage on the normal effect, and on overcharge base you get 20 stars. Max overcharge you get 40. There you go. So on minimum you probably get like 30, 40 stars on the turn you use this total. Pretty easy to get some crits on the follow-up turn. Yeah, now she used to be like, oh, she's pretty nice because her MP hits hard, but it's not even like, we have so many hard-hitting single target MPs, even on 4-star archers now. She just kind of falls off, and this is like, this skill is one turn, the MP damage and whatnot. This is why there's no other MP damage helping thing at all, and her overcharge only gives more stars, which she probably doesn't need if you use it on herself. I think she, even with this buff, I think she just looks worse every year.
I think the buff only helped her if you're using her as the DPS, because for quick units, having a 30 battery to self allows them to, you know, append, and then 30 is 50, right?
Yeah, with Scotty.
It's like, for what reason would you be taking her as your support? Like, there's better options. Probably Osakabehime at this point. Is a better option.
Way better. Dude, if you want to, okay, the bigger question is who would waste the lore on. Okay, I'm joking, but like, I don't know. This character is kind of not okay. You know, I'd put in a not okay category. Just identity crisis. The servant doesn't know what to do, doesn't know what she wants, end up doing nothing, and then stunning herself when she's too confused, and it's just like tragic. Because I think Altera is very cute, but yikes.
I do like Altera. A big fan of the artist for Altera. But yeah.
Hot take, I wish Wada Arco did her out in FGO as well, like in Extella. Wada Arco is the best artist.
Yes, Wada Arco is the best FGO artist. Like,
let's go.
I believe she has the most servants in the game.
As it should be. Amazing artist.
If she did all the art for the game, it would be better. But we don't live in that world, unfortunately.
Okay. I mean, okay. But yeah, kind of weird how they get different artists for their characters.
I think she's the only exception of the extra characters. I don't remember anyone else being not Wada Arco.
No.
I forgot what I think I heard the reasoning for it, but I forgot what it was, why she has a different artist. I think, did FGO release before Extella or something? No, it was, obviously not, because then, they didn't get the design. So it was I forgot what the reason was, but it was like, they were not too far apart.
Did Huke design Altera originally?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because, like, Altera was in Extella, not from the original Extra.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, who knows? I guess.
Weird.
If you're watching this on YouTube and you know, let us know down in the comments.
But yeah, weird servant, not big fan. Very sad.
Yeah. Just make the third skill target, and there could be some use cases for her, seriously. This a lot. Then she would give a lot of stuff for a servant. Now it's just not enough to justify bringing her as a support.
Yeah.
Yes, in FGO Materials 1, it does mention that Uke was the character designer for.
Ah, okay.
So that's why in FGO she's drawn by her.
Interesting.
By him.
So I'm thinking C or D plus.
I'd say she's a bit better than Helena, but
yeah, probably. Yeah. Now we have someone on C as well. There we go.
There we go.
C for cute.
Oh, nice and clean looking now.
Yeah. Again, I said last week as well. We'll get the middle finger in there at some point. It's slowly waking up. Anyway, collab time. Fujino is the next servant. This is a pretty interesting one. Single target buster DPS 10.3k attack has to be one of the highest archers for 4 stars. I'm not actually sure who the highest one is. This could be the highest. I actually did not check, but it's definitely up there.
She is.
Okay, well there you go, confirmed. So that's great. Good start. She's got the double buster, double arch deck again, and her arch cards on base they're fine, but they get better with the skills, luckily. So even on base they're just all right. They're not terrible. Skills. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown. She gets 35% buster for 3 turns. A little bit of extra there compared to both servants. She ignores defense for 3 turns, and then gets 30% MP generation for 3 turns. I really like this skill. Nice utility, and just keeps the train rolling, you know. Damage, gains, utility is great. It's basic, but it's great. And it's all on a great uptime as well, because it's a 5-turn cooldown. Good skill. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown as well. She gets a sure hit now as well for 3 turns. 30% battery for herself, and 15 stars on use. Also, not bad at all. With the battery, I kind of like this now. Before it was like, it didn't really do too much, especially if you didn't need the sure hit. It was literally just a 15-star bomb. But now, at least you always get the stars in the battery. So 2 of the 3 effects will always be useful when you use this. So honestly, not bad. And you do want to get her MP many times, because it hits fairly hard considering it's not super niche based. Well, it is, but it's not a very common niche. We'll get to that in a second though. Third skill is also hella cool. So in a 5-turn cooldown, she reduces her max HP by 2k for 3 turns as a demerit, but then she gets a 2k damage cut for flat 3 turns, and then a guts for 1 time 3 turns with 1 HP revive. So if you've ever used her, you pop this, unless the enemy crits really hard or uses an MP, she's not going to get any damage on her face. So it's well worth the trade-off of the max HP, for sure. This makes her hella tanky. And this is the reason people can kind of even do solos with her, because it's a good uptime. So that's the other funny part. Gives her some solo presence too. Overall, actually, I kind of still like her kit. I think it's totally fine. It's actually better than most that we've seen so far, even if it doesn't have like a crazy amount of effects. It's just nice. Passives, 12.5% debuff res is nice to have, but could be better considering she's only like a farmer, or not farmer, DPS. 11% crit damage is fine. She doesn't have the biggest star focus minus the star bomb, but you know, it's still nice to have. 8% art sub is actually very welcome on the passive as a unique one for, or a rare one for an archer class servant, so helps with those gains as well. She's anti-assassin, which unless they hit the trait, which I don't think they even can, is basically irrelevant. So the buffed MP, so she does damage, then the enemy, the target, gets a buff block on them for 1 time, 3 turns. Then also minus 10% attack on base overcharge for 3 turns, scaling up to 30% on max. And then super effective against super large enemies, base 150%, scaling up to 200, the base range of the overcharge. So I don't think it's very common to hit that with her, but you know, there are some battles where you hit it. But even just the buffed MP itself does actually pretty decent damage. I always felt like before the MP buff happened, her biggest, you know, like, not great thing about her was that her MP just didn't do a whole lot of damage. But now, even on base, it actually does some damage, which is cool. Even if you don't hit the super effective. And I like the utility of the attack down and buff block. I like her. I don't know how highly you guys rate her, but I think she's very solid. I think she's good as well. Good, very good.
Well, super large is more common than you'd think for like wave 2 enemies and for raids, I believe. Yeah, you run into those a lot. So I don't think it's like that niche, like as far as like enemies you run into. Well, another thing is like if you're getting hit every turn, that skill 3 is an effective 16,000 extra HP when you think about it.
Yeah.
If you're taking 3 hits a turn, you know, 2,000 each hit. So, you know, that's why the solo thing is funny, is because yeah, it is an effective that I really like Fujino. For the record, I do also have her grailed and 2k foed and everything and bone 15, so I've used her a ton. I really do like her. I think she's like one of the better 4-star archers in the game. Is she the best in my opinion.
No, after
Actually,
a recent buff, I would say no, but she's up there though.
I would say no.
Yeah.
But she's like second best.
Yeah, she that would be an argument, honestly. That's not a bad argument.
The right archer. What can I say? Anyways.
Oh.
Whoa.
Yeah. She's very good. I mean she's very good. It's like Rio says, super large is a bit underrated because like it's not like Earth, Man, Sky, Divine, you know, not the common thing, but like super large. It's just like when we talk about Arthur, it is actually relatively common in both farming and boss fights. It's just like not common on the last wave because the last wave is like servants, but you know, in boss fights there's a lot of super large. So yeah, and buff block really nice, you know, and you know, she has. I think ignore defense on a skill is such a unique thing.
Yeah, it's not just the MP damage. She can do face guards that ignore defense as well.
Yeah. So and super short cooldowns I enjoy a lot. You know, in general, like if you want to go hyper offensive,
just 555 is a luxury to have. That's super short cooldowns.
Yeah, and all her. Sorry. Yeah. I think it's because she's from Karno Kyokai 3. Everything is 3 turns.
Well, whatever the reason is, it's very nice for her for sure. Is like short cooldowns, great uptimes, just it's great.
Downtime is extremely short, especially after a Pen 5. You have essentially nonstop for like 6 turns almost. And not really, you have 1 turn a gap, but yeah.
Yeah.
If you use because even before a Pen 5, if you carried Atlas, you basically were able to keep going for 6 turns. You know, no problem. But yeah, I think actually the raid coming in NA this year for Guda Guda, that's a raid, right?
I think so.
He is super large.
Is that the Genji guy? Genji?
No, the Yoshimoto. No. The Yoshimoto guy.
I think I remember that. Yeah.
Or Genji.
I would assume so.
What? Hey, who's that? The guy with the guy with the big hat.
The purple guy. Yeah, that was a raid, right?
Oh. Yeah, that was both of them are raids. Both of them are raids. That guy's a raid, and the green glowing sword samurai is. I thought you were gonna bring. I thought you were gonna bring up that guy because that guy has unremovable defense up, which Fujino would also.
Yeah, that would also be good.
Yeah, so it's actually interesting how she fits really well in both this, but yeah.
I think I would A+ her for sure.
Oh yeah, for sure. Really solid.
Yep.
How about you? I mean, you could push for an S. Otto was pushing for an S for his favorite.
Yeah, we'll consider that too.
But I don't want to push my luck because I really like her. But
we'll just start with a very solid A+, and then again see how all the entire list forms towards the end. Get those comparisons going. Right. Next up. Moving along, another one that this one I am a huge fan of gameplay wise. We got Chiron next. So single target arts, DPS, and a supportive guy. 9.3k attack more or less, puts him just below average among 4-star archers, but it's not bad to begin with. He has the same double arts, double quick deck that a lot of archers that sadly haven't been so good have. In his case, I don't mind because his MP really is the best part about him if you're gonna do DPSing, so I don't mind him having a gain C deck. And luckily for him, his gains are not even bad like a lot of the other ones, so it's not even a tragedy. So it's fine. At least the arts cards are pretty decent. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets a dodge for 1 turn and 20% defense for 3 turns, so he can kind of take care of himself. Yes, he's arts based, so you know you can always make the argument like how much defense do you need in a kit, but it's just nice to have some way of being a bit self-reliant. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns and 15 stars on use, and then he does 500 damage to himself, which cannot even be lethal, which is basically a very negligible demerit. You just get 1 black rail tick on you that can't kill you, so it's fine. Decent supportive skill to, you know, boost the crit potential of the party, himself included. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, targeted 30% rainbow for 3 turns. Kuro wishes she has this skill. So I like that this is targeted nowadays after the MP buff, because it's a total legit case on using it on himself now, because he's a capable DPS. But before that, he was like, yeah, it's good because now you can have him as a support. The combination of this and the crits is not bad at all. I commonly, because I like to do like the so-called normal clears of bosses, if I bring some backliners, I usually slap like a Wuzetti on there or Chiron with like a Star Bomb CE, and when they come in, they just pop their skills and you get a nice boost going. He's like one of those that I also like to bring still regularly. Passive 17.5% debuff res is great. 10% crit damage, also great if you're DPSing. Divinity C doesn't do anything. Anti-Rider on the append, unless you're hitting his niche, won't really do much, but I guess if you're a big fan and you hit the niche, you can consider it. But yeah, then the buffed MP. So, before he does damage, it strips the enemy's defensive buffs. That is very nice utility to have. And then does a flat 150% super effective extra damage against Earth attribute enemies. Very common. And then on that overcharge does minus 20% crit chance down on the target for 3 turns, scaling up to 60 on max, which again, we already established that against Sabers is best case. That's already going to basically eliminate base crits. So unless they get crit buffs, they're just not going to crit you. Great MP, so good. This is like no bad effects, it's just all good stuff. Can hit really hard, actually. You hit that super effective, even if it doesn't scale, just that 150 is already quite a bit. He's just great as a DPS and then has good utility for supporting too. I like this guy a lot. How do you guys feel? Chiron.
Yeah, he is he's a servant that's gone through like waves of how people feel about him, because like in the early time he was like used as like one of those like supporty characters, and then better supports came out and everyone forgot about him.
Yeah.
But actually it's like a self DPS. I wouldn't use him as a support anymore, but it's like a self DPS now. Like he's pretty good, to be honest. He was I do know like he did like the Barghest fight in Lost Belt 6, and I think Castoria was the only other person to do that for like a 2-turn or something like that. Like he hits hard.
Yeah.
You know. So like he's good as a DPS now, because so he's weird because he moved from support to DPS. I like him.
There's a lot of Earth attribute Sabers and Berserkers, especially Sabers.
You could combo him with Yui as well if you want crits, because arts usually don't have a lot of ways to get crits. So if you have any crit support that has particular combos is good. But like I think defensive buff removal before MP is so good. And the MP is upgraded, so his damage, base damage, really good. I would say he's one of the strongest single target archers in the game.
I would agree.
I'd put him at least A+.
I was thinking A+ as well. Think he's great. Very good. Pretty unanimous, I want to say. Great. All right. Next up, you kind of mentioned him a bit earlier, Plushie, but yeah, we're going to talk about Asvatthaman next. So, single target buster DPS, also super high attack for 4-star. It's basically the same as Fujino, maybe ever so slightly under, but for a 4-star archer, 10.2k and then some. Very good. So that's nice. It's got double buster, double quick, which on now in hindsight, with the existence of Summer Scotty, actually pretty cool. Yeah, he has a buster MP, but you can still absolutely use her there. Totally fine. Gains are not bad, honestly. Yeah, he only has 1 arts cut, but the 1 arts cut is pretty decent. And the quicks are okay too. So it's fine. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown. He gets an invul for 1 turn and then a 30% battery. Pretty basic, but you know, it works. Again, Buster doesn't always take defense for granted, so it's kind of nice to have some self-reliability in terms of that. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 30% Buster up for 3 turns, and then this on-attack debuff for 3 attacks, 5 turns. So whatever he attacks with Buster cards, the enemy gets a minus 20% defense down for 3 turns. Now, I believe this is after damage, unfortunately, but that is quite a bit of defense down, considering his normal deck has 2 Busters, and his MP also triggers this, because it doesn't specify it has to be a normal Buster card. So any Buster card of his will trigger this. So you can actually ramp up quite a bit. You can get 60% minus defense down of this with 1 application. Pretty good. That's a lot of bonus damage. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 30% quick up for 3 turns, and then this on attack buff for 3 attacks, 5 turns. So when you use a quick card on him, he gets 30% crit damage for 3 turns. Again, unfortunately, after the damage is already applied, but you know, this way he also has fairly legit crit game too, in addition to damaging with his MP. So while the skill set is basic, it makes sense. You got the bare bones that you need and then some good numbers to go along with it. Very Fujino-like, I want to say. Not as much as Fujino, but still good numbers. Passives are pretty impressive, actually, for a 4-star. 20% debuff res, great. 12% crit damage, great. Then this passive, his unique passive, he gets 5% buster up, great. 10% buster crit damage, great, and then he's just straight up immune to mental debuffs, which covers a lot of annoying things, I want to say, like terror, confusion, sleep, charm, then, you know, a lot of annoying stuff. So that's just nice to have. Divinity sadly doesn't do much though, as usual, but the first 3 are just very solid passives for any boss fight. Third append is against archers, which is not really that relevant for him, unfortunately. The MP has never been buffed, but it's still not bad effects-wise, even if it doesn't have a lot. So, unfortunately, unlike Chiron, he also strips enemy defensive buffs, but his is after damage, but it's still nice to have, because obviously you'd still rather have it than not, of course, that goes without saying. And then, unlike, now in a good way, unlike Summer and his missing HP modifier is based on overcharge, as Plushy mentioned earlier. So it's a base 600% modifier all the way up to 1000%. And then again, it scales with how much HP you're missing percent-wise. So that's cool. You can increase that as well with the overcharge. Always nice. I mean, he's just really solid, right? He's basic, but just good numbers. Good numbers. I assume you guys probably like him quite a bit too, I hope.
I think if they made him nowadays, his effects would be before damage, honestly.
They would be. All the skills and the MP for sure. That's the one awkward thing about him, but still good numbers.
The other awkward thing about him is he does not play well into mighty chains.
Yeah, because he gets he wants to use Buster and Quick, right? Only.
Yeah. But those are the only 2 downsides for him is that. But aside from that, I think if they were going to give him an MP upgrade, they'd do the melt thing and just move it before damage.
And then he would be like really freaking amazing.
They can't, bro.
Why? Why can't they?
I think they could. It would be pretty nuts, but I think they could, yeah.
I see a skill buff more so, but yeah, I mean, I understand. He has been untouched since his release, and he's released it quite a while ago, and he's still kind of stood the test of time. Just kind of has everything in his kit, and he has really good damage. Like I used to say he is like the best 4-star single target archer, but like so many of them got MP upgrades, you know. So it's just kind of like now he's just really good, which is, I mean, obviously not a jab at him, but it's I do think nowadays I would probably prefer someone with an MP upgrade over him in general use, but like in like solos and something, I like to give him like a gut CE and he kind of just goes ham. So still, I don't know. It's either A or A plus. I still want to put him A plus, but I think it's
that's what I was thinking. Like one of the A's for sure.
Yeah,
I think
because like
I think there's just better options than him now. So A is what I feel, because like Chiron and Fujino are just they're that much better than him. So is
like half a tier.
Yeah, it's not a big difference. Like he's still great. A tier is not a bad rank at all. But yeah, I do prefer these 2 though, I would say. Yeah.
MP upgrades are just too big of a boost.
If he gets an MP upgrade, he would either be minimum A plus or straight up just immediately jumps to top tier EX.
yeah, he would be one of the strongest just single targets, yeah.
Yeah. Right, we're starting to populate these tiers. Funny. Alright, another summer is here. We're gonna talk about EMIYA Summer. Ooh, so much like her assassin variant, they don't seem to want to give her any like top tier variants. They just happen to be like kind of weird. But yeah, she's AoE Buster Archer with a triple arch stick as well. So I guess she wants to be EMIYA or something. Anyway, 8-point attack also not a great start. That's just quite a bit below average on the 4-star archers category. So that's not a great start considering she is definitely a DPS. Her arts cards are fine though. That's the one nice thing about her. Like she can kind of spam her MP, but yeah, we'll get to like it might not be the best thing ever. But at least the gains are fine. You know, considering there's 3 arts cards, they're all decent. It's fine. It's good. First skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 50% crit damage for 3 attacks, 3 turns, and then an evasion for 1 attack, 1 turn. They could have easily made that at least 2 attacks, 3 turns. Like, why is 1 attack, 1 turn? I don't get it. Or just make the crit damage 3 turns. Like, something on this skill needs to be better. Just a combination of those 2 things leaves this skill definitely very underwhelming. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown. I think this is the only thing in the game, be it a skill or an MP you can use that gives an enemy a taunt. So it gives the target of your choice a taunt for 3 turns on the enemy side, which is considered a debuff. So you cannot purge it as a buff. If you regret it later, it's now considered a debuff. And then the party gets 20% attack for 3 turns and sure hit for 3 turns. I do like the charisma. It's like a weird charisma because it's 5 turns, 20% party wide attack. You get the sure hit and then the weird taunt thingy, which I want to say is a demerit basically every time, because why would you not just want to target every single turn? You might not need to target a different thing every turn, but just not having that option is kind of weird. So I guess demerit makes sense in that sense. It's okay, because I want to say that the merit is not the end of the world. She's also AoE herself, so like it's still fine for the uptime on these two, the other 2 effects. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts and buster for 3 turns, and that's it. But there's a lot of these skills in this game, and a lot of them are like 6 turns, so I don't really hate it, but it's still kind of basic. Maybe could use one more effect, like a buff on this skill, could justify it. So overall, the kit is just, it's a whatever burger. It's a lot of offense, some utility, minimal defense. So could definitely do better, either on numbers or the amount of effects. First passive, 17.5% debuff rest is fine. 10% crit damage is cool, although she doesn't really have the biggest crit focus in her star gen at least. Divinity sucks as usual. Then she has her unique version of territory creation, so she gets 8% arts up, which is great with her triple arts on the deck. That's nice. And then minus 200 damage cut as well. Also a cool little bonus. It's not the biggest amount, but you know, mitigation is mitigation. It's just there as a bonus, so it's a great passive. Third depend is against assassins, which no, don't bring her against neutral, just don't. MP never been buffed, normal effect only does damage on AoE. Then overcharge is a party-wide 20% buster for 3 turns on base and 30% crit damage on base for 3 turns, getting up to 40 and 50 on max respectfully. I do like the party ramp up though, I think that's nice. But overall the MP itself just does not hit hard. It does not do damage. That's the problem. And then again, she wants to be this crit DPS herself or buff teammates, but she doesn't generate really any stars either. It's a 4-hit buster. It's gonna maybe give you 10 stars at most. They wanted to go into so many different directions with her, I feel like, but I don't think she really succeeded in much anything. She's like a jack of all trades as a DPS, which is even more weird. Usually you'd prefer that to be a support. I don't know what to mean. I think she's not good.
Well, she does have because you mentioned the taunt thing. But the taunt has a unique interaction that is very rare, but comes in handy. If you're ever doing a fight and you taunt an enemy, and then a different enemy does a taunt, you have 2 taunts active, your attacks can then bounce between the 2 characters instead of being stuck on one.
But it's only if you taunt them beforehand, because otherwise you can't taunt them after the taunt.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you would have to know beforehand. But yeah, I guess that is one like cute little interaction.
It's not very justified. Yeah, that's her. That's the only reason I would use her, just because like there are fights where I could do like you know the Lost Belt 4 tree fight where I could do like a Buster Break Chain and break 2 bars. That would be like, but it is not a justifiable thing to
No,
give her a
it's not.
plus
She's-
even.
Nah.
It's like it's such a weird interaction for like
And it's
flashy
rare.
stuff. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, like Miss said, I don't think anyone else has this ability.
I can't remember anyone else at least.
She would be a okay like sure hit giver if we didn't have Calamity Jane, but like Calamity Jane exists, so I don't think this is. It's no, I don't actually see a use case. Her gameplay as a DPS, her game plan is like trying to spam her MP and get a bunch of Buster buffs, but she only has one.
They should have
Buster.
just made this crit damage from the first skill AoE too, and these card types AoE as well. Maybe make them 20%. She would be a lot more fun because then she could like be full team helper. Because now the party only gets the sure hit and the attack up, and then these buffs for the MP. And her MP is not even that easy to get because she has 0 batteries.
Yeah, it's just weird. I mean, like on paper, this is really strong, right? 20% Buster, 30% crit up ramp for the party. That's nuts, right? But like, unlike Lohi, who has like I mean, in a similar spirit of a party buff, 2 party buffs on MP, it's a lot harder to get, and it's a lot harder. It's even harder to spam. So I don't think this is. I don't think she's very good at all.
She just doesn't excel in any one thing. So why would you bring her? That's the problem.
Yeah, I don't think she's particularly good.
I think she's like C tier or D plus, maybe a bit harsh, maybe C.
I think C.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I don't think that she's as bad as Helena. Like I
Yeah.
have seen her. I've seen hypers do damage. Just because the MP ramp up effect. Like if you brute force spam the MP, her MP does start to actually hit pretty hard. Helena just cannot do anything. I think like just Helena's like actually dead in the water. Osakabehime is very difficult to make work, but it's, if you like her enough, maybe.
Yeah. Unfortunate. Someday they're gonna release a Hime that's gonna be top tier from the get-go, surely.
Oh,
this is funny.
She's actually the immediate next.
Yeah,
one.
I didn't
That is
realize
actually
myself
so
either.
sad.
Well,
Oh
yeah, you
my
just talked
God.
about her, but yeah, we're gonna cover Calamity Jane next then from Saber Wars 2. So she's a single target quick DPS, but also a lot of targeted utility going on with this one. Basically 9k attack sadly puts her a bit below average when it comes to the 4-star archer's attacks. So that could be higher if you're gonna DPS with her, and you totally can. Gains cards are good though. Those are some good arts cards that she has a couple of, so she's doing really well, at least on that front. Maybe the best gains we've seen so far, I want to say, unless I'm forgetting something. So that's cool. Was this buff last year? I want to say it wasn't, right? I don't remember.
It's new.
Yeah, this is new.
It's new.
Wow.
It is new. That was from oh my gosh.
This is an amazing buff.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting one. Anyway, on a 5-turn cooldown, all enemies get a minus... Oh, okay. So, all enemies get a minus 10% attack for 3 turns. They get a minus 20% defense for 3 turns. Minus 30% crit chance for 3 turns. You get 10 stars guaranteed on use. Then you have 4 times 30% chance to get another 10 for each of them. So best case scenario, you get 50 stars with this. And also considering how many there are on average, you probably at least land one of those. So 20 stars minimum, I want to say, is not bad at all. Like, this is a pretty nutty skill. Like, just great debuffs and then those stars. Yeah, dude, this is great. This is really good. Why did I forgot about this buff? This is really good. Like, yeah, it's RNG, but it's the kind of RNG that is not a big deal, because even on average, you're going to get a good amount. Like, let's say, even if you whiff all 4 checks, it's still good, right? I would say it's still good. But obviously, if you land some of those, it's even better.
Yeah.
Because of the 3rd skill, obviously. But yeah, it's cool, man. Great skill. On a 4-star especially, wow. 2nd skill on a 6-turn cooldown. All enemies minus tick 1 tick down. Wow. Just on command, on a skill. Great. She gets 20% attack for 3 turns. 80% chance the party gets the 20% attack for 3 turns. And then the party gets guaranteed 10% battery. Also a great skill. It is a bit unfortunate with the 80% party, but if you're going to use her as a DPS, you can at least help a little bit with that with the 3rd skill, I guess. But yeah, and if you're going to use her as a DPS, you probably don't care too much about the team attack anyway. So
the 3rd skill makes it guaranteed, right?
Yeah, it does. It's the guaranteed effect on it, right? On minimum, I'm pretty sure. Well, we're about to see, but
yeah, I think so. I think it's
based on that, it actually is a great skill as well, honestly. So yeah, the 3rd skill, a 5-turn cooldown, targeted skill, guaranteed no matter what. Whoever you target gets 40% buff success rate for 3 turns. So you can help a lot of servants that need that, including herself. Again with this thing, does it help with this? It doesn't help with this, right? Because this is not a buff. It doesn't do anything for skill 1, does it? Yeah. So it's only for the 2nd skill on herself. Okay, but yeah, and then we get the fun part. So for every 10 stars in iteration, you get more effects when you use the skill. It doesn't consume the stars, but you do get more effects if you're holding these stars. So the target can also get 40% crit damage for 3 turns, 1500 absorb for 3 turns, evasion for 1 turn, invul pierce for 3 turns, and 50 stars for 50 star, you get freaking 20% battery. Yeah, 20% battery in the last effect. So if you actually land the max thing, that's an insane amount of stuff for a 5-turn cooldown, considering most of them are 3-turn effects too. And again, now with the buff to the 1st skill, it's not even that unlikely. Like, you kind of now it's easier to pop everything turn 1, right? Because you definitely start with the 1st skill, you do the debuffs, you get however many stars you get. Then you can do the 3rd skill, unless you have other star bombs, pop those first. Maybe even Cs, maybe even get all of the effects on her. Then you do the 2nd skill, you get all the RNG from this as well. That's a lot of buffs and debuffs. Well, obviously you might not need to tick down on turn 1, but there's still a lot of other stuff too. That's a lot of stuff for a 4-star, really, like in one kit. Wowzers. And it makes her so much more usable, even as like a, swap-in support now that this is a buff, because those debuffs are crazy, and then she can kind of enable her own 3rd skill a bit easier as well. So this was honestly like a spot-on buff for her, for both her DPSing and her supporting. Great skill set, honestly, really good. Passives, 50% debuff res, cool. 10% crit cup of Veridice, 10% crit star generation. So unlike most archers, she has the assassin passive, which is a cool bonus because she actually can generate some stars too, being a quick base servant. And then she gets 11% crit damage. So passives wise, we are looking pretty good too, actually. Very solid stuff. She's anti-foreigner, which is like, whatever. Doesn't really do too much for her. The MP has never been buffed, but it has pretty okay effects. So before damage, she gets a sure hit for 1 turn. Nice utility. And also before damage, on overcharge, the target gets a minus 10% quick res down and defense down for 2 turns, scaling up to 30% each on max overcharge. I kind of wish they were 3 turns, but the fact remains they are before damage. So they are a mini ramp up because it's 2 turns. But it's cool. It's cool. So I want to say she's definitely a capable DPS, but if anything, people are going to use her as a support, right? Because that's a lot of stuff.
Okay.
A lot
first
of
hot
stuff.
take of the day. Can I go first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Pretty hot take. She's EX.
Okay.
I think this is because like when people ask me, like they're doing the big like grand graph, whatever, like big class reruns. When people ask me, who should I go for? Who do you think is the highest priority role target in archers? It's Calamity Jane. Because this is a utility tool that you would want. Like, yes, Sherlock also pierces invul, but this is a character that is the best at giving you pierce invul.
And you don't need an MP.
Buff numbers, you don't need an MP. And if you look at the total buff numbers she gives, like, because like with this first skill buff, it is not unrealistic to get 250 stars.
I assume you slap a star bomb on her as well on a CE if you don't bring anyone else that has a star bomb.
Her bomb CE is a 4-star, 20-star bomb. So
yeah, it is the cheapest star bomb
taking.
as well if you get to her bond 10. Yeah,
true.
Exactly.
It's like the same amount that 5-star CEs give you.
Yeah, so like if you have like 30 stars, 50 stars, sorry, then her third skill is like her third skill plus skill 1, skill 2 is very good total amount of buffs. It's what? It's 40% crit, 20% defense down, 20% attack up for the party, and of course the invul pierce and the evade. I just think this is such
And then she does a
powerful
minus
support.
20% defense on her first skill too.
Yeah, I just think this is such a powerful support, right? Like
That's a crazy
you
amount
need
of
an invul
stuff.
pierce. And I actually discussed this with my server because people were arguing, Sherlock versus Calamity Jane. I just think like most modern fights, they don't really need you to continuously pierce their invul and defense. They usually have it for like defense maybe, but like invul, they're not gonna have the invul for like for that long. So like a lot of times
It's almost
Jane is
always
enough.
just one turn.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
like
the break.
Jane feels enough a lot of times. And
Yeah.
he and she charges. She charges a total of what? 50? Is it 50? No, 30.
No,
30.
it's
I'm stupid.
30%.
30. But like yeah, 30 charger, right? If you get enough stars. Now obviously the star RNG is annoying, especially if you want to like give her a taunt CE, you have to like land everything, which is like almost impossible. But like,
Uh,
you have Koyan Light as well, I guess. Like if you're using her in Buster, you have Summer Scott if you're using her in Quick. I don't know.
Yeah, it's only an
Sorry, keep
issue
going.
if you're doing arts, because for Buster and Quick, you have star bombs.
Yeah.
Like with Quick, you have to gamble 30% hitting, not hard. For Buster, you don't have to gamble any. Like,
Well, honestly, if you bring a star bomb with her, you only need to win 130% to get the invul pierce, and 2 if you want the battery, and that's it. With just her own stuff, the star bomb and this skill with the CE. Like that's it. You only need to win 130% out of 4 to get the invul pierce. So I feel like it's not that bad at all.
Yeah, so it's like maybe overall, if you want to use her as a DPS, she's not nearly as good as some of the top tiers. But like I just feel like this is a character that everybody should own, and it doesn't matter her MP level if you want to use her as a support, right? Just one copy.
So in
is
that
enough.
sense, she's like the next 4-star we're going to talk about in a different way. They're both just nice to have. But she maybe even
Yeah,
more so. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, I would. I don't know if this is like overrating. I don't even think this is just particularly if you like min turns. I think if you want invul pierce, this is just who you go to. Like if I need
because-
invul pierce, Calamity Jane.
because Sherlock's a 5-star. You have to use his MP to get the invul and pierce. Like the only time Sherlock is better is if you also need ignore defense at the same time, which
Yeah.
is super rare.
Yeah, like Sherlock gives what crit up and defense down, so does Calamity Jane. I mean, probably not to that big of a number, but like I don't know, man. It's I think
I think on
I think,
MP1
like,
is like 10% less than Sherlock on the crit damage. I think it's 50 on base if I remember correctly. So it's not even a big difference.
Yeah, so it's 50 and then 30, so it's 10% less of each.
Yeah.
But like,
But you get other
Is that
stuff
where
too that
sacrificing
Sherlock
a
doesn't
card-
do.
and like Mist and Rio said, you don't have to use an MP, right? So this is I would just say like de facto, if I need invul pierce, I would always bring Calamity Jane, and I think that solidifies her as just like not like in a general sense, but as a usability sense. I would like to put her in EX.
Honestly,
But
I'm kind
I know
of
some
I'm
people
kind of
do.
wanting to do it as well. That's a spicy one, but in a good way. I think I might do it.
Because like you got her, or you dump your Black Grill and use the invul pierce CE and lose like 60% of your MP damage buff.
Like I don't feel bad
Like,
about
it's-
it. I don't feel bad putting her up
Man.
there. Oh, sure. There we go. We'll discuss again at the end, but yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah.
So then, like I teased a bit just before this, we have a kind of similar case, obviously not effects-wise, but a 4-star archer that you kind of like to have for, several use cases. We have Santa Nightingale next. So she's a quick AoE DPS farmer, kind of on, seemingly, but more often than not, you would just bring her for her skills as a support instead. Much like Jane, so we'll see what she's got up. She actually has a fairly high attack though at 9.8k, which is definitely above average when it comes to 4-star archers. She has the same double arts, double quick deck that Jeanne does, and with her gains cards being just fine. They're not as good as Jeanne, but they're not terrible either, honestly, especially compared to a lot of the previous stuff. It's fine. Okay, fine, I'll show the FA. I swear, every time we do this, there's always at least one guy in the chat that wants to see the FA. There's your FA. Okay, fine.
Oh, because the legs.
Yeah.
There you
go. Some things never change. Anyway, first skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, all enemies get a -1 buff, which again always goes from the latest to the oldest in order of which can be removed. And then your party gets -1 debuff, again from the latest to the oldest, depending on if they can be removed or not. And the party gets a 3k heal. It's a cute little utility. Some fights even start you with some debuffs on you, so it can actually be nice to have there as well. Or some enemies could start with removable buffs. Rare, of course, in both cases, but they do happen. So it's just a nice skill to have just in case. Now, second skill on a 7-turn cooldown, targeted skill. Target ally gets Guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 1k revive. They get 100% buff removal resistance for 3 turns and then 30% MP damage for 3 turns. This is the bread and butter. This is why you would definitely bring Santa Nightingale. If you need 1 DPS to live, guaranteed, this Guts will not be removed. They will survive whatever the enemy throws at them. And MP damage is nice to have too, so yeah, it's the utility skill she is known for. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns and 30% crit damage for 3 turns. Also great in case, you know, you're doing the sack strat. She just comes in, plops her skills, and then bye-bye. You get a bit of longevity from this too. So skill set wise, it works. It makes sense, especially when you're doing that supporting strat. As a DPS set for herself, it's fine too. Yeah, it's totally fine too. She can do some crits and whatnot, but yeah, definitely cool for that interesting support role she has. Passives, 50% debuff res is alright if you actually need her to resist stuff. 11% crit damage is cool if you're DPSing, and 12% buster up doesn't really do much with 1 buster card, but hey, lore. And well, if you are gonna DPS where they bring Summer Scotty, I don't know, maybe it could be cute in that 1 rotation. Anti-Avenger on the append is pretty useless, because not only is it a neutral case, you almost never fight Avengers. The MP, so after damage, it removes enemy offensive buffs. So if you actually do hit her MP, if you're supporting with her, it can be a cool bonus, but most people never get to her MP. They just bring her with the skills. It also has the demerit of removing enemies' dots on them, which is kind of cute, I guess. It's not really an issue, though, unless... Because if you're going to do dots, you would never bring her to begin with. You would just do full-on dot supports. So that doesn't really matter at all. And then after damage, does a -10% defense done on enemies for 3 turns, scaling up to 20. I think this could have easily been 20 on base, considering it's after damage, but... Oh, yeah. Well... So the MP is... just fine, but again, most people don't even bother with the MP. Like, yeah, you can DPS with her. Farming, from what I remember, is it even on the sheet? Not very pretty at all, but like you can probably DPS. But she's just gonna be brought for the skills, really. That's it. And but that's a very relevant case, though. I don't want to make it sound like it's like nothing, because it's not nothing. It's an actual thing. Yeah, her farming is terrible.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I kind of realized the problem with putting Jeanne in EX. I feel like with the same logic, she should also be in EX, but I don't know. Just because these two are servants that I use so much. Just because like if it's a boss fight that has buff removal, sometimes I bring Murasaki, but like most of the times I bring her. I
guess nowadays you could bring Daon as well, but obviously it's not as good for your DPS than Gale is.
True. I will say one thing though. I don't think Jeanne being preferable than Holmes is a min-turn only thing. I do think perhaps Santa Gale being preferable over like Murasaki or Daon, who's like party-wide buff and more resist, could be a min-turn only thing, because like sometimes I want other people to die, but for most people not so much. So maybe that's a justification to dock her half a tier, but I would at the very least still put an A+ just because how used she is. A+ to EX. But yeah, I don't know.
What about Dio? What do you think about Santa Gale?
I do like her a lot. I use her all the time as well. But yeah, the thing is she doesn't have it party wide. So if you're trying to do like any sort of stally thing, or like you're trying to not kill her off, then yeah, it's a bit of an issue. But if you're trying to just keep one person alive, then she's the only one who really does that for Quick and Buster because of the guts there. Yeah, I kind of agree with Plush's reasoning of, for general use, like for me, she's like at the very top, but I can understand for general usage, it's a little bit lower.
I do kind of like Jade, maybe a slightly bit more, personally, but I do see the big value in Gale as well.
Yeah, because there's just no real
She's also
good
free.
replacements, and she's also free. So like everybody has at the very least, even if you don't pay anything, and she's in evocation, right? So like at the very least, you have a buff removal resist character in your team. I think that's very important because buff removal is probably the most devastating enemy effect, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's
mean,
definitely
they
A
have
plus
been-
minimum. I'll say that.
Yeah. They have been doing 500% buff removal, which is evil, like pure evil. This is just
They don't do that
useless now
often.
against it. Yeah, but like sometimes if they really want you to die.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, it's basically intended, so.
Yeah. So.
All right, we'll go with that for now, but potential for, moving. I'll say that much. So we'll discuss her a bit at the end as well. Okay. Summertime, once again. Next up is Summer Illya. Briefly mentioned Illya faces with Kuro earlier, I guess, and here we go. So AoE, quick, I want to say DPS. I don't like her looping too much, but she actually is a fairly capable crit DPS that a lot of people, I don't think, realize. 10k attack is a great start. That's a lot of attack for a 4-star archer. She's got double arch, double quick, which that's the one thing that I'm not a huge fan of, because obviously as a crit DB you like to have that double buster, double quick, but it is what it is. Her gains cards are just, they're fine, so no issues there. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 20% quick up for 3 turns, 500% quick absorb for 1 turn, and 100% crit damage for 1 turn. I like that there's at least one effect on this skill that's 3 turns, and it's her main card type. Otherwise, I'd have a bit more issues with this skill, but I think it's passable with this being the quick up being 3 turns, even if it's not 30%. It's just full DPS. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, and she gets an invul for 1 attack, 3 turns, 30% MP Jed for 3 turns, and then child servant allies get 20% attack for 3 turns, and she should have that as well. Yes, she does. So yeah, that's nice attack boost there as well. I wish the invul was like 2 hits at least. I'll say that much, because she is a quick servant, but it's some sort of defense at least. And I like that it's, again, hit and turn based instead of being like, 1 turn. Because otherwise it would be awkward to get this MP gen and the attack up as well. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets a 30% battery, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and then there's the Kuro twist, so 70% chance to get 500 healing per turn for 5 turns. Luckily for her, even though they haven't changed it, it's like it's such a meaningless effect, so like it wouldn't even be a lot. It's just such minimal healing, so if you miss that, you don't care at all. So luckily, it's not a big deal. You get the guaranteed effects that are good instead. It's a basic, but a kit that makes sense. With some numbers could be better. But effects-wise, there's things that make sense. Passives, 20% debuff risk is great for bosses. 8% crit damage also great, considering she also wants to crit, being a quick servant with crit focus on skills as well. She gets 3% gauge per turn, which is, just a nice bonus. Probably won't make a big difference in the grand scheme of things, but, it's just all bonus. Third dependence against archers, which I would not bother with. She's not for neutral cases. The MP gives her sure hit for 1 turn before damage, which is always nice utility to have. And also before damage, she gets a 10% rainbow for 1 turn on base overcharge, scaling all the way up to 50%. So while it's not ramp up, it does have fine overcharge scaling though. So there's that. And it just makes sure, Brave Chain always a bit better no matter what cards you have. So looping wise, I don't think her numbers are sadly not good. So again, I would not really consider her as a farmer, but I think she's actually not terrible as a DPS. Maybe not top tier, anything even close, but I think she's maybe a little bit underappreciated as a DPS. What do you guys think?
I think she's middle of the road. Like,
Okay.
She doesn't do anything special. I do think that I think her overcharge should have started at base 20 if it was only going to be one turn, but you know.
My main gripe is that she doesn't have 2 busters. That's the one thing I'm not a huge fan of.
Atalanta slightly plus. I mean, not slightly.
I would say quite a bit of a plus.
Yeah. She's Atalanta plus. I don't know. It's nice. I recall seeing some people work with her. It's just like I think normally you probably wouldn't really want to use her as a crit DPS. I mean, I don't know.
Well, her crit buff's only 1 turn too.
Yeah, but
She has 50% for 3 turns as well, though, on the 3rd skill when a good uptime.
Oh yeah.
True. Is she? My question really is she better than EMIYA as a crit DPS? I don't know.
I think they're pretty similar, honestly.
Yeah, then they could go in the same tier.
Now, can you be funny and just put all
But honestly, it is kind of funny, but honestly, I feel like they are very balanced gameplay-wise too. I think they are.
Yeah.
Like, it's not even for the joke. It's actually, I feel like she should be there, if anything.
Yeah, she definitely farms better if you want to.
Yes.
Yeah. Man, EMIYA, the society if EMIYA had 1 more buster card, bro.
Yeah, same with her. She would like one too. She would like also like another one. They should ask for the same thing.
This is
so it's now the EMIYA family, and Tomoe is now, I guess, the new housewife.
Yeah, there you go.
She's the stand-in for now. Okay.
Yep.
But yeah, she's not terrible, honestly.
Refuse to show up.
Oh, it's time. It's time. This might be one of the biggest things to this entire tier list, considering we only had 1 new servant. Of all the buffs that, I mean, I forgot about the Calamity Jane buff, shame on me, because that was an amazing buff, but of all the buffs, this is the one of this list. This is the buff compared to last year. Okay. So we're going to talk about Baobhan, she of course. Yeah. So single target quick DPS, 9.4k attack. It should be around average when it comes to 4-star archers. It's fine. Double arts, double quick with her gains cards. The arts are like just average. The quick ones are decent, so but there's 4 gains cards, so it's not too bad overall. So that's fine. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 40% quick for 3 turns. One turn of invul for herself. Party gets an evasion for 1 attack, which includes hers, so she gets like that double protection, I guess. And then the party gets, or actually the party members besides her get damage for 500. That cannot be lethal, so they just get a small tickle. Not a huge demerit, just kind of negligible. Great skill, if anything, for the 40% self-quick. Way higher than usually for self-card steroids. So that's a great thing. And again, being quick is nice to have more protection as well. Also, since you are the expert, Plushie, how does this skill work? Because she gets the 1 turn of invul and then the 1 attack. Do you get to keep the evasion for the next turn, or does it take prio?
No, you can hide it. Yes.
So if the enemy doesn't have like invul pierce, it keeps the evasion for the next turn.
Yes.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's what I thought it might too. But yeah, good to get the clarification. So it can have a bit of a longevity for herself too. Okay.
Yeah.
So second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, all enemies get MP sealed, skill sealed, and then she herself gets 30% battery. Oh, and the seals are 1 turn, obviously. I like the MP seal obviously a lot. I'm a huge fan of MP seal. Skill seal, it's a very mixed debuff. Sometimes it could even be a bad thing, honestly, in case the enemy is already like giga buffed, like permanent buffs, and they would like crit you, one-shot you with crit, and you kind of hope they want to use skills instead. Usually it is a kind of a nice thing to have though, but it depends on the scenario. MP seal tends to always just be good though, so that's nice. And getting to her MP, especially now with the buff, the battery is even more valuable. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown, so it's an absorb. So And the enemy gets minus 3k HP, which is like nothing, but she gets it as a healing, so 3k for her. So that's, in that sense, it's actually pretty cool. So while it doesn't do much damage, it's still nice to get some healing on her. If you max it, it's a 100% chance to drain the enemy by 1 tick. Thank God it's fixed with the levels, otherwise I would hate this skill. And then she gets another 30% battery for herself. So skill-wise, she can get 60% as is, and append, that's 80 already. Pretty cool. So the skill set, there's not the craziest amount of effects, but it's good. It's like especially carried by numbers, if anything. It's a pretty working skill set. It's even more better, or just better English, now that the MP buff is a thing. The batteries get more value. So passives, we get some pretty good stuff here. It's all basic passives, but they're high ranks. So 25% debuff res, highest rank of magic res, which is great. And then 10% quicken arts up permanently. It makes her base canes even better. Just great passives. Basic, but great. She's anti-alter ego on the append, which again, I said this during the Saber Tales as well, is actually decent, because if you don't have the big anti-alter ego, like, you know, Pretenders, or like Kama, Musashi, Knights are always viable against alter egos. There's nothing wrong with bringing Knights, because while you don't get the attack bonus, you do get the defense bonus, so it's not nothing for the append. And then the elephant in the room, we have the MP buff, so here we go. So before damage, she gets a sure hit for 1 turn. She does a 1000 damage curse on the enemy for 5 turn. Very important that this is before damage now. Then does the damage, and the damage does more it does more damage based on the amount of curse stacks on the enemy. So you get 10% more damage per curse, scaling up to 10 max stacks. 10 curses are counted. And then overcharge, also before damage, not that it needs to be really, is a curse amplifier for 5 turns, base 200% amp, scaling up to 400%. So I'm sure you can probably do some decent curse numbers now too, but most importantly, the MP itself just does so much damage now. Like, the fact alone, I was like, yeah, it's pretty cool that she can self-enable, you know, her damage needs, like Bunyan, for instance, or like Charlie. But the fact that it now also applies a curse every time before you MP is like, okay, I mean, sure, dude. So this ramps up pretty well, huh? Yeah. This is a really high damage MP.
Yeah, she doesn't have the thing that usually these type of servants have, which is like curse on attack or burn on attack. Or,
yeah, like get the ramp up faster. Yeah.
Yeah, but you have codes, and also because this is an upgraded MP, she at 1 curse. I mean, I'm only using raw MP damage, like not without external buffs. It could be watered down, could be, you know, actually better. But like at 1 curse, her MP damage is basically the same, like tied, the 3-way tie between the highest single target damage, say archer in the game. At same MP level. So like MP5 Baobhan does about the same as MP5 Tutankhamun and MP5 Ptolemy without traits at 1 curse. And obviously she can go higher with how many curses she puts. So like I think it's a pretty easy argument to say, like, in a boss fight she is the highest damaging single target archer in the game, which is very weird. I mean, okay, minus hitting traits, but like this is it's kind of ridiculous. And
basically is trait, like when she's hitting it.
Yeah, and it's only 10% if you use it raw, but it still already does so much damage.
But like, yeah, like you said, command codes make it so much better even.
Yeah, like I wouldn't say she's completely without fault, but like not every character can be perfect. But whenever I have a complaint about her, I am putting her like in a 5-star. Like, I'm comparing her to other 5-stars.
Yeah, you're nitpicking basically.
Yeah, it's kind of a nitpick because like nowadays, if you have this character, because she's despite being story locked, she's super common on raid up. Like so many people have her like just high MP. And then, you know, her at MP1 beats the damage of Welfare's at MP5. So it's just like pretty. Like it would tie. And then if you have her at like MP2, then she would beat every Welfare in terms of MP damage. So it's a very good, like, accessible unit you can use, and she has perfect synergy with Dolman because she's chaotic evil and Dolman puts a curse. So like whenever I'm doing boss fights with her, I almost always use Dolman because Dolman
yeah, that's crazy synergy. You get the buffs, and
it's
the curses are even more value from him.
Yeah, and you can even use his MP and put another one. So like she can start with like 30 to 40% super effective.
Yeah, and if you MP with Doma, you can get more curse amp as well for a bit more damage too.
Oh yeah, for sure. So like now Doma, I would say like if you really want to main her, quote unquote, Doman is a
yeah, they're like best friends now for sure.
Yeah, so yeah, pretty ridiculous buff for 4-star. I don't know, one of them. I mean, look. Oh, sorry, you go.
Even outside of her buff, like her first skill is basically like 2 turns to block damage. So for her at least, so like you know,
yeah,
a lot of value there.
She's good. Like I remember last time when we talked about her, I was like, I really like her skills, but her MP just doesn't really do good damage. And they obviously flipped that on its head.
Yeah, the one thing she was kind of weak on now is that one of her biggest strengths.
I guess if you want to put one 4-star boss killer archer in EX, it would be her.
I just assumed it was gonna be the most no-brainer EX of the entire day, if anything.
I suppose.
I don't think I just assumed you guys would also be on board with that. I can't see her not being EX.
Yeah.
It's just crazy.
Better than a lot of 5-stars as far as damage goes.
A lot of them, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. So next up, another pretty nice one. Also, somewhat I have a nice copy of as well. So summertime again. Yeah, who else would it be? So Anastasia.
Better.
True. Actually true. Summer Anastasia, single target arts DPS 9.5k attack puts her just above average when it comes to the 4-star archer attack. That's cool. She's got a double arch, double quick deck, which is fine because she has a little bit of crit focus, but she's all about spamming MP, so I don't mind her having a gain C deck. The gains on base are not great though, but luckily her skills and supports obviously make up for that, and she has a big battery, so it's not the worst. So on the first skill, 7-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts for 3 turns and a 50% battery. It is a pretty hefty cooldown, I have to say. I kind of wish this was 6 turns. I feel like they could have made it 6 turns, but yeah. It definitely gives you a very good start, though. You can just immediately start blasting, so it works for that. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets an invul for 1 turn, so this is a pretty cool case because most 1-turn invuls for self tend to be 6 turns, so that's already less. And then we got other nice effects. 100% buff removal resistance for 1 turn, so that invul will stay unless something really weird happens. And then you get 20 stars. So, hey, that's pretty cutesy. Not bad at all. Pretty good skill. Third skill's 4-turn cooldown. So she gets a sure hit for 3 turns. She gets 500% arts absorb for 3 turns. 30% crit damage for 3 turns. And 20% MP damage for 3 turns. Just a great skill. Like, insane uptime on 4 effects that are fairly good. So, yeah, just a really solid skill. I'm not sure why they made it 4 turns. Like, if anything, this should have been 5 turns and this should have been 6 turns, like the, plus minus 1. But yeah, it's a really good skill the way it is. So overall, the skill set, it's not perfect, but it's good. I think it makes a lot of sense. I don't really have big complaints about it, and I use her quite a bit. First passive, we get some not so common archer ones. The first one being fully unique, in fact. She gets 10% crit damage, but then in her own archer variant, she also gets 10% star gen. Not the biggest deal for her, as mostly an arch servant, but it's just a nice bonus to have. And then she has 9.5% debuff res and 9.5% debuff success rate. It will help with the MP, luckily, and you definitely want to land the debuff on the MP, so it's a nice passive to have as well. So overall, the passives they're alright. They're not amazing, but they're just alright. Good stuff. Anti-caster on the append is not really that desirable. Even though she can hit hard, I would not bring her against casters or neutral link in general. Then the MP, so it does a skill seal on the target for 1 turn. It is after damage, but it doesn't matter if it's after damage really. And then before damage, she does a minus 20% arts res down on the target for 1 turn on base overcharge, scaling up to 40%. So you definitely want to land that, because it not only increases the damage of the MP by quite a bit, it increases your refund for the turn as well. So yeah, the MP hits pretty hard. So like the one, it's just she's all about that MP spam with a small side of crits in there as well, with some damage and stars and whatnot. I think she's solid. I don't think she's necessarily like top tier, but I think she's very good. How do you guys feel about her?
I think she's very good. Like because she can sustain, because she has good like gain in her buffs or 3 turns. Yeah, I do kind of wish that they did add a cooldown to skill 3 and take one away from skill 1, but
Yeah.
what are you gonna do? It is a bit rough being 7 turns.
Yeah, 754 is such a weird cooldown, you know, stack. 655 would make so much more sense.
I still think she's like one of the biggest arguments against base Kuro.
Oh, I agree with that, and I even hype up Kuro a bit. I think she's definitely better. It's not even close.
Yeah, like MP2 Anastasia does about the same. Actually, I would say in general probably actually do more damage than MP5 Kuro, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, and Anastasia obviously, in my opinion, has a way better kit. So
yeah,
yikes. I think like she has the Summer Servant curse where like they don't really have a good reason to touch her. But like she's already really high tier, and if she were to ever get again an MP upgrade, she'd be insane.
Yeah, MP upgrade would send her. That would be crazy.
Yeah, especially for like an art servant who spams. So I'd put her. I don't know, at least 8 plus, but
yeah, I was thinking A.
Yeah,
I'm either A or A plus as well.
MP upgrades.
Yeah,
but she is really solid. I guess same with Asvatthaman. They're just like so solid, but they never got touched, which is like, yeah,
phrasing. But yes, it's very true, very true. Good servants though. All right, a few more 4 stars left. God damn, there's not that, like, man, they don't like 4-star archers, huh? Zenobia is the 3rd newest one, and NA has had her for like 2 years now too. I didn't realize how little 4-star archers they make nowadays. Well, I guess even 5 stars, there's not a whole lot.
She also got a buff that wasn't a buff.
Yeah, which we'll see. Yeah.
My God.
All right, so yeah, we'll see that in a second. But Zenobia on the conversation next. So AoE arts, farming, looper, and a DPS. She has presence in both for sure. First of all, 9.8k attack is great. Definitely above average when it comes to 4-star archers. Double arts, double quick. She has a bit of crit focus, so maybe a double luster would have been nice. But you know, at least it's not bad to be able to spam her MP as well, because MP is also a form of ramp up. But her gains, they're fine, actually. They're not very great, are they? On base, at least. They're below average, I would say. No, the arts are fine. Yeah, the arts are fine. Okay. First skill, also like Anastasia, 7-turn cooldown. She gets 30% arts for 3 turns as well, but then we get the different thing. She gets 20% gauge per turn for 3 turns and 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. So instead of the big battery, she gets these buffs that have a bit more longevity, I guess. I feel like there could be an argument to make this a 6-turn cooldown, and it could still be fine, but yeah, it's good effects though. So yeah, it's fine probably. It's a good skill. Second skill, I guess here we go then. So on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 3k revive, then this on guts activation buff for 1 time 3 turns. So if her guts is proc, the party gets 20% battery. Wow. And then she gets 5.
Only 1 time.
Yeah, only 1 time, yeah. And then she gets 500% absorb for 3 turns and 20 stars on use of the skill. So the only thing they added was the on guts activate, right? Which, like, I get it. But the problem is, you don't want her to proc guts. That's the one thing you don't want to happen. And even if you want to get it to happen, it's going to be hard anyway. Because at that point, you want only her to get hit hard because it's a team battery. You don't want your other allies to die because then it's a waste of 2 batteries. It's such a weird buff. It doesn't make any sense. Like, why would they give her of all servants a on guts activation thingy? She's an art servant too. You're just gonna be fine with Castoria. it's such a weird buff. It's so misplaced. Like,
It
this could
doesn't
be
make
good on
sense.
someone else, but on her, it's
Yeah.
misplaced.
Yeah, she's just like a full-on DPS, and they're just gonna waste it out.
Well, luckily for her, she's always been pretty decent anyway. So it's not like she was in a desperate need for buff, but this is kind of a slap though anyway.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, she could have been like one of the best loopers. When I mean, I guess we have a lot of good loopers here, but you know.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Right, the third skill. So on a 5-turn cooldown, the party gets 20% attack for 3 turns and then 30% crit resistance for 3 turns. So this is just a straight up charisma upgrade. It's the same cooldown, same attack, but then you just get that nice utility. So again, 30% is definitely enough to eliminate base crits from enemies. So unless they get crit buffs, you are safe from crits with this buff. And I definitely also prefer crit resistance to crit chance down, because 1, you don't have to land it because it's guaranteed as a buff, and 2, if enemies die, you still get to keep this. So this is like the best of both worlds. So effects wise, I do like the kit. I still don't hate it, even if this new line doesn't really make any sense. It doesn't make the skill obviously worse either, but yeah, it's still a lot of good effects here. Passives, 12.5% debuff risk is cool. Could be higher though for bosses. 8% crit damage is. She does have some crit boost, so I don't hate it. It's fine, even if she is arts. Riding B for 8% quick is fine. She has double quick at least, so it, you know, it could be worse. We'll take it. Anti-Berserker on the append is pretty nice to have with that nice 2.0x attack affinity. Then the MP has not been buffed, but it has some cool effects. So before damage, she gets 10% attack for 1 turn. Does not scale in any way. It's just a nice boost, I guess. Then does 150% super effective damage flat against king enemies. It's a bit niche, but you know, there's some sabers that have that as well. Obviously, the poster girl. And then also, I guess before damage, for some reason, you get the she gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 100%. So that's why crit is actually pretty interesting on her, because her MP is obviously very spammable, and that means you can keep a constant good amount of crit damage on her at all times. She does generate a bit of stars for herself, mostly from her first skill. Otherwise, you will definitely need some external help in star generation too, because it's not going to be enough to get consistent crits all the time. But it is an interesting form of ramp up, and a good one at that too. So, yeah. I still like Zenobia a lot personally. I'm not sure how you guys feel. Maybe you think the damage might be a bit underwhelming or something overall, but I don't know. I think she's good.
Looper.
Yeah.
Good budget looper. Not much.
Easily accessible to people. But yeah, it doesn't do anything terribly special.
Yeah.
Yeah. It helps that he's permanent, like you guys were saying with the accessibility. That's cool. I got 2 copies lately, even.
That's nice. Yeah, I mean, she's just nice, but like, kind of almost like a placeholder when you get like eventually when you get an SSR. You don't have to pull for an SSR Archer, obviously, but like if you do, kind of like maybe I don't know. Percival of Archers. I guess that's a really good description, but she doesn't have battery. I think not having battery kind of hurts a little bit. Just a little bit.
She does have the crit stuff though, even if it's not the best synergy ever. She does at least have that over Percival. So it's like, you know, you get some, you lose some.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, let me see. I mean, she's definitely better than EMIYA, the EMIYAs.
Oh yeah, for sure. I don't think that's an even argument.
Anastasia, and I don't think she is.
I do, because she does farm as well, though. Although you can use Anastasia and kind of farming. It's not. She doesn't have the team-wide stuff though. But I almost want to place her in A as well, personally.
She does have crit ramp. I do like that.
Yeah. I think I want to place her in A still with Anastasia.
Understandable. I don't hate that. How about you, Ria?
I was thinking B+, but that's fine. A is fine.
I think I like A, personally. It's not a big difference. I'll go with that. If anything, it's like we overestimated her as a little bit last year, Kaylis, and the buff basically does nothing. So it's nothing personal for her, but it doesn't. Yeah, the buff doesn't do anything for her in either DPSing or farming. It literally does nothing.
Like,
Okay.
if you use her Bond CE, it becomes a 50% battery when her guts procs, but that's about it.
Yeah.
So that's her theme. She wants to give MP when she dies. I don't.
Yeah, like that. Most of her kit is like very
Yeah.
selfish and self-buffing, but it's like, oh, let's make her a battery machine.
Sure.
All right. 2 more archers to go. Next up, summertime once again. At least last of the 4 stars. We'll be seeing summer again on 5 stars though. But we got summer Barghest next. So AoE Buster arts, I guess. We can have the interesting card type switcheroo mechanic in full force again. 8.8k attack is a bit unfortunate though, sadly. That's quite a bit below average when it comes to 4-star archer, so that's one of her biggest drawbacks. Deck is double arts, double quick, which I'm not sure why, because she seems to emphasize Buster and arts, but then they didn't give her double Buster on the normal deck. And the gains are just okay on base, nothing remarkable, nothing crazy, just whatever. Okay. Then we got a lot of stuff to talk about with the skills. So, first skill is 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% attack for 3 turns, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and then this interesting on attack buff for 3 turns. So whenever she normal attacks, the party gets healed for 500 per normal attack. Again, the MP doesn't proc it because it's normal attack, but all her face cards and extra proc this. There's no limit, it's just 3 turns. And then... this is interesting. If there's low star ally alive on the field, she gets 20% more attack for 3 turns and 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. Very interesting. She wants to have at least 1 low star in the field when you use this, because that's not nothing. Those are actually 2 significant lines. At least the first one is very nice to have. So interesting. It's a bit awkward though, because obviously you probably wouldn't bring low stars mostly with her, but yeah, at least Shufu is a decent candidate of the low stars, so it's not bad. What's the note here say? Oh, it talks about even if they're great. Yeah, that's a given, right? Yeah, okay. And Mashu also works. I didn't know that, but that makes sense because she starts as 3-star. Okay. Anyway, second skill is 7-turn cooldown, gets a 30% battery for self. Party gets an invul except for herself for 1 turn, so hey, allies are protected at least. Allies besides her again get a 3k heal, and then again all allies besides herself get a -1 cooldowns. So she really likes her teammates. Even the first skill effective with the healing is called weakling protection, which I think is pretty cute. Interesting. She definitely keeps her party alive and going, so that's a thing. And then the third skill, so here we go. 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% MP damage for 3 turns, and then you can swap from AoE to a single target for 3 turns. There it is. So that's her gimmick thingy. But you don't have to do it, it's optional. You get to choose, obviously. And then she herself gets a super large trait for 3 turns, because yes. Fire truck, I guess?
So far, it's still been useless, but
yeah, they haven't done with it yet, right? It's just a thing. Honestly, if any, do we have any super large? It's just a demerit, right, for anti-super large stuff from the enemy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I don't think we have any super large buffs.
Yeah, like she might be able to tank Arthur's attacks before.
True, because of class affinity, but now with this, yikers. Oh no. And especially now with the buff, he has it for 3 turns.
Yeah.
And oh god, that's funny.
Killer.
Damn.
Yikes.
Well, this is a really I really don't know what to make of her skill set, man. I guess I'll cover the rest first, but yeah, it's a lot of weird stuff going on with this skill set. Anyway, 15% debuff versus cool for bosses, 6% buster up. Doesn't do much for her, I guess, because that 1 buster card. She has 4% crit damage against man attribute. The number is small, but man attribute at least is a common one. And then if the battlefield is burning, she gets 5% gauge per turn. And also on the burning field, she is immune to burn and burn amplifiers. Interesting. She does not really enable it, right? But, you know, it's cool, I guess, to have that in case the map happens to be burning. Although we have some other servants that can do that, but would you really bring them over other supports? Probably not. Anyway, anti-ruler on the append. That is not good. That is like this is like the worst case scenario. 1, it's bad affinity, and 2, it's an insanely rare class to fight. You can't do worse than this. So, oof. All right, the MP then. So again, the effects are the same, right? Both for AoE and single target, but yeah, the damage changes obviously. But effects-wise, it removes offensive buffs from enemies. It is after damage, but it's fine because it's offensive buff, so it doesn't really matter if it's after or before for the most part. It does remove burns and burn amplifiers from the enemies, which I think is very cute because it's a fire truck. Not really any massive demerit, especially if you're going to use her. You don't even want to see any burns to begin with. And then, before damage, she gets 20% arts up for 1 turn, scaling up to 40 on max overcharge. So it's not ramp up, but it's a nice overcharge. It could be like something much worse, so I don't hate it. So Summer Barghest, I'll be the first to admit I don't really use her or have really used her much. I don't have a good opinion. I don't know how to feel about this kid. Is like, is it good in theory? Have you guys used her a lot?
I mean, oh sorry, you go first.
I've used her for some things. I wish her second skill affected her more. But it is true that like you can just do, you know, Jufu Castoria if you're being, you know, cheap.
Yeah, it's still less stuff, but you can, at least you get it's a bit more incentive to go budget, I guess.
I mean, I do think it's nice to be able to change between single target and AoE. That's her gimmick.
Yeah,
She definitely is I feel punished for that gimmick by having some other things be a little bit weaker.
Mm.
But
yeah, oh sorry.
I think she's aggressively okay.
Her refund isn't great, but the change gimmick is great when it lines up. Like when it's a AO, like multiple enemy wave early on and then 1 enemy wave on last. That's like the perfect thing for her to farm. But her refund isn't great. And I actually think the second skill is pretty nice if you run her in like a slower arts team. Like if you run her with like Tomoe and Castoria, having both of their skill cooldowns run faster is very good.
Yeah, cooldowns for those are insane, especially Castoria. It's insane.
Yeah, so I actually quite like this, even though this doesn't really affect her. The invul, I would say most of the time is wasted. I guess there is one thing, like I have used her with Castoria and Tomoe mostly, and you can do this, and then Castoria skill 3 on her, so then the party involved. But like that's, you know, you gotta time that, so it's not.
Well, to be honest, a lot of the times you're gonna pop it immediately anyway, and sometimes the arts DPS themselves might have an invul that you want to pop, and you might waste an invul anyway. So I guess this way you don't waste an invul no matter what.
Yeah, but yeah, it's just I think like you don't necessarily want to force a low star with her. And just like I think the cooldown reduction is really nice. Her ability to change, if you do run like a cooldown reduction focus arts team, you can kind of keep her in single target mode if you are fighting against one enemy. That's also something I quite like because it's obviously not a permanent transformation. But yeah, I think like overall it's better on paper because like I remember when she first came up, you're like, oh man, the farming is insane because she's an arts looper, and on the final wave she gets like giant burst damage because she literally changed single target and the damage increase is massive, but it's literally double damage, right? So
yeah.
But at the end of the day, her arts AoE performance not great, and you know, it's just she's just okay. I think she's very fun though. I really like to play around with the character. But yeah, overall,
it's a character that favors the fun of playing with her. Like, there's a lot of characters in the game that aren't like top tier like gameplay units, but they're fun to use, right? Yeah. And she falls in. She just like the original Barghest is not like, sure, she's not the best DPS, but she's fun to use, and this one is fun to use, and so I like using her, even if it's not optimal.
Yeah, I don't know. I
think last year we had on B+, and I might still be vibing that, honestly. or a B.
Yeah.
Maybe
I
B
still think her
plus.
party utility is really good in arts. It's just kind of
Yeah, just
melts
good
well
synergy
together,
with the
so,
good supports that everyone's gonna have.
Yep.
Yeah, she's fine. No worries. Right, the last 4-star of the list also existed last year as well, and she hasn't had any buffs, but honestly, she is pretty good regardless. So we can talk about Saika Magoichi from another Gura Gura. Single target arts, I believe. And this is the quick brain rot. Okay. Basically 9k attack is sadly under average, but if anything, that's one of her only weaknesses. She's got double buster, double quick, very rare on the archer side, but hey, that's Subber Scotty synergy though. Her gains cards are actually solid. Yeah, they're solid. Again, you feel that modern servant vibe for sure. At least a lot of them tend to have pretty good gains. So that's cool. Deck is good and the numbers are good. Minus the attack. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a sure hit for 3 turns. The full party gets 30% crit damage for 3 turns and a 30-star bomb on use. Pretty alright. So it's very similar to the Fujino skill, but this is like party-wide, basically. So hey, that's not bad. It's just nice to have all of these effects. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% buster and quick for herself for 3 turns and 30% crit damage as well. So there's one of those 6-turn examples I was talking about earlier, but at least it has a third effect now, so... And they're all offense and effects that she wants to have, so hey, sure, it works. It's basic, but it works. Third skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets a 1-turn evasion, and then gets a 1-turn taunt. Yay, good combo. And then for more combo, she gets 50% MP gain on damage taken for 1 turn, and then also a 20% flat battery. So it's just a nice skill. Like, you basically get a free turn most of the time, and you also get a lot of battery for it too. Like, pretty... that's nice, man. It's nice. Yeah. And that's the whole kit skill-wise, but honestly, for welfare, it's basic, but it's good. It's all about, you know, it has the survival that Quick wants, it has the offense, it has synergy. It's just good. Alright, passives. 12.5% debuff rest could be higher, especially when she has a taunt, but, you know, it's something. 10% crit damage is great. 5% arts up, not the most meaningful thing for her. And especially when she has 10% arts crit damage there too. Kind of an interesting thing, I guess. Sadly, not the biggest thing for her with that 1 arts card. She has anti-append on the Berserker side. Very, very nice. Super solid for the offense side. Then the MP, obviously free MP5 on a welfare. Does a minus 20% crit chance down for the target for 3 turns. Flat, no scaling, but that's a good amount because it basically for sabers again. Disables crits on base. Then before damage, she gets 20% buster and quick up for 1 turn on base overcharge, scaling up to 4D. So it's not ramp up, but it is her main card type, so it helps for both the MP damage and her follow-up Brave Chain, hopefully, because 4 of her 5 cards are those card types. She's just one of those things that's basic but really nice, right? Like, actually very good.
Yeah.
Nothing crazy, but just good stuff.
I mean, she has like a very easily spammable NP.
Yeah, it's
her
a
quick
10
cards
hitter
when
as
you're
well.
running in a team generate a lot of MP.
Yeah, 0.75 on a 5 hitter on quick is actually that's a lot. Very good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mostly use her like last year when I had like, you know, full free-to-play teams versus like you Olga or whatever. And she's really solid. The taunt is she has a taunt, right? Am I crazy?
Yeah, with the evasion.
Yeah, the taunt,
and then the MP gain increase.
The taunt is actually interesting. Yeah, it does help her spam even without like supports, and overall just solid. Like I think if you want a good archer boss killer, and you don't have like a really good choice, this is a really good welfare, and she does very well both on cards and MP damage. I think one of the bigger weaknesses of Baobhan is like she doesn't have good card damage, and Saika does, so that kind of does separate them in a way as well. Really good. The free MP5 definitely is a helper here.
Yeah, she would be a huge get for new accounts. You would be running her for so long. And even then, if you have an established account, she could still be good too.
Oh,
I
you
just
mean
not evocation
evocation?
yet. Yeah, I almost called it
Yeah.
super recollection. But
Yeah, she's a bit new for that, but yeah,
they should add her.
fun.
She's useful. Well, it's almost 2 years now. When she was like, she comes out this year in NA, right?
Yeah, and
Well,
that
yeah,
good
I
again is also like
suppose.
close to the end of the year as well. It's really late.
Yeah, I suppose. I'd put her in
I would say A plus. Is that too high?
ooh, A plus. That's pretty high. I mean,
Yeah.
but if you're considering the bump from the welfare factor.
Although nowadays we don't assume MP1 for the others, so maybe A
Yeah.
because of that.
Yeah.
Probably A.
I'd lean more
Like
towards
high
A.
A.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd lean more towards A.
I think she's really good, but you know,
Yeah. Now since we don't assume MP1 for non-welfares, I feel like A is better than yeah. Okay. But yeah, she's really good. If you need better single target archers, play the event later this year. NA players get her for free. So with that, we conclude the initial placements of the 4-star archers. Not a bad curve, I want to say. And next up we have, what is that? 16 SSR archers and 1 SSR berserker, because reasons. And if you don't know why, you will definitely know after this list is done. We won't do a full coverage for her either, by the way, but she will be placed because I feel like it's appropriate and funny. But yeah, moving on to the 5 stars. And not quite day 1, but very close, because he was actually the first 5-star that wasn't permanent, that had a rate up. And also the first limited SSR in the whole game. Obviously, it's going to be Gilgamesh, right? Because they're like, you know, how do we kickstart the game? We need to have popular characters, but we can't make Gilgamesh permanent, so just immediately make him limited, like close to, it was like 2 weeks, 3 weeks into the game or something. Yeah, Mr. Golden. And then he's had like he's probably had the most rate ups of any limited 5-star as well. I mean, it helps that he was early on, but there he is. With his interesting numbers and kit and everything. They really made him irregular from the get-go, because, you know, he's supposed to be Gilgamesh. So, AoE, Buster, DPS, and Farmer. I almost want to call him more of a farm, or not DPS than a farmer, but, you know, I guess you can do both. Attack at 12.2k puts him above average when it comes to 5-star archers. I don't actually know who has the highest attack of archers. I'm guessing it's not him, because it's not that much above average, but maybe it could be a bit more balanced than I thought it is.
It's Durga, I think.
Oh, well, you would know, I guess.
Yeah,
Fair
I
enough.
think Durga has a really high attack stat. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, we'll see that later. Cool. But yeah, attack is still good, of course. He's got the double Buster, double Arch deck, and his gains on base actually not as impressive as a lot of people might think, but obviously he has a skill that elevates that quite a bit. But on base, they're just okay-ish. But based on the hit counts, if you give him a lot of, you know, if you give him any arts up, MP gain up, or whatever, it can definitely go pretty crazy. 8 hit extra as well is pretty nutty. That is nuts. Now, first skill, I believe this buff existed last year as well. I'm pretty sure it did. So on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 21% attack for 3 turns. And then Sky Attribute allies get 20% MP damage for 3 turns, and then a 20-star bomb on use. And hey, why don't you know, he himself is Sky Attribute, so there you go. He gets more MP damage as well. It's a good skill now. It used to be not good, but now it's good. So there you go, that's a good buff. It's just all offense. Why not, I guess. Good skill. Probably his best skill. Not even close, right? Yeah. Second skill, on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 50% MP gen for 3 turns. So this is the thing I was talking about. When you have this on, then his arts cards suddenly start blasting gauge. Because if you have a 5-hitter with 0.84, then yeah. That's pretty crazy. Doesn't do anything else though. I feel like they could easily buff this though. Obviously this can remain unchanged. There's nothing wrong with this, but just this as the only effect. I mean, come on, dude. We can do better than that in this day and age. Third skill has been buffed, so on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 600% absorb for 3 turns and a 30% battery. This is the reason why he can loop, obviously. Otherwise, it's just there for him to get, you know, more stars guaranteed. Sadly, he doesn't have crit damage, though. That's the one thing I've always kind of liked to see in his skill set. He doesn't have crit damage. He does have a good passive, but that's about it. Anyway, speaking of passives, 11% crit damage, there it is, a little bit at least. 10% debuff versus nice. I actually never realized magic versus E. Damn, the lore is real. And then a little bit of divinity, which is useless because it doesn't do anything meaningful. Anti-rider may or may not be relevant to you. If you have a fat copy, sure, because even, you know, he's anti-servant still, or anti-most servants in the game. So it could be a thing, but for most people that have a very modest copy, I would not bother. Buffed MP. So before damage, she gets 30% MP damage for 1 turn, flat, no scaling. And then the famous, super effective on overcharge, anti-servant damage, minus some exceptions that have Enuma Elish nullification, get is up the base 150 to 200 range. So yeah, let's look at the list here. It is a good amount of servants, but considering there's like what 500-600 servants nowadays, and some of these are not even playable, yeah, it's like, I would say it's like 95% of servants at least, if not more. So it's a pretty good super effective, of course. So for farming, it can be a bit awkward. Well, if there's like a big wave 2, because that's not going to be a servant most of the time, right? You're not going to get that super effective. On wave 3 is going to be good though. But yeah, that's the one awkward thing about it for farming, at least.
Well, it's 10%. Because there's 430 servants about, and about 43 of them don't take the extra damage, so...
Okay, a little bit less coverage then, but still pretty nuts. Okay. I mean, Gilgamesh, this is going to be one of the big topics, obviously, because there's people that think he's always been EX and it should always be EX, and there's people that says he shouldn't be EX, like, because he's still lacking stuff. Like, the thing I think he's great. He does great damage, right? But like, it's mostly with his MP. It's all about doing a lot of damage with his MP, and then, you know, spamming it as much as you can for bosses, because his face cards won't be doing insane damage. The only thing he has for face card damage is attack up, right? And it's not even a whole lot. Yeah. That's the only... I would love to see crit focus.
I will say in Buster, it is quite easy to fix the card damage problem, but still, yeah, I know what you mean. He is all in on MP, and when he's not hitting trait, then it's kind of... Yeah, I mean, I just, like, especially in, like, normal challenge quests where there's mostly servants, he is still really good, but like in a lot of, like, you know, like main story boss fights where they're not servants, then he's just like you don't see him anywhere. So it's kind of a difficult thing to gauge, I guess. I remember him as being one of the like most like brute force farming units. Like people just brute force Buster Loop with him, but he like you said, wave 2 he usually has to overcome with like grails and stuff. So I don't know. I think he's still like at least A+ though, just because the MP is so strong.
Yeah, he's just carried by numbers.
He's
hard carry.
A+ or S, like between.
That's always. I feel like we always every year we have to say it's always like A+ or top tier. It's the same discussion we have every single year.
Just because once you're not hitting servant and the lack of his other buffs, he just kind of falls off really quickly.
I mean, it depends though. Like who is better? Because like you gotta remember, anti-earth and sky are also servant only. Like
wait,
from Tesla.
Wait, what do you mean?
Like who?
Oh, they were servants. Yeah.
Yeah, they're also servant only. So like. My real question is like who really is better than him?
I personally prefer Tesla, but then maybe that's just me. I think he does more. His kit is more complete. That's the thing I like more about him.
Yeah. Depends on if you like to rely on support, because like I do think a lot of things, like other than the Invul Pierce, Tesla, a lot of things that he has, if you are using like hyper offensive supports, doesn't really matter that much, but it's difficult. It's a difficult question. I think it really depends on how you play the game. Like if you play the game like full offense, and then you have all the supports, I think Gilgamesh, being a beat stick that he is, can still be EX. But if you're evaluating a servant more individually, maybe he should be docked down a half a tier. I don't know. But, yeah.
So tough, man. Why does this have to be the first 5-star?
I mean, you can just take a A plus and think about it later.
Yeah, we're gonna do
And then not
exactly
think
that.
about it later.
We're gonna do exactly that. Okay, A plus for now, and then we'll discuss at the end. I want to talk about other servants too. Okay, let's go. Next one though, oof. I can't believe not again buffed with this new rotation. I cannot believe it. It's a crime. But yeah, we're gonna talk about Artemis next. So single target arts DPS. Wow, 11.1k attack is quite a bit under the average when it comes to 5-star archers. Not the best start. Double arts, double quick. That is a 1% arts card. 1%. Think about that for a second. The quicks are actually pretty solid, considering, but the arts, like, why are they so terrible? Well, not a great start. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown gets 50% defense for 1 turn, 20% attack for 3 turns, and 50% debuff rest for 3 turns. I don't really hate this skill. I think this skill is fine. It's a bit wonky, but it has good effects only, you know? So it's fine. It could do maybe a bit more, but at least it has 2 effects that are decent on a good uptime, so it could be a lot worse. But then we get to the issue I was talking about earlier with Nobbu as well. Anti-male 100% for 1 turn on a 5-turn cooldown. So if you're not fighting male, it's a dead skill. So that literally means you can only pick Artemis when you're fighting male. So that's it. That already limits the servant quite a bit. You don't want to have a dead skill in a fight. You don't. You just don't. It's not good. They should, both this and Nobbu should get buffs to where they do other stuff as well. That always works. This is no good. Alright, third skill, 6-turn cooldown. You get evasion for 1 turn and 34% crit damage for 3 turns. It's alright. I mean, Artemis is still an archer, so crit damage is never going to be a bad stat to begin with, because, you know, the absorb on base is pretty decent, and, you know, you get some protection. Although she is art space, so maybe not the most needed, but it's still nice to have for sure. It's never a bad thing. And that's the whole kit. Definitely does not scream SSR in 2025, but yeah, it's a kit of all time. Passives, 12.5% debuff rest should be higher as well, but it is what it is. 11% crit damage, fine as well. The problem is she won't generate stars herself either as well. You need a lot of external help for that. Anti-archer, even against males, I would not bother. I would not bring her on neutral cases. MP has been buffed, and I do actually like this is the one thing I actually do really like about Artemis. The post buff MP is great. So it does a minus 20% attack on the target for 3 turns, guaranteed tick down, and minus 20% crit chance on base overcharge for 3 turns, scaling up to 60. It's just a very nice crippling MP. This is the one thing I like about Artemis. That's about it. It does decent damage too, all things considered. But yeah, it's like I just don't like a lot of this stuff.
I think this is like, she is not necessarily an anti-male servant because, like you said, it's a 1-turn power mod anyways. It's not. I wouldn't classify her as a anti-male.
Yeah, it's just a problem with the skill in general. Like even if you bring against her male, this skill was still it's just a burst for 1 turn. Otherwise, it doesn't do anything. Yeah, so it's just it's a bigger problem than that, if anything.
Yeah, so it's like she's a very old school like stall arts DPS because she gets the infinite drain that kind of limits enemies MP frequency, and then it was a really strong combo with Tametomo, who also had a drain. But like, you don't care about enemy MPs anymore in most cases in this game. It's
at least not in arts for the most part.
Yeah, like unless they always have buff removal, maybe. Like, yeah, you can bring Daeon, but like maybe it's silver. I don't know. I just think I just think like it's not even versus Uriel or not. It's just like I would not use her.
I kind of agree, sadly.
I don't know if that's worse or better, because I don't think it's very fair to compare it to Uriel, because Uriel is literally unusable against non-males. And
yeah,
this character is usable against non-males, but are you gonna use this character against non-males? No. I'm telling you, it's a firm no. I'm not using this character.
Can't remember the last time I used Artemis, and I have an MP5.
Like, look, it's just like the single target arts. We have so many like I know it's unfair to always bring up other classes, but it's like we just have many options. And I feel like right now the game arts as a card type really allows you to have leeway to go hyper offense because like Castoria can handle a lot of stuff. So like arts doesn't necessarily need your DPS to do more defensive stuff. It's like I would rather have someone like Barghest Summer who helps Castoria defend my team more instead of having some kind of defensive shit and like mixed into her kit and like taking up space that she could have had for offensive stuff. So I personally am not the biggest fan of her, but I also disagree with the Uriel comparison. But yeah, that's there you go.
Why didn't they buff her with this? They have so many opportunities. I don't understand. Do they think she's going to be broken if she gets a buff because the MP actually has good effect? Like, I don't get it. What's the problem?
They buff Skaha and that she's crazy.
Yeah.
Like if they made her second skill 3 turns and then gave it like
something else,
battery or something.
How is this the answer is very easy. The answer is because nobody cares about this character. I'm sorry. Like I'm not trying to be mean. Like the one time where she had a chance to get a buff, which is Olympus, where she was like super cool. She had like this fucking orbit giant laser. They didn't buff her. Then no, it's over.
You know what's funny? I don't think a single person has ever said yes when they got a random spook by Artemis. I don't think a single person has ever been happy about that.
She even has an animation upgrade, which I like.
I think her
animation, yeah, she has an animation.
Wait, really now?
From launch, yeah. It's actually pretty cute. She throws her bow around, it like circles and stuff.
Oh, you mean like just her? I thought she got an animation update at some point. Yeah, you just meant like her animations as is.
No, she did get one.
Wait, she did? I don't remember this.
Yeah, they did a while ago.
Oh.
Yeah, she did. It was a long time ago, but she did get one. Maybe it doesn't look that glamorous because it was like an early animation update, but it's kind of like Atalanta, where like they kind of got some. I would say at least she got a really good MP upgrade. So like if you really like to use her, I think she's completely usable. It's just like there's not a lot of
reason, yeah.
Either. Yeah, like
so where
I would rather use a spammy character.
Where would we place her? I think last year she was C+.
I don't think she's that bad. I don't think she's that bad, but
really, I would consider. I would put her like if we were talking about the worst SSR in the game. I think she would be in the conversation. Maybe not the worst, but she would be in that conversation.
Well, I mean, she's not the worst, but
I think Lancer Artoria is way worse. Oh fuck, that's next.
Whoa!
Sorry about the swearing, but that's net.
We need to get Cat Rod for next week. It's gonna be funny.
He might agree, man. He wants a buff on her, I bet.
True, yeah.
It's just.
So I mean, I won't go higher than a B though. I won't go higher than a B.
I think C+ is where.
I would, I would like to still do C+ personally. B would be like Adam absolute max. I'm not toxic. I just want to see her get buffed. Like if you're watching this lasagna, change her. Come on, she deserves more. Please, just do it. All right, moving on for that. We mentioned him just earlier. We got Mr. Tesla next. An archer I'm a pretty big fan of at least. AoE Buster DPSN can farm a bit too as well. I definitely prefer him on bosses though. 11.7 attack puts him just under average, but not a whole lot on the 5-star archer front. He's got the double buster, double arch that you mostly expect from archers. His gains on base are not the best, but much like Gilgamesh, his skills do help with that as well. On base, they're just fine. Nothing crazy. First skill, much like EMIYA, has been buffed twice. So now on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 50% MP Jed for 3 turns, again same as Gilgamesh. He gets 40% debuff success rate for 1 turn, which is pretty cool when he's the MP. The party besides him now also gets 30% MP Gen for 3 turns and 20% buff success rate up for the whole party for 3 turns, which is also great when using the second skill. So it's pretty cool. I like this skill a lot. It's just a lot of nice stuff that, you know, fixed a lot of the bad things about his kit to not be so bad anymore. This is how you should do buffs, if anything. Realize what the weaknesses of a servant are, and then realize, wait, should those weaknesses exist to begin with? Probably not. So, on that note, the second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he has an 80% chance to get 30% defense for 3 turns and 30% MP damage for 3 turns. But hey, won't you know it if you pop the first skill? Hey, now they're guaranteed. Wow, very good. On a 5-turn cooldown with 3-turn uptime, great to have both guaranteed. And reminder, both skills are 5-turn cooldown, very important. Then he gets 20% attack guaranteed for 3 turns and a guts for 1 time 3 turns with 3k revive. Such a good skill. Considering now, if you do the correct order of operations, you get everything guaranteed. Imagine this skill on a 5-turn cooldown is just nuts, right? I mean, that's so much nice stuff. So it's like all good uptime, all good nice stuff, man. Like the combo of these two is just chef's kiss, man. But then we have another vanilla, but a solid skill. 6-turn cooldown, gets a 50% battery, 10 stars on use, and Invul Pierce for 3 turns for added utility. Great. Basic, but great. That's a good skill set, even to this day. Actually a great skill set. Just has offense, defense, utility. It's the whole package. Skills. 15% debuff rest could be higher, but it's something. 8% crit damage could also be higher, but hey, we take it. Very basic passives. Anti-caster in the append, unless you're fighting Earth specifically, I would not really bother too much, or Sky, I guess. But yeah, they buffed MPs, so 40% chance to stun all enemies for 1 turn. So with the first skill, it now goes to an 80% chance on base to stun enemies, which, yes, it's still not guaranteed, but it's a hell of a lot better than a 40% chance. Does 500 damage to himself. This can actually be lethal, which is funny. It would be impressive to actually perish to your MP. But it is possible, theoretically, I guess. But obviously not a huge demerit at all, in case that wasn't obvious. And then the super effective overcharge is the standard 150 to 200 range against servants that are Earth or Sky attribute. Sky obviously being a much rarer one, but Earth being a fairly common one. Only behind man attribute. I mean, I've said this many years in a row. I think Tesla is just really freaking good. Now that we have all these buffs for a good long while, I think he's just that good. Yeah, okay. I don't see a lot of bad things about him, like almost at all. Maybe, I mean, the stun isn't guaranteed, but it's AoE to begin with, so that'll be maybe too much to ask. So it being 80% is already a lot.
You know, I see the stun in my mind goes, no! Not an 80% stun chance.
But it's AoE though, so I feel like it can be it can't be 100% right on an MP. That's fairly spammable.
Oh no, because like for me, I don't want my MPs to stun. It infuriates me when.
Okay, I get it.
But I understand for the normal player that it's great. But every time I'm doing something and an MP has a 60% chance to stun and it does, I'm like, great, thanks a lot. But no, for normal play, it's good. I think that's fine. I do think he's good. I like the 3 turns ignore invincibility.
Yeah, that is really good. That is like one of my favorite part about his kit. I don't know if I want to like put him higher than Gil though.
That is a thing, yeah. That is a thing we have to talk about because they are very comparable. I think he's a more complete servant, but Gil has an easier time hitting his niche, I guess.
Yeah, it's just like when you have more supports, you make up for the stuff that Gil doesn't have compared to him. But so it really depends on how you like to play the game. Like if you like a character to be more of a solo carry, not like literally solo, but like a character to handle a lot of stuff on their own, then you know I think Tesla is a better character. But if you just want like raw damage and don't care about anything else, then Gil's a better character. I think that's pretty.
I do think Tesla is better than Gil, and then I have to think if we're just looking at like archers here, is there a better 5-star archer? Like
who's EX? I mean, you can argue Ptolemy, but yeah, you're right.
They were going to talk about Ptolemy later for sure.
Not to jump ahead because he comes super early, so but it's just like my thought process. I'm thinking ahead, and I'm like, if we're looking at just archers here, is there anyone
I feel like 5-star archers, there's not like a crazy amount of insane standouts, really.
Or I should say they're all very good.
Yeah, they have a good they have a good average power level. They don't have like an inconsistent where there's shitty ones and then really amazing ones.
I guess maybe we should.
That's my problem with archers in general is archers are generally good, but they don't stand out one way or the other.
They don't stand out outside the
great.
class. Like some other crazy CERNs in some classes, they're like, oh, dude, they would be very great even outside of their, best, affinity matchup. But Archer's like, oh, they're mostly like class contained, I feel like.
Yeah, it's weird.
Except for Gil.
Yeah, if you have that fat copy, yeah.
I think Gil actually trends. So like me personally, I would not put them in a different tier. But I mean, I can understand both in EX.
It's either both an EX or A+.
That's my opinion at least. I mean, it's just one.
I do think it would be funny if EX only had 4 stars in it, though.
It would be funny, but I feel like that would be a bit too much. Obviously, they're not directly being compared. If, as a disclaimer, again, for anyone jumping to this point in the video, we're obviously not doing direct comparisons between different rarities because that would be a bit too much. But yeah, just before anyone could, in case it ends up happening, before anyone comments, I'm actually now tempted to put both into EX.
I don't think though that they deserve. I think them being at A+ is.
Like, if we talk about inside the class, I feel like an EX is a fair argument. But if we talk about servants in FGO and then have a general EX qualification level, then maybe not. So it's really like, which way are we going to do it? I feel like we should keep it to class. Like, even if they would be EX on Archer, does that mean they're going to be as good as, like, let's say, Van Gogh on, like, a foreigner list? I don't think so, right? But it's... if we make it class contained, which I think it should because it's an Archer tier list. These are the EX tier Archers, right? I think it's fair, right?
They are the best of the Archers. So put them if you put them at the top because they are the best of the Archers. I guess, yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, I'll change it again, and we might again do a different thing. We're just gonna go back and forth, both of the EX for now. Okay, moving on. Another servant I'm definitely not a huge fan of gameplay-wise. Arjuna is next. Sadly gets the short end of the stick when it comes to the Arjuna variants being released much earlier and not being edgy, so I guess it's not as good. Hey, his attack is high though. Also his AoE Buster Arts, or AoE Buster DPS, I can't talk. AoE Buster DPS, you cannot really farm. I'm sure some, crazy people, make him farm, but for the most part, you won't farm with him. 12.3k attack is very high, so that's great. That's like the one really good thing about him. He has really high attack, great. He's triple arts, so he's like the 5-star EMIYA in that sense. And his gains on base are not impressive. Especially his quick card is dog water in terms of gains. Not good. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 50% Star Jet for 3 turns and a debuff immune for 5 turns. The Star Jet is whatever, especially because his MP is only a 1-hit Buster AoE, but I think there is a bit of niceness to having a 5-turn debuff immune on a 6-turn cooldown, meaning he's almost fully debuff immune if he can land this buff. I think there's a bit of cuteness to that. And not in just like a useless way. It can actually be a pretty nice thing to have. So that's like one nice thing, yeah. Second skill, an 8-turn cooldown. He gets 25% battery on use. Then he gets 2k healing per turn for 5 turns, 8 stars per turn for 5 turns, and then 10% gauge per turn for 5 turns. Like, I get that it's already buffed, but we have had skills that have been buffed again, right? We literally had 2 of them this list. We had EMIYA and Tesla, so why can't this be buffed again? They fixed it 25% on Karna as well. Why is he still stuck with this shit? Also, what are these numbers? 8 stars?
I mean, even
what
if it's
is that?
30, you can't loop anyways. 8
yeah, but we still want to see round numbers and just make the skill even better. This is not an 8-turn cooldown. What are you high, right? It's a buffed skill. This is not an 8-turn cooldown. Nah, it's way too little. You need way more to justify that. This would need like a 50% battery.
Heal, at least. But yeah.
Dude, Enkidu has a 10k heal on instant click, which is this entire skill.
I mean, sometimes 10k heal is worse off than.
Yeah, I get that.
But like they are very scared of charge per turn in general. Like if you look at Pope Jones skill 3, it's an 8-turn cooldown as well.
Mm-hmm.
So it's.
And I think this was a very early buff too. At least in this day and age. Okay. Third skill, 5 turn cooldown, gets 30% buster for 1 turn and 20% MP damage for 1 turn. So it's maybe ever so slightly better than a standard mana burst because you have the mix buffs and obviously the better Oberon synergy, but I still hate this skill. I don't like it. I will never say that I like a mana burst. I feel like Otto tried to make some cases for mana burst last year, but I don't like mana burst. I think they're trash. I just don't see the value.
I mean, I think it depends on the character. Like if it's like I think it's fine on Jalter, for example, but that's
Yeah,
because her
I mean she has
other
some
stuff are
farm.
really-
Yeah, she has
That's the only one
farm
I can
relevance
think of.
now too. Yeah. Anyway, overall the skill sets, I am not a huge fan. There's some nice stuff going on, but I just don't like this skill set overall. Unfortunate. 50% debuff rest is cool, 10% crit damage is cool, Divinity B is not so cool or useful. Anti-Berserker though on the append, that's nice. Is that because of Arjuna Alter, you think? Or am I forgetting about someone else? It's funny, I guess.
I don't know, but at least that's a good append to have.
Yeah. The MP. So, one hit buster AoE. Normal effects. 50% chance to instant kill after damage. And then another check. It's not even like an extra chance. It's 2 checks, I believe. It's an 80% chance to instant kill divine enemies. So if an enemy is divine, it first tests at 50%. If that whiffs, it tests at 80%. And if that whiffs, I mean, it doesn't matter because it's instant kill.
Most divine enemies are not killable.
Yeah, they're so high, either on rarity or their death resistance. But the overcharge, 20% defense down for 3 turns after damage, getting up to 40. Yeah, it's basic. Yes, it would be better if it was before damage, but at least that's not bad. That's kind of ramp up, you know? That's something. That's the one nice thing about the MP. Otherwise, I hate this MP. It's also, again, 1 hit buster. It doesn't even give you any stars.
I'm a Baru, it's not
That's
even
the
necessarily...
returner.
It's not even necessarily his skills that are bad. I think this MP is
Yeah, it's atrocious almost. The only saving grace is the small niceness of the overcharge.
His
Like-
only good point is 5 turns debuff immune.
I just realized
Everything else about
this
it is
MP might as well be the same as Altera's because the instant kill stuff doesn't matter. Otherwise, it's the same. It's a 1-hit buster here with the same overcharge, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. He's another example that fits really horribly into like quote-unquote modern buster if you want to run Koyan Light. He's trying to be like a self-sustained archer, but do I care about a self-sustained buster archer?
And it's so slow as well, the self-sustain. It's so slow. It's it lasts for a while, but it's slow.
I just think that the game is really competitive and the game is very offensive. Like it is. Look, it's an RPG game where you always go first and you can spam your ultimate. Like it is. You are going hyper offense almost all the time, and I think this character is just slow, like you said, and you know when you're slow, you got to do something crazy, and I don't think he does it crazy enough to justify his slowness.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't like his playstyle overall. There's gonna be cases where you're like, you know, like Arjuna, like people keep bringing up Cernunos. He even has anti-berserker. It is pretty good. I'll give you that. But I'll probably prefer what's his face? Super Orion. Oh, he's on the list as well. What
Yeah, of course.
he essentially has infinite debuff immunity, right? So like, I'm not saying just because another servant exists, this servant can't exist. I'm just saying like, it's not enough to justify all his weaknesses. Is what I'm trying to say. I don't think he's like unusable, but I also don't think you would use him. I think he's worse than Artemis.
Ooh, I'm thinking maybe the same tier or just a half tier under.
He is definitely worse than Artemis.
He's worse than
Artemis.
Artemis.
I think Artemis is more usable than him. Because like Artemis,
I can maybe be on more with that.
Whatever, but like at the end of the day, it's an upgraded Arts MP that you can stop the enemy from MPing. And
Like, you could think of a reason to use Artemis. I cannot think of a reason to use this dude.
Yeah. Man, what a contrast between like
And
it
they
does.
gave him a triple art spec as a buster servant.
Does he have the biggest contrast between like if a
afterwards.
servant has 2 5-star variants, he has like the biggest contrast between his variants.
Oh boy, yeah, I mean Arjuna Alter is ridiculous. Right?
Yeah.
Of course. But...
Anyway, wow, there you go. That's not very good, but it is what it is. Summertime, we're back. let's talk about Arturia, or Artoria Summer. So, single target arts DPS 11.2k attack puts her quite a bit below average when it comes to 5-star attack on archers, but it's fine, I guess. Could be better. Double arts, double quick is fine because she lives and dies by her MP. If you pick her, if you don't MP every turn, you're doing it wrong. The gains cards, the arts are fine. They're not amazing, but they're fine. Quicks are also fine. Like they're even decent on gains overall, especially because there's 4 gains cards. First skill on 6-turn cooldown, he gets she gets 30% arts up for 3 turns, 30% battery now. I forgot if this buff was last year or not, but yeah, it's a thing. Sure hit for 3 turns, that's at least something. And then 20% party defense for 3 turns. So this is just mostly to get a better turn 1, I guess, because she definitely does not need a battery. That was like a kind of a weird addition, but I guess now you can just start better. Sure. But yeah, the utility is nice. It's a good skill on a 6-turn cooldown. Also, this is self for party-wide. The defense is 20% party-wide. I'm not sure what I said. But yeah, it's nice. It's actually a good skill. Second skill, 4-turn cooldown. Heals self for 5k. Loses 10% gauge. Honestly, if you have more than MP1, the demerit might not even mean much, because you can easily go above 100. So it might just be a heal. But honestly, I still don't like this skill, because all it is a heal. That might be overkill sometimes anyway. I wish this did at least something else. I don't mind keeping the demerit, honestly, because again, it's very easy for her to get surplus MP. But wish it just did something else. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, full party gets 18% attack for 3 turns, and then again, much like Summer Ann, male allies get 38% star gen for 3 turns. You're probably not going to bring too many dudes to support her anyway, so maybe not that relevant. Kind of a bad skill as well, honestly. It's really all about the first skill. In fact, it was the one skill you don't have to buff. It wasn't amazing, but it's still the best skill even before the buff of her kit. So yeah, it's like the one nice skill she has. Passives, 20% debuff for us is great. 10% crit damage is not really all that relevant for her because she doesn't really generate much stars, nor does she have much crit focus to begin with, and not a high attack compared to a lot of other 5-star archers. 10% arts up is great though. That's really good. Very nice. Anti-rider, even if she loops like super easily, I would not bring her on neutral. Right, MP. So besides normal damage on normal effect, there's a 70% chance to tick down the enemy target. And then base overcharge, 20% bonus refund on base, scaling up to 40% on max. It's a 10 hitter. So this is the highest refunding single target MP in the game, right? Right?
I think so.
It should be, yeah. I'm pretty sure from last year I remember seeing it. I hate the normal effect thingy, but considering you can basically MP every single turn when you bring her, and if not, something must have gone wrong. Maybe you get drained at the start of the turn or something. Yeah, if you can bring enough support, it fully refunds itself, basically. You don't even need face cards. They're just nice to have, but yeah. Obviously, MP itself doesn't do the craziest amount of damage, even if she is super Black Rail compatible. Because, you know, she doesn't have the most damaging effects ever. I mean, she's still relevant, just because the MP is the easiest thing to spam of any, like, single target MP in this game. This or Draco's, probably, overall. Very easy. I think she's good, but maybe not top tier. I think she's just good. She's very solid. Yeah.
She's a very single target. But yeah, I do think that her damage is like her damage is a little lower than I would expect. And that might be due to her attack stat being, well, archers have an attack penalty of 0.95, and she doesn't have the highest attack stat. So
yeah,
I don't think she can do neutral, basically.
Yeah, you would not bring her for neutral.
Yeah.
Story of archers, isn't it?
Yeah, they truly are self-contained.
The X tier people. I think the X tier people can do neutral, and then
there can be some arguments, yeah. So, A or A plus?
Can I take a look at the list again? A or A plus? Yeah, because
caution.
I might use Chiron over her sometimes. Ooh.
Honestly, yeah, he doesn't refund as well, but I feel like if he hits his niche, he's gonna do more damage though, right?
I mean,
As a
true.
4-star.
I guess he has to hit his niche though.
Yeah, otherwise
so.
she would do better as a DPS.
Yeah. 8A plus. That's close. Abe. I'll give her an A. Huh? Do you have a good single target 5-star arch? I mean, okay.
Well, I will always argue for Super. I will talk about him later, but otherwise, we got Ptolemaios at least.
Yeah, there's a well, is he better?
I would go A plus, I think, because there's not a ton of competition for 5 stars at least. Yeah, let's go A plus for that. Frigate. Carried by the MP spam. Alright, another fan favorite, of course. I mean, I'm a big fan of her too. I used to be like, I lean more towards the Resh in the past, but now I like Ishtar more again. Maybe I'll change my mind again. But yeah, Ishtar time. AoE buster DPS and can farm as well. Probably the most comparable servant to Gilgamesh at least in terms of their kit's versatility. Tesla obviously has a bit more stuff going on. They're like the OG trio, really, if anything. It's not even like between 2, it's like between 3, but we'll see. 12.2k attack is very high, definitely above average. It's basically the same as Gilgamesh as well, from what I remember. Double Buster, double Arts, standard Archer deck. MP gain on base is actually not bad. She can get some nice Arts cards going. First skill on 5-turn cooldown. Party gets 20% attack for 3 turns and 20% crit damage for 3 turns. It's pretty basic. Honestly, I would kind of maybe prefer it to be, at least the crit damage be self-only. But, you know, there's a bit of multi-core with the attack, I guess, to be enjoyed. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown gets a 50% battery and then an 80% chance to get Invul, Pierce, and Invul for 1 turn on herself individual calcs. This is the one thing I don't like about her, because if you need Invul Pierce, you can whiff it, and if you need Invul, you can whiff it. Those two can be meaningful. Yeah.
You can use Calamity Jane for the buff success rate. Oh, wait.
Indeed.
Yeah, there you go.
So yeah, I've never been a huge fan of this skill. Sadly, she doesn't have a buff yet that would fix this. Anyway, then the really interesting third skill. So on a 3-turn cooldown, she gets a delayed buff for 1 turn that you cannot stack, unfortunately. It would help a lot, honestly, with her farming numbers if you could. But then she gets 50% attack for 1 turn after that 1 turn. So the next turn, basically. So you can't use it turn 1, but any turn after that you can get it for, I guess. And it's a short cooldown, so if you're using it for bosses, you can definitely use it at least 2, 3, 4, maybe even more times. No worries. I kind of don't hate it, even though I normally hate mana burst. It's the fact that, I mean, yeah, it's awkward because it's with delay, but it's the 3-turn cooldown at least, so the downtime isn't massive.
Why isn't it stackable?
They didn't want her to do Koyan farming too well. Because the 50% attack is a lot.
Came out well before Koyan.
But wait, did we know that it was... Because... Oh yeah, I guess back then you could get enough cooldown reduction as well to test that it was stackable or not. True. Did they know? That's kind of crazy. Did they have a future-proof idea?
Oh yeah, you could use Atlas Academy Mists.
Yeah, and Tamamo. Tamamo and Atlas. You could do.
Well, no, Tomoe wouldn't work. You'd have to use...
because it's at the end of turn.
Oh, you'd have to use Rider Made Alter.
Oh yeah, that you could do 1 turn. Yeah.
Oh, true. Yeah, this is I don't know, man. This is
yeah, it's a bit unfortunate.
It still wouldn't be amazing if it was stackable, but it would be interesting.
It would help, yeah.
Yeah, but no.
Overall, I feel like I have the same issue here that Gilgamesh. There's not a whole lot of stuff going on. It's some okay stuff, but needs more, I think. Right, passives, 20% debuff first is nice, 10% crit damage is also nice, and then, hey, first actual good divinity. The flat damage sucks, but it also gives 22.5% debuff rest, so she, on base, has 42.5% debuff rest, which is very nice. Can actually resist a lot of debuffs with that. Yes, it's still not consistent, but that's permanent, so that's cool. Anti-ruler, we got another winner for the worst append in this class. Unfortunate. Hey, you got Luvia to thank for that, right? Hell yeah, best girl ruining her. Let's go. Sucks to suck.
Nubia definitely.
Yeah, it has to
Didn't
be
need
her.
it.
Always ruining my game.
Oh,
Alright, the MP. So AoE damage, get 20 stars on use flat, and then before damage, 20% buster for 1 turn, scaling up to 60% of max overcharge. So this is the one thing that kind of sets her apart from Tesla and Gil. She doesn't have a super effective. Both of them obviously have their own super effectives. Ishtar does not. So she is a generalist in that sense. She has no niches whatsoever. But she still has numbers though, right? So it's not like she's bad by any means. She has numbers for damage.
But I definitely think out of the trio, she aged the worst.
Yeah, because
I
you
think
prefer
she
to have
is
those super effectives.
The average archer. Like if you're talking like what is the baseline average for an AoE archer, I'd probably look at her, point to her, and go that one.
I would maybe say Napoleon. I think she's a bit better, but yeah.
Napoleon I actually
think,
like Napoleon.
Napoleon
by-
has some funny thing. That,
Oh, you like the utility?
Yeah,
Well, I guess he has a
And
super
divine.
effective as well. Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah, he has an anti-divine.
Yeah.
And I believe because his ignore invincibility 1 isn't chance based. I mean, he's next on the list, right?
Yeah,
I think he might be the
he's
next
soon,
one.
but-
And he has
No,
another
he's not.
MP that I like better. But I think he's better than. Oh, he's not next anyway. But yeah,
I almost think he's better than Ishtar, bro.
he is. I think Ishtar is average, so she's not bad, and she's good, but she is like the baseline average of what you're looking at with like a AOE
Yeah.
archer.
You can say she's pretty bad.
So,
Not bad, but-
so I'm
In
guessing you guys wouldn't place her very high. I was thinking like
Nope.
B plus or A.
No, I'm rating her. I'm being favorable to her by calling her the average. If you want my honest opinion, I think she's like C at best.
Oh,
But-
there we got the spice. Whoa.
That's C.
But I'm-
Come on.
All right,
I'm
comments will be on
I'm
fire.
being accommodating here. Look, I have a 120 Resh. I'm gonna fight Ishtar.
Mhm.
I think she's a B plus. Realistically, I don't think she's like great.
I don't think she's A. I think she's average.
Damn, she's gonna come down from last year.
Yeah, look, she
Okay.
really did need a buff.
I think your chat might be mad at me, but
No, she really needs. Dude, second skill RNG, no
Yeah.
anti-trait. Third skill gimmicky as fuck, can't stack.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, 20 star bomb on MP is pretty good, but like, we have other ways of generating stars as Buster. A lot, actually.
I kind of wish
so-
the OC at least ramped up as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's
The overcharge
or
could've
make it
ramped up.
higher than 20% if it's one turn.
Yeah, like if it ramped up, then she would have like good neutral looping damage, right? It's just if it was stackable, it
Yeah.
should be higher for you. Maybe, but the skill 2 also really pisses me off, so I don't know. It's like that
Yeah.
skill 2. Holy crap!
what does the current list look like?
There's 20 star.
I think I'm gonna B plus her.
Oh, he does. Wait,
but
really? I
He
forgot.
he got that with the buff, yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, then no, I don't.
I think I'll go
I'm-
B
I'm-
plus. Dude, I hope people aren't gonna be too mad.
Dude, B plus. I think
Don't worry,
B
they
plus
can
is.
blame me. They can blame
Nah.
me for
I'm-
being
If anything, I feel like I'm being the most generous of my hosts here.
You are.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
are.
So
I think-
okay. So
I think
YouTube
B plus is
comments.
generous.
I'm making a compromise here. They would like to see her even lower. So let them have it. Let me have it.
Yes.
Get me out of this, okay?
I'll fight you
Yes.
about Ishtar any day of the
Yes,
week.
Yeah, he's gonna be in the
I would like
comments
to
fighting.
put
I'm sure of it. Okay.
I would like to put it lower. It was correct for Gil to turn down her marriage request.
Okay.
He's
Now
too good.
we're really going in there.
Yeah, there you go. He's too good for her, man. Get here.
Okay. Let's talk about Moriarty next. Okay. Single target buster DPS 11.7k attack should be around average. No, it's a bit lower than average among. Damn, they have really high average attack. Jesus. It's not bad though. But then the dick. Triple arts is back. Now on an actual single target as well. Yeah, those gains are
What's
not
an archer
good.
with this deck? It's worse than casters.
So
What
bad.
the fuck?
It's
Like
so
honestly,
bad.
I think Moriarty gets a bit more hate than he needs, but I do still hate the deck. That's the one thing I
Yes.
always hate.
What is this?
And the gains are not good either. There's not good. They're maybe
cool
okay at
costume.
best, but even then it's like, he needs a lot of support to make them good. Alright, first skill on a 5-turn cooldown. He gets an Invul Pierce for 1 turn, Ignore Defense for 1 turn, 600% Absorb for 1 turn, and a 20 Star Bomb. It's a cutesy burst skill, I guess. I like it a bit more than a mana burst because at least it does multiple things, but downtime is still real. But hey, at least you can, probably do damage that turn if they have defenses. Second skill on a 5-turn 6-turn cooldown. Now you still need to possess 10 stars, but it doesn't consume them. It's kind of weird like that. So it's like Jeanne in that sense. So you get a 50% battery. You get 20% MP damage for him for 3 turns, and then his allies get evil alignment for 3 turns, which is kind of cool when you see the third skill. So on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% attack, and then evil allies besides himself get another 20% for 3 turns. So if you pop this first, then your allies can get 40% attack, which is not nothing. That's quite a bit. It's just, I'm kind of mad that they exclude him from this. I get that they don't want to give him 40% attack on a decent uptime, but come on. It just feels like a middle finger, Man. I don't hate the kit, though. It's super basic, but it has numbers. that's the one thing is kind of okay about it. Yeah. No defense, though. So if you're going to go up against bosses, that is a bit sketch. That is very sketch for sure. Nor does he have defensive utility either. Anyway, passives, 12.5% debuff res is pretty low, sadly. 11% crit damage, though, is very nice. Anti-caster in the pen would never bring him on neutral. So forget about that. And then the MP. Honestly, it's basic, but it has one good thing about it, the OC. Because the normal effect only does damage, but then OC, before damage, base 20% minus defense down on the target for 3 turns, scaling up to 40. It's not a bad form of ramp up, and especially because it's before damage. And it generates a few stars too, because it's 12 hits on Buster. I mean, he's simple, but I feel like he gets a bit too bad of a rap. But the deck is the one thing I can't defend at all. The deck sucks.
If he had a 2B, 2A Q deck, which would then grant him a better NP gain stat, I think he would be much more favorably looked upon than he is currently. The only thing he's got going for him is that MP line where he screams Subarashi really loud, and then you're like, yeah, I like that one.
And then he has to laugh as well.
They could buff his MP and make him like the hardest hitting.
Isn't he already kind of hard hitting on a lot of charts though?
Yes,
I feel like that'll be.
Yes, but like if you compare him to like, I mean, like he has about the same. He has like worse damage than like Ptolemaeus and Tutankhamun, and like those characters. I mean, Tutankhamun has his own.
Yeah, but they have
like,
versatility and they have much more complete kits otherwise.
Yeah, it's just like this character. I do think like the scary part is the defense down before damage. This is what makes his damage so good. But it has no other effect. Really, like I think every MP that has no effect at the effect bar,
the normal
get an
effect
MP upgrade.
Yeah.
Other than Draco, that one, I want one because it would be funny, but I don't think she needs one. But like other than her, like if you look at Tomolancer is anti-male, but she doesn't have anything else at base as well. I think like those MPs should get a buff, like realistically, because they could do more. It doesn't have to be an offensive thing. It could be utility. It could be whatever. Right, I just don't think he and making him the hardest hitting MP, hardest hitting. Not even,
I mean, honestly,
in general,
now that you say
fine.
that, I guess it would be fine because one, he doesn't have the best crits otherwise, so his face cards are kind of trash. So if he would have like the hardest hitting MP, maybe it would be okay for the single. Maybe it would be fine.
It's okay. I think it's
fine if you.
Like, it would be the hardest hitting if they give it a buff. It would be by default because it's already hard hitting one. But yeah, honestly, forget it. Buff the damage and then give it a normal effect that's poggers as well. So yeah, screw it. Because, that at least make up for the really bad deck. Let him have that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? I'm convinced.
Yeah, I agree. It's kind of like, how Semiramis needed a huge damage boost. I mean, sure, he got an MP upgrade, so she has to get it elsewhere. It's just like they kind of need it. You know, like
Yeah.
even with the boost, they still have deck issues.
Because they have big
so, like,
issues, so they need something big.
I mean, at least they gave skill 1 a star bomb and removed the demerit from the second skill, so at least those are free now. Unless you don't want to burn the invincibility pierce on turn 1, but you know.
Yeah. Anyway, where would we place Moriarty? I don't think he's bad, but the deck is a problem. I'm thinking B plus is still fair. Maybe even A, honestly, but I mean, is that too high? Maybe that's too high. Is it?
B plus.
Like, he gets a little bit of a too bad rap. He's definitely better than a lot of SSRs.
I think if you polled most people, they would say he's really low, but I think he's slightly better than that. So I think like B plus.
I'll go B plus, I think, for now. Dude, look how balanced this is. Oh my god. Wowzers. Alright, then let's talk about the server we've been referencing to several times now. I guess I've been kinda, I'll be the first to admit, I've been kinda, dissing on this guy for a while now. Maybe he is better than I gave him credit
like
for.
Him at all.
Yeah.
I hated him so much, and then when we did like a Buster tier list on Smobcast, and I'm like, oh wait, actually, hold on.
But yeah, we're gonna talk about Napoleon. So another AOE Buster Archer. If anything,
seeing a trend.
There might be a trend. I like him more as a DPS than a farmer for sure. I don't think his I mean, you can probably farm with him fine, but I would definitely like him more as a DPS. 12k attack is just above average when it comes to 5-star archers. Crazy thing to say, but yeah, it's true. So that's fine. That's good. Double Buster, double arts, the standard deck, and his arts cards are just fine. Nothing crazy, just alright. Maybe ever so slightly above average. Quick card sucks though. Or not sucks, but nothing impressive. First skill, 5-turn cooldown. Party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then he himself gets another 20%, but only for 1 turn. So it's kind of like a burst, but consistent skill in a weird way. It's the same. It's basically the same as Assassin Lee's skill, but instead of being only self, this is also a bit of team stuff. Interesting. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown. Party gets 20% MP damage for 1 turn and 100% star gen for 1 turn. This is the one skill I don't like though. This sucks. This just straight up sucks. I can't even, I can't imagine how someone would defend this skill. I can't see it. Unless you're going for like a raid one-shot or something. Yeah, sure, you need 1 turn stuff, but 20% 1 turn? And I mean, the star gen, you get a few stars, but
this sucks.
This skill is not
I
good.
hate this.
Yeah.
That is the one bad skill.
This skill though, this is pretty interesting. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. He gets a 30% battery, invul pierce for 3 turns, and then 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. So it's very similar to the Tesla skill. You get minus 20% battery, but you do get some stars per turn. Otherwise, it's basically identical. Not necessarily in a bad way. I'm not even sure. Would I prefer a 50% battery him or not? Maybe I would, honestly, still. But it's not a bad skill by any means. You get it's the train that keeps on going, and then you get that utility. So yeah, this skill is fine. It's even good, honestly. Pretty basic skill set though. They definitely need to buff this second skill. They would make everything look so much better. This is just an ugly skill. I think they could maybe make it 3 turns, honestly. I think they could. Yeah. Anyway, passives, 50% debuff for us is fine. 6% crit damage, pretty low, sadly. Would like for that to be higher. Anti-rider, well, maybe if they're divine, you could make some arguments. Otherwise, forget about it. But yeah, the buffed MP. So, much like Ishtar, gets 20 stars on use. But unlike Ishtar, also ignores defense for 1 turn. And then this is one of the rare cases where an MP gives you it as a buff, because most MPs that ignore defense do it for the MP damage. This is a straight up buff for 1 turn, so his face cards will benefit from it too on the follow-up. And then the anti-divine overcharge base 150 to 200 range on the super effective overcharge. And yeah, so divine is fairly common.
Ignore defense plus
He does, yeah. And unlike Tesla, this is against divine enemies, not divine servants. So there's a lot of normal enemies. Especially, I feel like the later the game goes with like OC and whatnot, we get Lost Belts. A lot of more enemies tend to have divine, even if they're not like bosses. So I guess that's worth mentioning. He's basic, but he has some things that make sense though. Yeah, so I do feel like I've been kind of a little bit harsh on him in the previous years. I still don't think he's like top tier, not even close, but maybe I've been a bit harsh on him.
I think that because the defense ignore is on card as well. Like that's not super common to have. So like it's a good thing to be there. And I think he has good like numbers and stuff like that. Like maybe you're not farming with him, but like you know, I think he's better than people give him credit for. I think a lot of the time he's one of those characters that like can spook you really easily. Like you're just rolling and he just shows up and you get upset. So I think people have a negative feeling because of that.
I remember before his MP was buffed, if you didn't hit divine, his MP does negative damage.
Oh yeah.
It felt so bad. Honestly, even right now, I don't think I would bring him against non-divine. But again, luckily for him, divine is a legit, trait, anti-trait. I still don't think I would bring him against non. Even if he has the niceness of the utilities, I think you can do better than that.
Yeah, I mean, I do think he's better than Ishtar though.
Are we gonna A him?
Skill set wise, she's worse, but he has the guaranteed pierce and he has the anti-trait, so I did like him a little.
I guess we could A him then, yeah. Just put him there.
Yeah.
Wow, imagine that. That's probably the highest he's ever been on my tier list. Stonks. But also, again, I was maybe a bit harsh on previous years. Okay. Alright, summertime again. It's time to talk about Summer Jeanne.
Yeah.
So AoE, arts, DPS, and farmer. I guess she can do a bit of both, yes. Man, 10.5k attack though. That is, compared to her peers, even on average, it is a lot worse. In fact, is this the lowest attack of all 5-star archers? I would guess yes, because I don't know, but I would guess yes. It's not very good.
I can check.
Alright, do that. Anyway, meanwhile, double buster, double arts. Man, was her arts card that weak? Really? I didn't remember. Oh no. Damn, that is not a very strong arts card. Ouch.
She is the weakest. By a lot.
I assume you mean the attack,
Orion
right?
is 600 attack higher than her.
And Artemis was the second lowest? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a very nice. So deck, besides the card types, numbers are not looking too great. Actually, her one quick card is not bad, but again, it's not much of a difference. First skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arch for 3 turns and an invul for 2 attacks 3 turns. Nice, basic, but it works, right? Flexible invul, get your main card type, decent number, good uptime. It's fine. It works. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown gets 40% battery, then 20% MP damage for 3 turns, and then if the map is a water map, you get 50% crit damage as well for 3 turns. Man, 40% battery, huh? I mean, obviously, if you bring Castores, there's some flexibility because it's split batteries. You can, definitely play around this, but in some cases it can be awkward though. Why is it not just 50%? They're just cowards, right? Come on, there's no reason for it to be 40. Whatever. Alright, third skill, 5-turn cooldown, full party gets 20% attack, and then all good alignment allies get another 20% for 3 turns, and then she gets absolutely scammed by being lawful summer, even though Jeanne is like the epitome of lawful good. So she does not get 40%, she gets 20%. Absolutely scammed. This feels as bad as the Moriarty thing, where it was like, oh, but he's evil, but we're gonna exclude him. But it's like, oh, we're gonna include her, but she's not good in this case because she has a summer alignment. Absolute scam. Unfortunate. So for herself, this skill is not very great. Maybe a bit of multi-core stuff, but man, it's sad for herself.
They're right about one thing. She's not good.
Oh,
Well,
okay. Alright, passive 17.5% debuff res, pretty decent. Then her own unique version of the Archer passive, 10% crit damage, and then on water map, another 3% gauge per turn. bonus. Not a big deal, though, if you're missing out on that, I guess. Anti-Berserker on a pen, though. Let's go. That's cool. One of the better things about her, probably. MP, though. So it only does damage on the normal effect, and then the overcharge is on base 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, getting up to 30 stars per turn for 3 turns. I kind of have a soft spot for the OC where I actually really like it, because you can spam her MP, but all that amounts to is like crits that don't really hit insanely hard. Yeah, especially if you don't land them with crit damage from the water side map, your crits are just going to be there to like give you better gains, if anything. But I like the effect itself. It's great. If this was on some other server, this could be nuts. Like stars per turn, or I don't think. Does anyone else have that? I forgot. Maybe.
Yasin.
Oh yeah, okay. But yeah, why is it just damage? This needs more effects because it doesn't even hit the hardest.
She could use a buff.
They could justify an MP buff for sure, right?
No.
Yeah. Another archer I have grailed, who I also think is hot garbage, but this time people might agree with me that she is in fact garbage.
They will probably they will agree on they will agree on the hot part. Haha, I get it.
So
dude,
she is from a period before Castoria where her sacrificing the damage, because damage also wasn't as high back then.
Yeah, right? It's like surf all over again.
Sacrificing the damage for the ability to spam, so it's like a Summer Mordred situation.
Yeah.
Like she had a place, right? Because she was the only Black Grail looper before Castoria, as far as I was aware of, right?
Probably.
And Mordred.
And so, and Mordred, yeah. But like that, yeah. Every art servant can Black Grail loop now, and half the quick servants can, and half the buster servants can. So it's like, what are you gonna do?
Yeah. Man, she just looks so much worse as the years go by. I can't believe she has 0 buffs. And Jeanne is a fan favorite too when it comes to characters.
Yeah, they keep buffing the ruler one for some reason.
I mean, to be honest, the ruler buff was great and much deserved. The skill one, I love that buff.
Yeah, the ruler one was also terrible, but now that they've fixed the ruler one, kind of.
Well, she still needs more, I think, but yeah, but it was still much deserved.
Dude, the second one she didn't need it. I don't know what the fuck that was. The second buff the ruler one got, was that 2 defense downs? I don't remember what it was.
It was 2 different defense downs. It was basically like Napoleon's Saika, but in a defense down version. I'm pretty sure. Like it's like 1 and 3 turns or something.
They need to buff ruler Jeanne's NP again, but that's another story for another day.
Yeah.
But, is Jeanne Archer better than Arjuna?
I think so.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
Better than Orion.
I think so.
Dude, I think Orion's better than Arjuna.
Really? Better? Okay. I was thinking B, maybe.
Right. So, yeah, because I think she's better than those other 2.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't have any 5 stars in B.
Yeah, I think
she
she's
just
B.
needs an MP upgrade. Like she needs more damage. There's like 3 AoE archers, and then it's just like damage, it's like a spectrum of damage and refund, and she has the best refund, but then she has the most damage, and right now damage is probably more.
She could be like 1 or 2 buffs away from being top tier again, depending on what they want to do with her, if they want to do anything with her. Time will tell.
If they buff her MP, she might beat the other 2.
Give her an MP buff, anti-trait, and we're set.
Then she just beat the other 2, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Well, there you go. All right, next up, Big Boy. Maybe my favorite archer, or at least one of them. Super Orion. There he is. So, single target buster crit DPS. That's what he is. He's a face carder through and through, but he actually makes it work. 12.5k attack. So, apparently Durga has the highest, but this is so far the highest we've seen at least, which is also quite a bit above average when it comes to 5-star archers. So that's pretty cool. Full-on triple buster, of course, because that's his damage. And his MP gain on the gains card is actually really good. Especially if you crit with them. They can generate a lot of MP. Yeah, so everything up here, I mean, obviously the buster could have more hits for maybe more stars if you want to nitpick. But otherwise, I think everything up here is perfect. First skill, Probably the weakest part about him. 5-turn cooldown. He gets a 50% buster for 1 turn and then a 50% wild beast or demonic power mod for 1 turn. It's not both. So if enemy has both, you don't get 100%, you get one of them. Wild beast one sucks because hardly any boss is wild beast, but demonic is a semi-common trait on bosses. So it's at least, it's still a better mana burst sometimes. But otherwise, this is the one thing I don't like about Super Orion. This skill kind of sucks. But luckily, it gets better. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets the guts for 1 time 3 turns on a 3k revive, 20% attack for 3 turns, and a 20-star bomb on use. You know, which is what the doctor ordered. You get the train rolling, you want to get those crits going. Star bombs never hurt. Third skill, the bread and butter. This is the reason why his cards can hit harder than single target MPs. 5-turn cooldown, 500% absorb for 3 turns. Then he gets this on-attack buff for 3 attacks, 3 turns. Whenever he attacks with a buster card, he gets 100% crit damage for 1 turn before the damage happens. Also, a common misconception is, let's say you have a Brave Gen on him, it's like a BQA. You want to do BQA instead of, AQB, because then the arts and quick card would also benefit from the 100% crit damage. So always start with busters, okay? Because people are like, oh, but the busters need to hit the hardest. No, I mean, they would do more damage, but you are losing so much damage if you don't start with your busters, okay? So there, BSA, in case people for some reason don't know. Because I think I've seen people do that, and it kind of pisses me off. Anyway, yeah, this is the reason, because you can obviously stack this up to 300% from this one application of this skill. That's a lot of crit damage. Passives, 12% crit damage because you need more. Hell yeah. Then he has a semi-useful divinity. The flat damage sucks, but hey, a little, ever so slightly bit of damage can at least does something. 175. Then his weird demerit passive, so he gets 20% more poison damage. I want to say it's not nothing, but it actually sometimes can be a bit annoying, I guess. You know, if you get like a 2k poison on you, suddenly you're taking like, what, a 2400 more quick maths? No. Is that how it goes? Yes. Okay, so it can be a bit annoying, but yeah, most of the time it doesn't really matter. It's mostly just a lore thing. And the MP also helps, yeah, true. The MP will help with that too. He's anti-archer. I guess he could be one of those cases where you could argue a neutral thing as well, which is the crazy part, but I still like putting him on attack advantage. So the MP, not sure if this is a hot take. Well, if we count Van Gogh in the same category, I think this is the best self-buff MP in the game. Unless we count Van Gogh. But yeah, what do we get? 3 turns of Invul Pierce for him. On MP1, he gets 30% attack for 3 turns. 3 turns of debuff immune, 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. And then Embrace Overcharge, 100% crit damage for 3 turns, 200 max. Is raw offense. It's a beautiful MP. It's just, chef's kiss. Even on MP1, it's hella strong. Just so good. Because the overcharge is like even more damage. Much like Van Gogh, you don't really need MP levels to get a lot out of it. Mm-hmm. So I forgot how you feel about him, Plushie, because we talked about him for like 2-3 years now. Dio's opinion I don't know, but I've always been of the opinion that I think he is top tier. I never get bored. He never disappoints me. But let's hear your guys' opinions too.
I agree, because the MP is so strong. Because like it deals with some of the more annoying gimmicks, like Invul Pierce. Like because of how his MP works, he essentially has permanent Invul Pierce, permanent debuff immune, I would say, and of course permanent crit. Yeah. But like when I'm more focusing on like anti gimmicks, and that is really good because bosses are just they're coming up with a bunch of annoying stuff more and more. Being card centric obviously means that his card RNG matters, but I guess it doesn't. It's not that big an issue. Because
honestly, for him, even a single buster card can be bar breaking. That's the one thing. Like a lot of card based servants, they want a lot of cards consistently, right? But for him, even a single buster card can actually just do a crazy amount of damage.
Yeah. My one question is, do you hit crit cap with him on accident too much?
No, you don't.
Because
you don't really waste a lot of crit on him.
I see. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just
because this is 3 attacks.
Yeah, I just think it is really strong. The third skill is so good they jacked it and gave it to Space Rush.
Yeah, they've only done the same effect one other time, and it's Space Rush. But Space Rush doesn't have 3 buster cards. is
Yeah.
the difference here.
So
you can't
this is
like.
strong. Sorry.
I do think he's super strong. I do think like outside of Van Gogh, it is the strongest self-buffing NP. I do think
Yeah.
Van Gogh's is stronger. But
Yeah, I was like, do we count that because it's kind of a support MP? But yeah, if we, I guess it still counts as a self-buff MP because yeah, it obviously does buff her a lot too. So in that case, yes, I agree, it's the better one. But if we only go by fully self-buffing, then this is by far the best.
I mean, he has more anti-gimmick though. Like debuff immune and invul pierce, I think are both really, really strong.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I put him probably A+.
Also, I was curious about because you mentioned doing BQA instead of AQB if you had that choice, and I'm like, I wonder how much difference of damage that is, and it is about because I went in and I started poking around at it. It is about like the 20% more damage without any external buffs.
Okay.
Like so,
I mean,
like,
with
just
external
skill
buffs
active.
maybe, but yeah.
Yeah, like if you have buster buffs, putting it last probably is still better.
I don't know.
Okay, fair enough.
If you're not running buster buffs, but yeah, I'm like, is it really? No, it is. So,
But what if it's not a mighty chain?
Yeah, if it's not a mighty chain, then
of course Buster goes.
Yeah. Okay.
Buster goes first. Yeah, I just thought that was interesting because I'm like, I'm gonna.
Well, I honestly didn't know that either. So hey, today I learned. Plus he was arguing A+. I would always put him on EX. What do you feel, Ryu?
I think A+ because he is a little bit more limited in his use. And the fact that his buffs are like consumed pretty quickly as a 1-turn buff. And he has...
Well, it's more about getting the MP train rolling. The MP alone sustains most of his damage.
I mean, I can't see EX just because I can kind of see EX, but like the thing is like farming. I guess it's farming. I don't know. Like
he's really only useful as like the gimmick boss killer type character. Where you have to kind of like,
because here's the thing with like BBCO, right? Like, because BBCO would theoretically bump him up in farming, right? Because you're card locking, but he can't kill 3 targets, which I do think is a problem.
Yeah,
because like in other single targets, you could like you could card MP card, and he can't. So I don't know if that should be docking half a point. I think maybe just because like
maybe EX is fine.
I think yeah, it's like, fine. It's understandable, but
as far as like the big burst damage, no one else quite competes with that. Which it's the main argument for him.
Dude, my argument, and this is why I'm gonna do it as well, is that I have never been disappointed. But if I ever find a battle where I don't like automatically win, if it's like a saber fight, then yeah, sure. But like I'm never disappointed with this guy. He always delivers to me every single time. He's just, to me, he's like the peak.
You've never gone in and just never gotten the multiple buster cards when you need it.
Like the thing is, it's not even that make or break. Like let's say you got a turn where you have like one his arts cards. I mean, that means you're gonna get his MP, and the MP is gonna be crazy anyway for when you do get your buster cards. And when you do have your buster cards, you can just unload your skills on command and still do a lot of damage, even if your MP is not already rolling. Like you do have flexibility like that.
I mean, I understand that, and I can definitely see it's like A+ DX to me, but my reasoning is just I just think having like having a card at all times, which is the MP card, is a damaging source at all times. I like it more just because it's more reliable, but I like these self buff servants more when I'm soloing with them. But
he doesn't solo though.
What? What?
He doesn't solo though. That's the one thing.
I mean,
yeah.
He doesn't have like
no healing.
Yeah,
he has healing
for a sustain, but
he dies way too. I've tried it. He dies way too fast on solo.
Yeah. But yeah. I don't know. It's it's hard for me. I
think I'm gonna go with the EX for now, but again, we'll just
Yeah,
discuss
that's
everything
fine.
at the end.
No, I mean I think it's fine. I don't see
That might be like the one ever so slight bias on my list. I'll admit to it, but yeah, it's mostly because it's also self-experience. Like I use him a lot, and I'm never disappointed in him. But yeah, we'll discuss again at the end. So next up, Valentine's. Sei Shounagon. AoE quick DPS and farmer. I think she has a new buff compared to last year. I want to say
She doesn't.
Oh, that was already last year. Oh yeah, I think it was. Okay, never
She doesn't
mind.
have an NA yet though.
Yeah, true. But in terms of the tier list, they did exist last year. Anyway, 12.2k attack puts her a bit above average on the 5-star archer, so that's cool. Double arch, double quick. I think she should be double bust or double quick, but oh well. Gains are just okay-ish at best, so they're not very impressive either. Yeah. Unfortunate. Even more of a reason to have double buster. First skill, 6-turn cooldown. Party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 10% gauge per turn for 3 turns, and then 1k healing per turn for 3 turns. I like it. It's basic, but it just gives you a lot of good stuff. You don't really hate any of these effects. They're just nice to have. Helps with damage, helps with gains. Sure, it's nice. Second skill, this is the buffed one. So 6-turn cooldown, she gets an evasion for 3 attacks, 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and a 30% battery. So I think now she has 2 batteries, right? So helps a bit with the farming because her refund is very atrociously bad from what I remember. So it's cool. You can MP more. I do like the evasion being 3 hits. That's nice. That's very nice on a quick servant. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown as well. She gets 30% quick for 3 turns, 20% gauge for self, and 10 stars on use. So now she has a 50% battery from skills basically on herself. Helps with setting up Scotty turns and whatnot without needing a pens. And you get the main card type up. I think the skill set is fine. I think it's fine. It's better than a lot of these 5-star AoEs that we've seen so far. Is it top tier? No. But is it better than a lot of them? Yeah, I would say I prefer this over a lot of them. Like, for instance, I prefer this over Ishtar, Napoleon, probably even Gilgamesh. So, yeah, it's not bad. Passives, 50% debuff rest, cool. 10% quick absorb, sure. It's the main card type. 10% quick crit damage, yeah, same thing. And then 100% charm resistance. Not immunity, but resistance. Most cases she's immune to charm, but in some weird cases, I guess she could still be charmed. It's like the Grams thing all over again. Was it only Kama that has actually an immunity? I forgot. Oh, wait, I saw Asvatthaman does also.
Yeah,
We used to add it earlier, I forgot. Although he covers even more, but also charm. Anyway, anti-alter ego.
Karen?
I think she might actually. I don't remember, but yeah, probably. She had some kind of good passive like that. Anti-alter ego, good on any night class in case you don't have the insane anti-alter ego counters, aka Pretenders, Kama, Busashi, maybe some others I'm forgetting. So Knights are always fine because defensive advantage is still real. Then the MP, I don't like the MP, but yeah, because it's only power mods. Before damage, she gets 50% neutral servant damage for 1 turn. It's alright. 50% shadow servant damage for 1 turn. Okay. And then on overcharge base, 50% man attribute damage for 1 turn, scaling up to 100%. You can obviously hit neutral and man attribute, especially if you hit some OC. At that point, it's going to do some good damage. Shadow servant basically never is relevant, I want to say. Even on farming, you hardly ever see that. So that's just kind of a lore thing, I guess. So I prefer it to be straight up like pick like the man one, becomes super effective base 150-200 range on the OC and to some other with the normal effects. It's like
this shadow servant thing is so powerful that it screwed with the oh no Komachi like 4 years later.
Oh yeah.
More than
Yeah,
it's
even though they
actually
never
insane.
Yeah.
They didn't even put a shadow servant in the farming node.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's definitely a lore thing that she gets because of Sei now too.
I will say,
Okay.
I do have Sei at 120 and 2k foes.
You know what's
Man,
funny? I'll interrupt.
garbage.
There should be a drinking game. Whenever Rio says he has a grilled servant, you should take a shot.
Yeah,
He
so-
he has both
well,
NA and JP, yeah. So
Oh, wow,
he
that's
throws
2
different
shots.
people. No. He has a. What I mean is he has two.
Oh,
accounts, so he
combined
grails
to
different
list.
people.
Okay, yeah, fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I grail
Most
different
of the time.
servants on.
Yeah,
different
You
accounts.
do it like I
almost-
do actually. Most people who have two servers, they tend to guard the same servants. I do different servants too. Some share, but mostly
I
different.
tried to,
Yeah.
but then they buffed Melt, and I had 120 Melt in NA, and I'm like.
I mean, I have a
"Oh,
Grailed Luvia, Bunny, and at least Lee. Those are shared. Maybe something else I'm forgetting. So yeah, I kind of agree. Or get it.
But Sei is like, her NP gain is so atrociously bad. It is like you will do an NP on 3 targets, and you'll be sitting at like 17% refund.
And that's with the
It's-
10%
it's
per turn too, right? From the skill.
No, and then it ticks to 27%.
Ah, okay,
But then
okay.
you're sitting at 27%. I will say they did change on skill 2. It used to be the crit was 3 attacks, 3 turns.
Oh
and they just made it
yeah.
a flat 3 turns.
Yo, thank
That's
God.
good.
Why was it limited on 30%? That was insane.
Who knows? Because her initial kit is well, I mean, and that's the only buff she has. Her kit is a disaster, in some senses, because like a 20% battery is kind of bad, because it doesn't help you like kickstart your MP,
Yeah.
because you need 30% at least.
So
for
now it's
that.
just a replacement for your pen, basically.
Yeah. So, but like, it's her refund is so bad, and her power mods are not. It's not extra attack. It's increased damage, so it affects the cards, but it's a weaker effect. Versus if it was like man attribute where it's like 150% extra damage, that'd be great.
Mhm.
That'd do better damage, but it's not. It's just the same buff category as NP damage up and crit. Like, so
Yeah, I mean it's
You
just
know.
super effective versus PMod issue.
But can she
where
Black
PMod
Grail
gets
loop?
watered
Someone
down.
said that in chat, but the main looping thing she has here on the TL is traces. I'm gonna look at the
So-
bigger analysis here. I'm curious too.
she can. Let me see here.
Where's Black? There's no Black Grail
probably
calc at all here, bro. Like there's a bunch of
So-
calcs, but there's no Black Grail. Is it like a Summer Kuro thing? There's no
There
Black Grail
is a
calc
way
here.
to Black Grail loop with her, and in fact, I believe years ago in my massive cope time frame, I posted videos about it. About it being able to be done for Black Grail loop, but like it's not pretty. That's for sure.
What'd you use?
Uh,
Double Oberon? No.
Wait, was it even that? Or was it?
I mean, I
Puddles?
assume it would be here if you could do double Scotty. There's no even calc of it here.
I mean, maybe this is for Berserkers only. Maybe on Sabers. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know actually.
Just taking a shot.
Yeah, I don't know. Either way, she can technically with Summer Scotty. There is a way to Black Grail loop, but it only works if you have like massive amounts of overkill.
Right. Yeah, that's not very nice then, because it's 4 hits, so you would have to immediately do giga damage. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
So I would definitely just rate her as a DPS over a farmer. So where would we place her? Last year we had her on flat A, and I think this was up to date with the buffs as well.
You had her at A last year?
Yeah.
Wow, that's so optimistic.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. On hindsight.
Probably like a. Wait, she doesn't have an MP upgrade, right?
No.
Yeah, no, I'd say B.
B. Yeah, B. That'd be.
Ooh, we might get a...
I don't think.
I mean,
she's
both
better
her
than
and Jeanne
Charger.
just came down, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think she's better than Charger.
Fair enough. I'm
don't
not
think we saw
against
that
that,
much, but
honestly,
it's a bit
because I
too
kind of feel like she, could be better too.
She needs buffs. Give her an MP buff that gives a flat 30 refund. Then we're fine.
We
Yeah.
count that on Smobcast. That means she doesn't need it. That means she can do the Karen thing. I think,
Yeah,
which is like no refund looping, basically.
that's my cope, by the way, is they give her a buff with 30 MP refund.
Which I guess it's fine because like we have Komachi who can like basically loop anything, and then nobody gives a shit still.
Anyway,
we're so beyond. Okay, sorry.
yeah, it's fine though. But on the topic of desired MP upgrades, this is my most desired MP upgrade on the next servant.
Okay.
We're gonna talk about Tametomo next. Also an archer I like quite a bit. I like the design; it's so cool, man. But yeah, AOE Buster DPS. I think there are farming counts with him, but from what I remember, they are very ugly. So let's just consider him a DPS. 12.4k attack is very high. Again, one of the highest on the 5-star archer front. So that's great. Double Buster, double Arch, not bad. The standard deck, we like to see it. Gains are just okay. Nothing is perked, just whatever. Nothing too good. Skills then. So 5-turn cooldown on the first skill. He gets 50% Buster up for 3 attacks, 3 turns, and then 30% crit damage for 3 turns. I guess he at least has it immediately 3 turns, unlike Sei did. But yeah, I kind of have mixed feelings about the Buster thing. It's kind of nice though, because you know it's a lot of Buster. I still prefer like 30% for 3 turns flat, baby. Or I don't know. I just always have mixed feelings about these ones. But you know it could be worse, I guess. It's still his entire deck if you do 1 MP. But it's a 5-turn cooldown. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. He gets the Guts for 1 time, 3 turns with a 2k revive. And then this on Guts activation buff for 3 turns. Whenever a Guts activates on him in the next 3 turns, he gets 20% MP damage for 1 time, 3 turns. Cleanses his own debuffs. And then when you also use the skill, you get 30% battery. Yeah, it's interesting. It's the same. It's kind of like a Zenobia situation all over again. That you got like what you don't really. There's no easy way of getting him to proc that Guts, so you would get those MP damages. But to be honest, it's not like it's a crazy amount anyway. Because realistically, you would only proc Guts once on him, and then you would get what 20% MP damage for 1 time. So I guess it's not the end of the world. Kind of a weird skill, not gonna lie. And then the third skill, 7-turn cooldown. That's big, but hey, 5 turns of sure hit for himself. Regen buff for 5 turns, so every turn he gets 20% MP damage for 1 time, 5 turns. That lasts for 5 turns, and then he gets 10% gauge per turn for 5 turns. So you can kind of like stack these if you want to do a bigger MP or something. But you're probably just gonna MP whenever you can and just take what you have. He likes having these hit-based MP pops, I guess, with this and the second skill. I don't know about his kit, man. I feel like it could be way better. There's a lot of kind of weird stuff. The Guts thing I just don't like, really.
Yeah, and the 1-time thing,
I have
the third skill. Sorry.
I actually have an argument for the Guts skill in this situation.
Oh, yeah?
Because it cleanses debuffs. So
No, I don't have a problem with the effects. I don't like that he has a Guts activation, because how do you proc that anyway?
Well, I don't care about the MP damage part, but like,
yeah,
if your front line is like wiped by like an AoE MP that has like stun or like attack down on it and he survives, well, he'll remove the stun and stuff like that. And so, like,
yeah, the cleanse is nice though. Yeah,
moving on after, the cleanse is what I like it for. No, right. The MP damage I think is irrelevant, but I think
I'll agree on that at least. Yeah, that's fine.
Good thing.
Anyway, let's cover the rest of the kit. So 15% debuff res, just average. 8% crit damage, could be higher as well. So passive not too strong either. Anti-Berserker, let's go. There it is again. Good. Agree to pen. The MP has good effects at least. So he gets the dice trio of both Invul Pierce and Ignore Defense. Again, for 1 turn, it's not just damaging on the MP that's Ignore Defense. He gets the full buff, so cards benefit from it too. Great start. Then on water maps, he gets 20% Buster after 1 turn before damage. Cool bonus. And then he's anti-lawful, so super effective, the standard 150 to 200 range on overcharge. So if you hit lawful, he can actually do damage. But if you don't, yeah, you would think he would do more damage though, right? But he doesn't really. It's probably because all the other AoE Buster Archers have upgraded MPs and he doesn't. That's probably why it feels like that. They just do more.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the main problem. Like, the effects are good, but it's just that damage.
He does. If they give him that is his problem. He doesn't have an MP buff. But if they give him the MP buff, I think he competes. In fact, I'm gonna argue on the third skill. The third skill being the way it works is better than like imagine if he just had 20% MP damage up for 5 turns, right? I mean that
I mean, yeah,
that
because you're
would
not going
be
to
very
MP every
good.
turn necessarily, right? That's why you're saying
Right,
this.
and so
Yeah,
this
yeah,
means
yeah.
that it's not waste, like it compounds on itself. So like I think that is better, like than just giving him a flat MP damage upgrade. Is to like if you're only able to knock it out every other turn.
I mean,
and it lasts for
like
5 turns,
objectively,
then-
is better because you can't MP more than once per turn, so it would always be better no matter what. Even if you MP'd every turn, it would still be 20% for 5 turns.
Yeah.
So yeah,
So,
it's
like,
literally better in every
actually-
way. Yeah.
I actually only have qualms with his first skill, which is the 3 attacks, 3 turns.
Mm-hmm.
But aside from that, I actually think his other 2 skills are pretty good, or I like how they operate.
To an extent, yeah.
He does need an MP damage buff. Just
Yeah.
if only because every other AoE Buster Archer in the world has one, and
I guess the one
Yeah.
downside of this would be for your comparison that he doesn't get the 20% immediately when you use this. You have to wait 1 turn. That's the one downside.
Yeah.
If we did the other way around. Yeah.
I mean, it's he's interesting, but I understand the frustration. I think he should have had triple buster.
I kind of agree, yeah.
He has like some card based stuff. Don't know why it's not.
Yeah,
triple
just don't
buster.
farm with him. His numbers are terrible.
Yeah, just make him.
Yeah, he's definitely a
DPS.
DPS.
I mean, yeah, he's not gonna be super Orion, but like, it's okay.
But he could be
don't
a
have to
super
be
Orion that have a damaging MP and then less crits, Could be a nice balance.
Yeah,
That's what he should be, but he's not.
yeah.
So where are we gonna place Tametomo? I think he should be in a perfect world. He would be the same or better than Napoleon, but we're not in that world.
Yeah, B plus probably.
I think he's about the same as Moriarty.
Yeah, I think B plus is fine.
Is he better or worse than Ishtar?
Ishtar has an upgraded MP.
Yeah, sure has an upgrade.
Yeah, I think they're fine being in the same tier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
That's what I mean. Yeah, okay.
He's better than the 2 below. He's better than Jeanne and Sei, that's for sure.
Yeah, his cards would do way more damage. And if you hit lawful, his MP does more damage as well.
Yeah, he has anti-lawful. It is quite rare.
I don't love Sabers lawful though. They're good guys.
Weird. Okay.
Anyway, we'll place him in B plus. All right, next up, is this gonna be the next new servant on NA, I believe, if I'm not forgetting anyone else. Yeah, Takasugi.
White Day.
Indeed. AoE quick DPS. I think you can farm with him as well. I forgot how the numbers look like, but I almost want to call him a DPS because I remember him having a lot of nice crit focus too. Anyway, 12.2k attack, above average, not bad, good number. Double buster, double quick, modern, nice deck, of course, and his gains are also good. So hey, honestly, upstairs is looking nice. The deck is great, the numbers are good. I don't have anything to complain about. First skill, 6-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% buster and quick for 3 turns, and then also MP overcharge by 1 step for 1 time, 3 turns. Hey, pretty cool. I don't honestly mind this being AoE instead of him being full selfish. That's fine. Sure. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. It's a targeted skill. The target gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns and -1 cooldowns. It's interesting. Obviously, it's meant to be used on him, because otherwise, look at the cooldown on this skill. It's way too long. So yeah, you're clearly meant to use it on himself, especially with the crit damage. So in that sense, if it's a 5-turn cooldown, this skill itself is not that great, but it definitely makes the other 2 skills better then. So that's like the main selling point, because on this on a 5-turn cooldown is still a whatever burger, right? Is not much. Third skill, on a 7-turn cooldown, he gets the guts for 1 time, 3 turns with a 3k revive, 30% battery, and 30% attack for 3 turns. Now this on a 6-turn cooldown, if you use it on himself, actually not bad. That's some good stuff. Then the guts uptime is not the best still, but the battery and the attack are fair. So it's an okay kit, skill-wise, which complements the upstairs niceness a bit better as well. Not the greatest kit though. So passives, 12.5% debuff res could be better, sadly, but still nice to have. 8% crit damage also could be better, but great on him. 6% arts and 6% crit. The crit is nice, the arts one, yeah, he has a good arts card, but he only has one arts card, so it's not the most meaningful thing. Hey, he joins the club of having a terrible append, though. Anti-ruler, goodbye. Then the MP, so he actually doesn't do anything besides damage on his normal effect, but before damage he gets a 20% rainbow on base overcharge, scaling up to 40%, and 3 turns of crit damage for 30% on base, 50% max. Good overcharge. I like that it's just better than Illya, even with the rainbow alone, but then they also added the crit damage to be more insult to injury. Like, the rainbow alone was already better, because hers was like 10%, right? Yeah, so even if it doesn't have anything besides damage, that OC is actually good. The rainbow doesn't ramp up, but it makes your brave chains better, and the crit does ramp up, and he will generate some decent stars as well with an 8-hit AoE quick. I feel like I may have underrated him in the past a bit. I feel like he's a bit better than I give him credit for. I think he's a legit crit DPS, right?
Yeah. He's
Yeah.
also a good
Right.
support. Interesting support. I should
Yes.
say.
I use him quite a bit because he is one of the best options to use with Tonalico. Because Buster up, crit up, cooldown reduction, overcharge. Those are the things Tonalico wants. So as a support, he's extremely useful. I do also want to mention, if you, with his third skill, you're like, it's a 7-turn cooldown, right?
Yeah.
If you have a pen 5, it's 6. Use
Yeah.
the cooldown reduction on him, it becomes 5. His cooldown reduction comes off again in 4 turns, and then it's available. So it's really the first.
Oh
cycle
yeah,
is
Otto also said that. Yeah,
4
because
turns.
this comes off cooldown earlier as well, so you can use it twice before it's ready. The cooldown.
Yeah, so
Makes
the
sense.
first cycle. Now after that, yes, but the first cycle is very quick, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Pun intended.
I think he's good. The only downside is I don't like his MP animation. The first half is amazing. The second half, once the giant robot shows up, I'm out. The first half, where it's all stylized and everything, I love that so much.
Yeah.
I just don't like how the robot comes out.
I think his crit ramp could have been 50. Nah, maybe it's too much.
I think he already has
He
some.
already has
Yeah, he already has crit damage though.
Oh, no, sorry. Not,
Yeah, it's probably fine at 30.
No, the MP.
Yeah. But that's why I mean I think it's fine for 30 because he already has some crit stuff in his kit as is, and card
that
types.
makes sense. So I think he's really he's quite underrated. People were not happy because he's not Kamazot's, but
True.
yeah.
Because this was where like people were like peak hyping because it's White Day, it's a dude event. It's like, oh dude, Last Belt 7 wasn't that long ago. Come on.
Yeah.
Although,
But-
the memes aside, he's actually one of the most popular dudes in the game or something. Like he's Giga Grailed or something. Like all the girls love him.
He got voted to be
Yeah.
he was like she's a people's choice for
Yeah.
for
Like he's still
most
super
wanted.
popular, even though if people were initially disappointed with no Kamazots, but people love this guy anyway.
Yeah, so I think he should be.
Do you think A plus is too high?
I think he's quite good.
Yeah,
I
I think you can justify A plus. I think he's better than Napoleon.
I think you can.
Yeah, I think so. I like him more than Napoleon. That's a good argument.
I like him for different reasons, but like I also think he's super useful. So you know,
Mm. Yeah, he was in
Very
NPC jail for a long time.
you know, if we move Jeanne and Sei down a tier, I think it's a whole lot better.
Okay, we'll move on for now, though. Okay, man, the comments are gonna hate you. But you know what? That's why
No,
we're here, I guess.
They hate me because I speak the truth.
Yeah, definitely.
Real.
All right, next up, OC1 stuff. We got Durga, AoE, Arts, DPS, Farmer, and yeah, that has to be the highest attack, like Plushie said. Yeah, 12.8k. Yeah, that is quite a bit above. I think Superman was like 12.5, so I assume that's the second highest. But wow, that's high. Almost 1,000 above the average. Great start. Double Arts, double Quick. With her gains looking well.
Horrible.
Yeah. 1.2 on arts is yikes. So why does he have a gains deck if the gains are so bad? Anyway, Skills
Tell
though.
me.
Yeah. 6-turn cooldown, she gets a 50% battery, and the party gets overcharged by 1 step for 1 time, 3 turns. So it's a basic 6-turn 50% battery, and then she does her own twist with the overcharge, party with overcharge. So it's cutesy. I don't hate it. It's basic, but it works, I guess. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets invul for 3 hits, 3 turns, and a 20% rainbow for 3 turns. I like it. It's flexible, good uptime. Yeah, you don't have to worry about really wasting the invul. This is at least a pretty basic, nice skill. Good. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 30% MP damage for 3 turns. All of her command cards change to arts for 1 turn, so it's the exact same as Saber, but for arts cards. And then she gets invul pierce for 1 turn. Cool little utility, allows more MP spam, I guess. I guess this is the reason why her MP gain is not that high, right? I'm guessing this has a lot to do with it, for sure.
But
yeah.
I disagree with that decision.
Yeah,
You might as well give
it's
her-
not justified. Yeah.
Her quick card also sucks. Like you might as well give her 2 buster or 3 arts. I don't,
Yeah.
I don't understand why
Or
her
let
quick
you
card even
choose or
exists.
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, her quick card is just very bad.
Yeah. But 30% MP damage on for 3 turns on 5 turns. That's at least nice. Wow, we got a plethora of passives. holy moly. 20% debuff rest, great. 10% quick. Well, she does have 2 quicks, but like Blushy said, the quicks are not the most impressive quicks ever. 6% crits, sure. Probably, she doesn't have the most crit focus though, right? But yeah, it's still a bonus. It's the archer passive. Good divinity, has 22.5% debuff rest, so she has 42.5 on base. Who was the other one that had that just recently? It was the exact same number. I already forgot. It was Ishtar, right? Yes, same
Ishtar.
number. Funny, I get it. And also 10% arts and crit damage. Now that's a great passive though. Wowzers. Good. Passives wise, one of the best archers we've seen so far. Good. Anti-berserker, let's go. Good append as well. Alright, then the MP. So before damage, she gets 50% Sky Attribute Power Mod for 1 turn. Then after damage, all enemies get minus 20% defense down for 3 turns. And then she does super effective damage against demonic enemies. The base 150 to 200 range on overcharge. So I guess in some rare cases you could hit both, but I'm guessing in most cases you definitely don't hit both, right?
Yeah, I mean, Cernunos is both. Ibuki Doji is both.
Yeah.
Like,
And that's like the absolute best case scenario because she's also Saber, right? Yeah.
yeah. Demonic is more important. I kind of hope they swapped it though.
Mm.
I kind of hope the super effective was Sky and the
Interesting.
power mod was demonic. But
Oh,
yeah,
plus you follow what I've been saying about my grails.
I mean, look, she's okay. I think she's okay. Like she has a bit of stuff, but like Invul Pierce for 1 turn, and she's just an arts looper. Her second skill being only 20 rainbow, is very like if she didn't have if Yui Shosetsu didn't exist, I would have hated that skill.
But
Like, the invul's good, but
the thing is, I don't think you
20
can
rainbows
justify a
is too small.
30% rainbow for 3 turns on self. They would have to cut the quick, in which case it would probably be better anyway for
Or
have
an SSR,
30%
really?
arts.
And
But yeah,
also, yeah.
yeah, that's rare actually. That doesn't happen really, does it?
Actually, I mean, not to say it, but like, Hakuno, a 4-star has 30% rainbow up, and has a bunch of other effects on the skill. So,
I just think 20 is too small, and like
Mm.
I would have preferred if it was like 50% arts up for 3 turns. Because like who?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course. That would be pretty nuts.
Yeah, like the rainbow is just very misplaced on a character that has weak cards and one of her main gimmicks of turning all cards into one color. Like, why is it rainbow? But like with Yui, I think it's actually better now because I think the synergy is really good. But like, she's just an arts looper. At the end of the day, she's just an arts looper.
Yeah, she lives and
Like,
dies by the MP.
she's a better
like,
version
yes,
of Jeanne.
Yeah, but like she also has a high hit count on MP, so like it does generate some stars if you have like class score and whatnot. But I think overall she's just not awfully exciting. She needs to hit trait kind of, and then without it, she's just kind of like any other AoE arts looper.
I guess she's
It's
like
fine.
a really safe option as well because you also have the team overcharge, which would be nuts with Castoria
Oh yeah,
as well.
it does pair with Castoria.
Like she's super
Yeah, yeah.
safe. She's a really safe
Yeah.
option.
Yeah, I also use her multicore with Tonalico sometimes, but like it's just I don't think this is an awfully interesting character. Like if people follow my channel, you'll know one of the 120s I use the least is Durga. Because like there's just nothing to show there, unfortunately.
I mean, surely she has to be at least A minimum, right? But like on the tier list, like minimum.
And I also do think, yeah, I do think it's also A maximum. Unfortunately.
Oh, really? No.
I don't think she can.
No argument for A plus.
Nope.
Wait, so who do we have at A? Who's sitting at A plus?
Takasugi has the only Takasugi and Archery has the only 5 stars so
I don't know
far.
because Durga is kind of like the AOE version Archer Artoria. I feel like as far as like,
Yeah, I can kind of see
a
that.
lot of things go.
No, she doesn't spam that well.
She spams well enough. Come on,
dude. I have Bond 15 Castoria, so I used like Avalon plus Castoria, and sometimes she doesn't loop.
Okay, when I fail to loop because I'm not using my Bond 15 Castoria, I don't blame the servant. I blame my inability to use a Bond 15 servant. That's not the servant's fault.
I blame the servant because dude, everybody can loop with double Castoria plug suit, dude. Like I blame the servant 100%. What do you mean? Like it's like I'm not saying her refund is bad. I'm just saying she's like any other arts looper. Like why would you? If you have a invested neutral AoE arts looper, why would you pull for this character? There's zero reason to pull for this character if you have like a if you have like a level 100 space Ishtar.
We're talking archers, right?
Okay, fair.
So
I know I shouldn't bring that
of
into
archers.
I guess
archers. I think she's better than she's equal to Squirtoria.
I do think if you want to use an AoE arts for boss fights, Ptolemy has his issues. Like for farming, no. For boss fights, yes. Ptolemy has his issues. So
I'm between A and A plus. I can't decide.
I put an A. Chat.
So you would put A plus, Rio?
I'm
not gonna flip a coin.
See what we get.
Look, okay.
Well, you can A minimum. So
I'm gonna do A plus for that one. We'll discuss again later. Okay, there we go. Anyway, you just mentioned him, so he's next up. One of my more favorite archers as well. Recently grailed mine own JP as well after I got MP2 from a GSSR. Tolebios, there he is. You want young, you want old, we got both. Pretty cool servant. 12k attack. Flat, more or less, just ever so slightly above average when it comes to 5-star archers, but not a bad number by any means. Double buster, double arts. Also not the best gains on base, sadly, so that's like the one thing that's a bit unfortunate. But the deck is still good. First skill, 6-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 1k healing per turn for 3 turns, and 15 stars per turn for 3 turns. That's a nice skill though. Damn. Yeah, I like this skill. Just good. It's very reminiscent of the Sei skill, but I almost prefer 15 stars per turn over 10 gauge per turn. I guess it depends on your comp and wherever you're going, but it's a nice skill. They're both nice anyway. Second skill on a 7-turn cooldown. The full party gets 20% arts and buster for 3 turns, 20% crit rest for 3 turns, and then he gets 50% battery. Helps with some of the gains not being super high on base. Lots of team-wide love, huh? Yeah, great. And then the third skill. So on a 5-turn cooldown, if you happen to start as old man, or actually no, the young man, you transform into the old man, you get 30% battery and 30% MP damage for 3 turns. Now if you start as the old man, you go into the young man, you get 30% MP gen for 3 turns, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, 500% absorb for 3 turns, and a 20-star bomb. Trying to become more of a crit DPS. So that's really the main gimmick. Like old Ptolemaios is more about spamming his MP, and young Ptolemaios is more about just going gung-ho and including crits as well on that single target. So that's the main difference. But both versions of the skill are good for their purpose though. And it's on a low cooldown as well. So in one fight you could potentially use like 3 versions of him. Like obviously including repeats. It's pretty interesting. Passive, 17.5% debuff res is nice, 10% crit damage is nice, 11% arts is really nice especially if you're running Old Man. 20% buff removal resistance. I think some other Saber had this too earlier, but yeah, it's sadly not reliable. It's cute if it works, but yeah, it's not a reliable passive. Anti-Archer on the append would not recommend too much. I don't think he would be that great on neutral. And then the two different MPs. So if you're a young man, you have a single target Buster MP. Before damage, you ignore defense for 1 turn. And again, it's turn-based, so your face cards also benefit from this. Minus 20% defense on the target for 3 turns after damage. And before damage, you also get 20% MP damage for 1 turn on base overcharge, scaling up to 40%. Not bad. And then the Old Man. 1 turn of sure hit for 1 turn of sure hit before damage, and then the same 20% defense down on all enemies now for 3 turns after damage, and the same 20% MP damage for 1 turn on base overcharge, getting up to 40. So they're pretty similar. They just changed the niche, and then this becomes AoE, of course, this defense down to, with the AoE Arts MP. So it's a bat of 2 card types, which is a good and a bad thing, obviously, because, you know, it makes supports a bit more awkward, but it is flexibility, though, in terms of targeting. And obviously he can farm, too. That he can do. In fact, he's not even bad at farming at all.
He's really good.
Yeah.
He's good.
He's like the best of the AoE arts, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Highest damage with no traits.
Opinion on his 3rd skill, though, has changed from his introduction to now.
Oh, yeah?
At first, I thought it was just a better version of how Melusine operates, but as time goes on and I used him, I actually think that it's worse. I prefer a one-way change.
Oh, yeah?
That's what I mean, yeah.
Because the way, if you're like in a long-term fight, say you're double using, double Castoria and your arts, right? You start as young, you change to old, right? 5 turns later, you change to Buster, and now you're stuck there for 5 turns, right? And then you can change back to arts, or like, the same is true for like Buster. I would prefer it be like you can use it once to transform to either one or the other, but once you're there, you have a different version of the skill, like Melusine, where it has like most of the effects, but like one is missing or reduced, but you don't transform anymore, right? I think that
is even more problematic in Buster, because like the skill 3 individually is such a strong skill. At a 5-turn cooldown, you get all this.
Yeah, that's a lot for 5 turns.
You can't spam it if you want to use him as like a Buster crit DPS. Like
it would change back if you do cooldown reduction.
Yeah, and you don't want him to change back to the old guy. So like it's just.
But you can. If you do start as young and
but that's like reasons to bring some non-conventional supports like Constantine and Himiko, for instance. Hell yeah, let's get it. I mean,
I agree, but at the same time, if you're using Constantine or Himiko, you probably still prefer if he sticks to his Buster form, no? Like,
yeah. But at least then you can not feel bad about, like, because if you use Koyan, then you feel bad because you can't use the skill again. At least you wouldn't feel bad in some ways.
Because it is kind of a dead skill after the first time. And like Melusine gets around that, I feel, by like having a really jacked up first 2 skills, whereas his first 2 skills aren't as like heavy on like the buffs, it feels like. Reduction. But I do think he's very good though. I know I'm just going over why I think like his version of it is a weaker version, but I still do think he's very good. If you just press it once, you set it and forget it, and you just go on your way, I still think he's very competent in how he operates.
I think the transformation is a very interesting balance point, because I think if you split the character in 2,
I feel like it would be too OP.
Both versions are top tier.
Yeah, there would be EX tier on both.
Yeah, I mean, maybe A+, or because like he doesn't have anti-trade, but still like.
And DPSing aside, the awkward DPSing aside, at least he's still a great farmer. So that you can't take that at least away from him. So DPSing, yes, has its awkward parts with the supports mostly, but yeah, at least in farming, he's legit. Yeah. Especially with multi-core, because he actually has a lot of team-wide stuff too.
Yeah, so I don't know if I want to put him EX or A+.
I think I would do A+ potentially.
I would say A+. Yeah, I think he's very good. He just has that one little thing that you have to pay attention to. It's not
And
even
no
saying it's
anti-traits.
not possible to jump around, but it's like
Yeah.
you got to pay attention. You got to think
Yeah.
when using them a little bit. And I don't like thinking.
Amen to that. All right, we'll go with that for now. I think that might be actually be a firm place anyway. But yeah, next up, the only new addition to the entire list, the latest archer, the 5-star Tutankhamun. Now, I'll be the first to admit, this is like almost a Yamato Takeru case from like a year or two back, where I had like almost no clue, because I, for the longest time, didn't even have a copy of this guy. I got lucky on like a paid single towards the end of the event, and at that point, I didn't even really care too much about him to even inspect him properly. So I'm gonna I kind of know what he does, but this is mostly just a full inspection for me as well at the same time. So there's a disclaimer. Anyway, Tutankhamun, he's single with Buster, right? Or it's Arts, yes, okay.
Arts.
Yeah, because I know about the Arashkin, it's Arts. Okay, I wasn't sure if it's Buster or Arts. Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. So 11.2k attack is not very flattering, unfortunately, because, you know, that's quite under... It's like I'm guessing this third lowest now of all SSR archers, behind Artemis and Jeanne. So that's a bit
The average
unfortunate.
is 11.9k.
Yeah, I have the
just
average
saying,
written
so-
down, yeah. So it's quite a bit below. So he's got the caster deck
No,
as
he is
well.
fourth.
Oh, wait, who was third then?
Wait, no. Archer Artoria is tied with the same attack.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Honestly, he has the full arts deck, but I guess at least he's full arts this time, right? He's the only archer who is actually full arts. So maybe it's not the worst thing ever. His gains seem to be not amazing though, but it is triple arts, so, you know, easy arts chains and whatnot, I guess. But yeah, on base they don't look amazing though. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, full party 20% gauge, and then full party 20% MP damage for 3 turns. Gets this on Guts activate buff for 3 turns, so whenever Guts activates on him for the next 3 turns, he gets 30 stars, and then also an on Death activate for 3 turns, so when he dies, you also get 30 stars. So there you go, yeah, definitely placed for that MP, huh? There's notes here. They cannot trigger simultaneously. Wait.
So basically, no matter if he dies or he triggers a guts, it will trigger, but it won't trigger both at the same time.
So what if you're on a turn, you have like a taunt on him, you get Guts proc, and then you get 30 stars, and if he dies on the same turn, you don't get another 30? Is that what it's saying? Or do you still get 30 from that?
I don't think you get it again.
Because otherwise, I'm
I
not
could
sure
be
what this note means. This says cannot trigger simultaneously.
it just
Like,
means-
oh, I mean, isn't this an obvious statement? Of course they can't trigger simultaneously, because if a Guts procs, that means you didn't die, and if you die, that means a
Yeah.
gut. So is this a pointless note? Like, it's basically no shit, Sherlock. Am I missing something?
Yeah.
It's like an
Yeah,
obvious
it
statement.
Might be a redundancy.
Yeah, like obviously, but okay, anyway, moving on. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 30% arts for 3 turns, then he gets this on attack debuff for 3 turns, so with every attack, he applies a 500 curse for 5 turns, including his MP, because it doesn't state normal attack specifically, and then on activation you get 30% to battery. So with this, he has a self 50, right, because he has spread 20 and self 30, pretty cool, and some main card type up as well. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets a Guts for 1 time, 3 turns with the 5k HP revive, debuff immune for 3 turns flat, and 30% gauge as well. So yeah, oh yeah, he had an 80%. So I guess, yeah, with the append, you can now fully charge. That's pretty interesting. Yep. Alright, that's nice to have. Forgot he had 3 batteries. Sheesh. So obviously you get the Guts for this for the first skill as well. Although, do you want it to activate? I guess we'll find out soon, but yeah, okay.
Depends.
Yeah, passives, basically 20% debuff res, not bad for if you actually stays alive. 10% arts crit damage. I don't think he really has art crit focus, but he has a lot of arts cards, so sure, I guess.
And he makes a lot of stars, so.
Yeah, right. I guess so. Yeah, true. Yeah, true. Also, divinity sucks, and then he has an extra chance to apply curses by 30%. So unless the enemy has a lot of like immunity straight up, that you can probably apply curses easily. No, but what does that mean, Riza? I don't know what you mean. You type the same thing, but what does that mean? I mean, it's a given. Like you can't get. So this is what I thought it meant. Like on the same turn, if your guts is procced and you die as well, you mean the on death doesn't work? Is that what you're saying? Because that's what I was asking. Is that what you mean?
I'm testing that right now.
Because otherwise, it's a redundant statement that makes no sense. Because it's an obvious statement. Because if that's what it means, if it disables the on-death effect, then yeah, fair. Otherwise, it makes no sense to include this statement. I must be missing something. I'm guessing it actually disables the on-death activation then if guts procs. Anyway, Rio will hopefully report results later. So then the MP. Wow, that's a doozy of a normal effect list. So single target damage, flat 150% super effective against demonic enemies. Does a curse on the enemy for 1k, 5 turns. Curse amplifier, 100%, 5 turns. 100% insta-kill chance on the enemy. And then there's the sacrifice on self. And then before the MP, you get 20% MP damage for 1 turn before damage, scaling up to 40%. So I'm guessing in some cases you want 2 MPs out of him, right? 3 would be really hard because you would have to, really play around that, right? But 2 seems to be very reasonable. How much does his refund? I mean, to be honest, I guess it's fine because he has 100% from his own kit, so you can probably save a lot of batteries if you want 2 MPs anyway, right?
Yeah. I mean, I as usual, I did make a review on him. So he basically has 2 modes, in farming first and foremost, because he can act as a he's a multi-core. He's a good multi-core regardless because he has party-wide charge and party-wide MP damage up.
Yeah.
Right? You could either choose to have him have 80 battery and MP twice, or he could have 50 battery and MP once because then he'll cycle off because the guts is 30 battery, right? So it's the 2 modes that you can choose because yes, he doesn't refund nearly as much as Summer Artoria, but it's very easy to get him to MP twice if you are fighting there are many cases where you want to MP with a single target twice in multi-core.
Yeah, for sure.
Then you get the benefit of having 30 more battery. If you want him to cycle off, kind of like Sojiro or Arash, then you would have to sacrifice his 30 battery. But I think the biggest issue is the cost, the team cost. The reason Arash is so splashable is because he's bronze.
Yeah.
If you're bringing him and you're sacrificing him to have another SSR come up, you have your first DPS, 2 meta supports, probably plug Oberon, and then him.
So it's basically a gong setup, but even more expensive.
Yes, it is like when we criticize Summer Kuro being too expensive because he's a 4-star. This is a 5-star Summer Kuro if you want him to be a sacrifice.
Yeah, in a technical level, yeah.
Yeah, unless you have a low star you want to cycle in, which is not very common. So I think his main issue lies there, and also his damage is actually really good. Like his single target damage in a vacuum is tied with Ptolemy and Baobhan. So it's like he does have anti-demonic, right?
Yeah, so if that hits, it's probably even more crazy. Like at that point, it's going to be crazy. So
yeah, but and in terms of like non-farming, the only team I can make him work in is Castoria plus Asclepius.
So to get like more than 2 MPs.
Yeah, you have to keep on spamming the guts so he could get it back. He could get it back again. He could get it back again. I think I did beat a full gauge combo with that team, but that is
sounds a bit finicky though. Yeah.
It's obviously it's not a midterm, but like sometimes you would like forget, and then you're like, where did he go? He died.
Also, for someone asking, the instant kill is after damage, so it can't mess up your refund. I'm not even sure how much it refunds, but it's not going to affect that anyway. It would just be after damage anyway. It would stay here if it was before damage. Also, can debuff immune bypass sacrifice? No, it cannot. It's not a debuff. It's a thing that happens. The only thing that prevents it is a guts.
I use him for the QP node on Bleach Earth with last wave, just because he has to charge. But it's not very useful. It's just, I just want to pop on for me. Sorry, I took up so much time.
Fix it either.
Oh yeah, Aoko's thing doesn't fix the insta kill.
Yeah, it doesn't remove sacrifices, right, for the merits.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't honestly. I have never used him. just never used him because I got him so late. I was at that point so defeated. So I'm gonna just trust what you guys say on this one.
He was honestly.
Bit, but...
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
I was just gonna say he was honestly pretty cool because he had some of the better party white buffs as a single target, right? But then we got Phantasmoon, who I think is like infinitely better at that. So just bigger charge. It doesn't end herself. I mean, ending herself might be a positive or negative in farming, but like, but she has better buffs and better charge. So it's just kind of. So
yeah.
I don't know about this character. I don't think he's as bad. Like people said, he's like completely worthless just because he has.
I mean, I have never used him, but I would. Looking at this kid, this definitely makes sense to me. Like, the cost thing sounds like a real issue, but besides, it's a working kit though. Like it makes sense.
Yeah, this is only like mostly just for farming, which is, it's okay.
Yeah, to make him work on bosses, like you said, it sounds like a nightmare. So you would just use him as some kind of multi-core farming.
Yeah, it's also like it's almost like a self-torturing minigame. So I don't know.
If only he had something that like on like when he didn't have guts, his MP had a higher power modifier. You know?
Oh, like Arash.
Yeah, like Arash. Like so, like
kind of
like you don't have guts, get this extra thing. Because like as it is, I don't think his damage justifies.
Plus, she first said he was perma due to how bad he looked. No, it was due to misinformation. Also, that doesn't matter because Lohi's perma. Like,
True.
That argument's dead already.
I'm still shocked she's perma with the stage she's in, but hey, I'm not gonna complain.
Yeah.
So where should we place Tutankhamun?
Oh, this is a hard one.
Yeah, this is one that may be the trickiest of all the archers to place. Even if I don't have experience, but based on how he works, because he's a single target Arash that's expensive. So good luck.
I think he's only for people who really has spare cores to invest in.
Yeah.
I might put him in a B plus. I don't think he can be higher than B plus.
B plus
A to B plus, maybe A to B plus.
What do you think, Rio?
I do kind of agree with Plush. They're like B plus range, because like he's useful to have, but like if you're limited in what you can get, I wouldn't recommend getting him.
Yeah, Sojiro. Yeah, I understand the argument of Sojiro making him look like crap, but like Sojiro at the same time is also not that much use, and he also doesn't have party buff, so it's like.
I think we'll go with B plus for now. But okay, we still have the funny entry here. I'm not even honestly gonna go through her kit because we're gonna save that for the Berserker tiers. But do we still put her in EX just because it's funny?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I think we did actually try to justify it last time already, right?
Yeah.
She has. So Gilgamesh, outside of Archer class, hits 1.5 times because of the
super effective,
super effective against
servants.
Basically all servants. Musashi only hits saber servants, but if she's not hitting saber servants, she hits 1.5 because she's a berserker, and she loops. So I think last time our conclusion is she is a Gilgamesh that loops.
Yeah,
which is pretty scary.
Yeah, like against sabers, he's just stupid.
We gotta do CL. I mean, CL is we gotta save it for the Mooncamp because CL is a very juicy one to talk about this year. I'd say CL is a very.
I guess there could have been other potential ones to add, but yeah, we're just gonna have one meme.
If you get into all those, you got to talk about MHX and MHXA.
Yeah.
For some reason, they just hate sabers. They keep making characters that aren't sabers, aren't archers. But also,
or you know what? Since we have a lot of those things, I'm just gonna take her off the list. Now, we that was a moment there. We're just gonna do that. Can I put her out anymore? Can you pull them out of the tier list? I don't know if you can. If you place someone, are they locked into the list? Damn.
You should be able to drag them all, can't you?
I don't know. I thought you would be able to, but I'm trying different spots, but it doesn't seem to work.
Huh. Very strange.
It's a sign back to EX. It's such a stupid upgrade. Like I know she kind of needs it just because Summer Ibuki's stupid. Like most berserkers are pretty stupid. But come on, man.
All right.
Uh,
Nah, it's fine. We'll just keep her there.
Did players say Gil beat her against every other class in Saber? No. So it's the same thing. So Gilgamesh versus non-sabers is no counter class, right? But he hits 1.5 times damage, kind of like a berserker class advantage because he has super effective. But Musashi, she only hits saber servants. But when she's not hitting saber servants, she's doing 1.5 times extra damage still.
Yeah.
Because she's a berserker. I mean that's not a completely accurate argument.
Mm-hmm.
But also Musashi does do 200% super effective. For no reason. It should have been just 150. I don't know why it's 200 against Saber.
Yeah, it's even
Maybe
higher
they
than
think it's too
usual.
limiting. Yeah, it's higher than usual, and it scales with overcharge, so it goes to 300%. I think we actually calculated Musashi with double Castoria against Saber Hokusai, because Castoria.
He did more damage than like the highest single target or something, right?
Yeah. It was really funny. I mean, anyways.
We'll just keep her there for the funnies because I can't seem to remove her from the list, so whatever, it's funny. Anyway, that concludes the initial placement of every single golden archer and then the funny bonus. So next up, we're gonna spend a little bit of time, not a whole lot because this is again already a long stream, to discuss maybe moving stuff around a bit as usual, and then we're just gonna lock it after that. So both you guys, myself, chats, suggestions are welcome for whether they're low or high.
There's a couple of questions. Me personally.
Yeah.
Who's better, Ptolemy or Durga?
I don't have that much experience of Durga.
I think
I shouldn't be the one.
I think Ptolemy has a more complete kit, but he has that awkwardness in DPSing with the switch and supports. But he farms way better though. So if you value that.
Ptolemy, Durga. Yeah, it feels even.
They could be. I feel like there's definitely differences, but I feel like they could be in the same tier.
Tristan A. Somebody said Tristan A.
Should he be A? Maybe he should be A. I feel like he's bad if he's 1.5 tiers below Baobhan. That's a lot.
I've been trying to get
it's
like the
guts test
student common thing, but like they won't kill him a second time. They like I went into the
just Cheng Gong him after you use his own MP.
But that's is that?
Yeah, you can do that.
Kill him
unless the MP clears. There's still enemies left you can Cheng Gong. Anyway, I think I want to move. I think Tristan should be A, right? Surely. Come on, we should probably move it into A.
I think that's okay.
Yeah, I don't want him to be 1.5 tiers below Baohan, and I want to have Baohan in EX.
Yeah, it's
okay.
UDK. UDK is a bit weird. I don't know where to use her, but I also like to use her in a lot of stuff just because she's fun. UDK has the flexibility, but I think her arts looping is a little bit too bad to justify I almost see her as a single target.
She is mostly used as a single target, to be honest.
Yeah, I almost see her as a single. Chat Orion. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not about to move Super Orion. Ishtar. Where's Ishtar?
B+. I mean, there's I think there could be an argument for A as well, to be honest.
Yeah, but I do think she's worse than. I think she's genuinely worse than Napoleon.
But yeah, I'm definitely not putting Napoleon A+ though. Even if I've been under A is fine. I don't want to do A+ on him, so I think we might just keep them like that.
Takasugi's already really high. I'd say a lot.
No, did you see his reasoning? He was obviously joking.
Oh, he's too sexy. Jeanne and Sei next to each other is kind of crazy. Who do you think is better, even?
I don't know. I think they're the same.
Is better than Jeanne.
Jeanne loops better, but Sei has crit. But otherwise both have terrible phase cards or just not great damage or refund. They're like the opposites, but in the same way, if that makes sense. Like Jar has all the looping, Sei doesn't have any of that, but Sei has better phase cards and damage. I don't know.
What are you gonna say, sir?
If you were gonna have them in separate tiers, you'd have to move Arjuna down so you can move Orion down so you can move one of them down.
Actually, hold on. Never mind.
You
say
were
something
cooking
about
something there.
Mm.
John
So,
just
yeah,
doesn't
Kevin
have
Stars twice
damage.
in one turn. This stupid wiki lied.
Oh, so,
Oh, so he can get
well,
16.
okay, it didn't lie, but it made a statement that was obvious to begin with. So it's not a lie; it's just a redundant statement. Like, I don't know why they had to
Yeah,
clarify. It's like,
so does that
yeah,
really
obviously,
mean-
one is an on guts activate and one is an on death activate. Yeah, wow, yeah, thanks for letting us know.
So a better way to explain it is a guts activation does not count as death, is what it's really saying, right?
I guess
But,
it's
like,
trying
exactly
to say
what
that,
it
but that should be again obvious to begin with. You don't die; you get revived. Anyway, yeah.
B2
Thanks for the
get-
clarification, Wiki.
Bruh. Yeah,
Change
I
beats
think
for
this
you.
is. I think this is actually pretty fair. I don't think there are too many disputes.
So, do we keep Tesla and Gil and Super Chat and EX? Well, I kind of vouch for Super Chat, but what about those two at least? Gilgamesh and
I think
Tesla?
look, I think they're in the just because
In
like
the context of archers, yes.
Yeah, again, to make it clear, in case someone skipped to the end here, I want to emphasize again that maybe not in the if we put FGO in a single tier list, we have EX tier for every class, maybe they wouldn't be an EX, fair. But this is the Archer tier. In Archer context, I feel like they stand high enough that they can be EX. So that's kind of the reasoning.
Atalanta can farm. Like how?
Who
in
cannot
what
farm in this
context?
game? Who cannot farm?
In
So,
what
so
context?
Atalanta
I
can
just-
farm, but she's like, is Atalanta worse than Helena actually? No, maybe
She has
they
an
belong in
upgraded
the same
MP
tier.
though. I guess they both have. Should they be in the same tier?
Alright, Helena, drag her down. Drag
So you think
Helena
she should
down.
come down
no.
instead of Atlanta going up?
Put her down.
I think Atalanta should go up.
Yeah, I think it was maybe the other way around instead of maybe moving
We gotta
Atalanta
put
to
her-
D+.
No, we gotta be real here. Put her down.
No, I can't. It would look so sad if there's a gap between them as well to the other tier.
Don't worry, we can just move Arjuna down.
Oh
don't think Arjuna-
god.
come
Nah,
on,
he's
I don't
not
think
D+.
Arjuna's-
I know. Actually, no, we could move Santa's Altera down.
No.
I kind of.
But no,
Actually, she could be D+.
Here's the thing with Santa Altera, right? Santa Altera, in particular, as a welfare, looks really bad because of Saika.
Yeah,
both
it's she
single
fully
heart
replaced her, let's be real.
Yeah.
Honestly,
yeah,
she's
it's
D+.
just kinda-
So do we do this now?
And then Helena down. Yeah,
Helena
let's
down.
go.
Okay.
That is
It's
sad.
fine.
I
I
don't
think
know
this.
why-
Yeah, I think this is fine.
I can't believe like the buff quality differences in servants.
Yeah.
Like I don't understand why they gave that to Zenobia. I mean Zenobia's already good, but like why they give it to Zenobia? Why they give that to Altera? Like that should have just been better. Like it should have been more.
Yeah.
Archer may be a class.
Okay. What? Also, there's the discussion we were maybe considering as well. Santa Gale. Because I put
Oh,
Jane.
EX
I committed to
Santa
Jane to EX. So I either maybe this should be in the same tier, or maybe both should be in A+. I can't. This is a hard call.
I think it's.
Ma-
I like where they are currently because I do think Jane
Mm.
is
A
than
little bit.
Santa Gale.
Yeah, because I think like Santa Gale, the buff remove only being one buff is not great. And buff resist, yes, you would always go to her, but like
Yeah.
do you need Invul Pierce more often? Do you need buff resist more often?
But Jane is so much more than Invul. The buff to the first skill is nuts. She does so much.
Yeah.
yeah,
she just
also has
does so
evade,
much.
She has charge. She has more
Attack,
offensive buffs than Gale.
debuffs, so much
I think
stuff.
she has slightly more attack buff than Gale, and she's probably a better DPS. I mean, one is AoE, one is single target, but like Santa Gale.
Yeah,
is
I think so.
DPS.
Yeah, I think this is fine on their part. Yeah, sure. I'm convinced.
Yeah, I think this one.
I guess we could lock it. I guess we could.
Yeah.
I don't feel too bad about this. I'm sure there's gonna be some, this might. I'm guessing this one won't be as well received as the Saber tiers because we definitely had some more spicy moves here. Especially if you compare this to the last one, there's a lot of mostly stuff went down. I think not many went up, but a lot of definitely went down. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot of fun comments, but I mean, that's what we expect to begin with.
For my personal favoritism, we can move Fujino.
I'm surprised you weren't pushing Ishtar even more down.
No, look, I may like Uresh more than Ishtar, but I don't think I can argue Ishtar is on the same level as Jeanne and Sei. So that's the thing is,
she's
I'm
better.
looking at them like, in comparison to these others, like, are they as bad as? No, they aren't. So like, you got to have like an anchor for each tier, and I think Ishtar is
Just
a good
as for
anchor
CL,
B+.
she has full advantage against Sabers. Wrong. She has half
It's
advantage.
1.5. It's Berserker advantage.
It is exactly like Kiara's passive. It is not double damage. So yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. That's why she's not here. Because if she's here, she'd be on the pretender list as well, or something. I don't know. It's kind of the same thing. Throw Durga down. Here's the thing. I think if you're using a AoE arts boss killer, Durga's just better than a lot of times, just because like
she's more straightforward than Ptolemy is.
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't say better, because Ptolemy does have the single target buster form, who is really strong. Yeah. I can see Durga down, but I also don't think.
I think she's fine there next to Ptolemy. I think they're both fine on A+.
Yeah, because I think she's better than Napoleon, but not as good as Orion and Gilgamesh. So
yeah,
you know.
Yeah, I agree.
So while technically you could argue that Ptolemy is better, Ptolemy
at least in farming, but in DPS he has the awkwardness of the support situation. So I think it's fine. All right, you know what? I think I'm just gonna lock it in. I think we're locking it in. There it is. It's official. This is the locked in 2025 Archer tier list. Drop the bike. I can't. It's on a stand. Figuratively. So there you go. I can only pray that the reception is as good as the Saber one, but we'll see. I mean, we're probably still gonna keep posting, of course. No worries. Unless the reception is like the worst it's ever been, I might get traumatized. But you know, I'm used to it by now. There's always going to be a lot of disagreements because no one's going to ever agree on a tier list, especially when there's a lot of entries like this. There's bound to be, you know, arguments. But hey, as long as they're civil, no personal insults, hey, argue away. Arguing is safe and it's good. And hey, more POVs is always welcome. So,
I think.
Yeah, you have something?
I was going to say, yeah, because I mean, I think tier lists, they're super subjective. And you have to look at from who's making the tier list. Like,
I mean, we try to be objective, but they are not objective at the end of the day. They are still subjective. Yeah. There is no 100% objectivity on something, a tier list like this. That would be crazy.
But if you know what the people making the tier list value, then you can understand where they're coming from. It's like when you see. Like,
I mean, that's why we try. That's why these tier lists are so long, because we try to ramble so much so people get an idea of why we place servants on the tier they go to. Although a lot of people tend to skip to the end just to see the finished results, and then they go complain in the comments. They're not even going to. They complain about one servant. They're not even going to bother to click the timestamp for the one servant and listen to us talk about them for like 5 minutes before typing the comments. Like, why is the servant here? I don't get it. But yeah, it is what it is.
It's funny.
It is kind of funny though, yeah. Anyway, we're gonna wrap up here, but hey, if you're watching this on YouTube and you enjoyed it, of course press the like button on this video, because we are just getting started. There's so many more tier lists to come. We're gonna have, you know, Auto, Plushie, Rio do rotations depending on the week. We don't know it, we're just gonna play it by ear. Also on that note, hey, do check out their channels. I will be linking them both in the description. Of course, they make good content, especially gameplay wise. They're both very heavy on that, so if you want to see a lot of good gameplay happening, then check them out, because God knows I don't post that much gameplay, so look for them instead. Also, hey, subscribe not only to their channels but mine as well, because we're gonna keep posting tier lists on the weeks to come. And the next week we're gonna finish off night classes with the Lancer tier list, so that'll be for me as well. Also, shout out to my patrons on the screen right now, and Suit for being a big YouTube tier member supporter, and we'll get some bye-byes from the co-hosts as well.
Goodbye.
Short and sweet. There it is. There you go. That was Plushie and Rio. Shout out to them for being here with me today. So yeah, see you in the next tier list. Bye.